After having measured the gain and loss, Song Yunjia curled up her lips and said quite softly, "That's great because I haven't seen Changge for a long time. It's a great time for me to have a chat with her and let her feel relieved when she arrives." In fact, Song Yunjia didn't want to let Gu Changge feel relieved. Instead, what she intended to do was to let Gu Changge understand what her position in Xiao Tian's heart was. In the past, Gu Changge used to say proudly that Song Yunjia would never win Xiao Tian's heart. But what about now? Wasn't the fact that Xiao Tianzi now fell in love with her a slap in Gu Changge's face? And it slapped her so hard. Song Yunjia was very proud of it, so she would definitely show it off to Gu Changge. Since Changge is coming, I'll tell the servants to prepare the dinner as well as possible. Because Changge has always been spoiled, I have to tell the servants to make the dishes more exquisite. Seeing that modesty and tenderness were restored on her face, Xiao Tianzi nodded slightly. And then Song Yunjia turned around softly with a smile and headed for the kitchen. But no sooner had she turned around than the tender look on her face seemed to be torn up by an invisible hand. She frowned, and the detest in her eyes looked horrifying even from afar. When she entered the kitchen, she saw that Wenwen was cooking here. When Wenwen saw Song Yunjia coming in, she immediately bent over slightly to Song Yunjia and asked, "Miss Song, what brings you here?" Seeing that there was another servant preparing food in the kitchen, and she was not the one trusted, Song Yunjia found an excuse and sent her out. Although Wenwen was still young, she was quick-witted. She knew that Song Yunjia had something to tell her the moment she sent the servant away. So she asked tentatively, "Miss Song, is there anything I can do for you?" Song Yunjia let out a breath, raised her long thin fingers to rub her forehead and then replied, "It's a bit tricky. I'm sorry." When appeared that she couldn't catch her meaning, Song Yunjia took a glance at her and then ordered, "Gu Changge is coming for dinner tonight. You need to prepare dinner." Hearing this, Wenwen understood what she meant. Then she asked, "Okay, but Miss Song, does Miss Gu have any dietary restrictions? I like mushrooms while she doesn't. I love mutton yet she doesn't. I enjoy dishes with black pepper, but she still doesn't prefer them." With this she sighed helplessly. "Alas, I really don't know what to do." Wenwen curled up her lips and relieved her. "Don't worry, Miss Song. The only thing I know is what you like to eat, and I have no idea about what Miss Gu's dietary restrictions are. I'll get the dinner ready before she arrives." "Good." Song Yunjia nodded. Undoubtedly, she was satisfied with Wenwen's answer. She could save lots of time with such a quick-witted servant around. After having told Wenwen about her intentions, she walked out of the kitchen. Yet no sooner had she opened the glass door of the kitchen, something flashed into her mind, making her turn around to tell her, "By the way, Tianzi doesn't like meat very much, so don't cook too much meat." Wenwen nodded. "You can rest assured, Miss Song. I have borne what you said in mind." Only after having told Wenwen what to do did Song Yunjia return to the living room to shoot the breeze with Xiao Tianzi and wait for Gu Changge's arrival. Just with a moment's thought, she could know that tonight's dinner would surely be unforgettable. Gu Changge studiously stated that she had yielded to Song Yunjia and insisted on coming over to have dinner with them. As a result, how could Song Yunjia let the chance of giving Gu Changge a hard time slip? Not to mention swallowing her pride in front of Gu Changge. That would not be possible at all. Although men didn't like seeing their women have catfights with each other, yet they always acquiesced to what was going on in the dark. She remained calm and composed, waiting for Gu Changge to come tonight. She would like to see how Gu Changge would behave tonight. Song Yunxian and Miao Miao were riding on the same merry-go-round. The night was falling gradually. The neon lights in the amusement park began to light up, making them like candles at night. Looking at the bright lights in the amusement park, Miao Miao felt it was very beautiful. Then she raised her fingers to point to the Ferris wheel in the distance and asked Song Yunxian to see it. "Sister Yunxian, look at that Ferris wheel. How beautiful it is." Song Yunxian looked in the direction Miao Miao was pointing to. Sure enough, in the curtain of the night, which was gradually getting dark, a Ferry wheel was still rotating. Besides, the neon lights on the Ferris wheel was changing slowly with the rotating. Such a night scene was really appealing. Yeah, it truly is. She reached out and stroked Meow Meow's hair. Does Meow Meow like it? Yes. Meow Meow nodded. Then Sister Yuncheng will bring Meow Meow here to play again, okay? She slightly bent over and asked Meow Meow. Meow Meow nodded happily. Great. Please keep your words, sister. Sure. Shall we make a pinky promise? Seeing that Song Yuncheng reached out her hand, Meow Meow immediately reached out hers as well. They intertwined their two fingers, one of which was big while the other was small, on the merry-go-round. Such a scene made their promise appear very interesting. After they had intertwined their fingers, Song Yuncheng clutched Meow Meow to her arms. Those who rode the merry-go-round were mostly kids who were Meow Meow's peers. Sometimes some young men and women riding together. Those young men always put their arms around the young women's waists. When the merry-go-round was moving, they both tasted the sweetness during their first awakening of love. After Meow Meow had played for over half an hour, Gu Changge, who had been watching nearby, ordered the assistant who had just come over to shut off the merry-go-round. The time had just been up, and it was time to make a substitution. Yet Meow Meow was still reluctant to come down from the merry-go-round. Why did it stop? I want to play a bit longer. Song Yuncheng turned to look at Gu Changge, and she found that Gu Changge was frowning. Only by looking at his expression, she knew that he didn't really want her to play such kind of kids' games. Would Meow Meow like to play a bit longer? Yeah. Meow Meow nodded. Song Yuncheng got down from the merry-go-round and told Meow Meow, then please sit tight for a while. I'll talk to the uncle over there. Is the uncle who made the merry-go-round stop? It appears so. In fact, Gu Changge did order someone to shut it off, which was no doubt. When Gu Changge's assistant came over, there was also a lady, who looked very much like an academic, following him. That woman was a foreigner called Lisa. She spoke fluent English and communicated with Gu Changge from time to time. Just at the last round of the merry-go-round, she clearly saw that Lisa said something to Gu Changge. But Song Yuncheng was too far away to hear what they were talking about, and she couldn't tell what words she mouthed as Song Yuncheng couldn't see her mouth clearly. Besides, the merry-go-round was moving and she spoke too fast, so Song Yuncheng couldn't tell what she was telling Gu Changge. Seeing that Song Yuncheng approaching him, Gu Changge curled up his lips and suggested, You've played for quite a long time and it's dinner time. Shall we take Meow Meow to have dinner? After having taken one look at Meow Meow, Song Yuncheng replied, Meow Meow told me that she wanted to play a bit longer. She can, but you can't. Sensing that he was immovable, Song Yuncheng couldn't help frowning. Why? Gu Changge explained. Because the doctor stated clearly that you shouldn't play such games because of your pregnancy. But I'll ask the assistant to play with Meow Meow for a while. You have a break next to me. Then he quickly winked at the assistant, giving Song Yuncheng no time to argue. After having got his signal, the assistant nodded and walked towards Meow Meow. Seeing the assistant with a long face, Meow Meow pouted. Just by looking at Meow Meow's expression, Song Yuncheng could see that Meow Meow didn't like the new playmate very much. So she said, Please replace that assistant to the woman doctor named Lisa next to you. Lisa also heard Song Yuncheng saying her name. Then she immediately pointed to her nose, asking Song Yuncheng in Portuguese, Me? Yes. Song Yuncheng nodded. The woman doctor smiled and turned to look at Gu Changge. Gu Changge ordered, Take good care of the child. Lisa nodded and replied, Okay. Lisa replaced the male assistant provisionally. Seeing Lisa walking towards her instead of the previous male assistant, Meow Meow stopped frowning. It was clear that she liked to play with mild females. Seeing Meow Meow having a good time riding the merry-go-round with Xiaotianzi, Song Yuncheng curled up her lips and felt that happiness actually occupied her whole chest. She put her fingers into the pockets of her coat. Gu Changge was standing with her to watch this. However, after Meow Meow had moved past them, he asked Song Yuncheng, Are you planning on keeping the child by your side? Is there a problem? Song Yunjia has already told Xiaotianzi that Meow Meow and Gu Yi are at your home. Even though the men he dispatched didn't find the two kids during their first search, yet Xiaotianzi won't give up as he has a suspicious nature. Are you saying that he'll dispatch someone to come and search again? Yes. Gu Changge felt sure of it. Song Yunxian didn't deny because he was right, so she nodded and replied, "You should be right about this. So what are you going to do?" "I'll send the 2 kids to the WS later. I plan to entrust someone to look after them. Xiao Tianze will surely find them if they still stay in Yuncheng." "When are you going to send them away?" Song Yunxian turned her head, looking at Xiao Tianze smilingly. "In 1 or 2 days." She was a bit in a hurry. Gu Changge didn't ask why. Yet Song Yunxian took the initiative to explain. As it's such a large amusement park, thus there must be 1 or 2 who feel that Miao Miao looks familiar. If they find the photos of the little daughter of the Xiao family online, they will find that the little girl is really Xiao Tianze's daughter, and Xiao Tianze has offered a substantial reward. So he will surely offer a large sum of money to the person who tells him where the 2 kids are. For this much money, there will definitely be someone who will tell Xiao Tianze about where Miao Miao is today. Since you know that this will happen, then why did you still bring Miao Miao to this crowded amusement park to play? Gu Changge couldn't understand why. Obviously, she wanted to keep these 2 children by her side. Yet she still took risks to bring Miao Miao out to play. If Xiao Tianze had known where Miao Miao was and taken her away just because she took her out to play today, then she would have been in real trouble. Xiao Tianze would surely have sued Song Yunxian and asked the court to convict her of kidnapping and trafficking children. Hearing his question, Song Yunxian turned her head to look at him, seeming that she didn't worry at all. "Why can't I take her out to play? It's one of her wishes. We should always satisfy cute little girls' wishes, shouldn't we?" Actually, the real reason was that Song Yunxian had never taken her daughter to play like this when she was Miao Miao's mother. Therefore, she wanted to make it up to Miao Miao and fulfill her wish. Although she was no longer Gu Changge now, yet as Song Yunxian, she was still willing to keep Miao Miao company. The servants in the Champs-Élysées had been preparing dinner soon after lunch. After having enjoyed some tea with Song Yunjia in the living room, Xiao Tianze planned to go to the Xiao Enterprise in the afternoon. He had heard that the Xiao Enterprise had been looking for new media companies and hoped to take over one after having lost the acquisition of Bally Media. Xiao Tianze didn't tell Song Yunjia anything about it. He knew well that Song Yunxian was neither an enemy nor a friend, and the media industries in Yuncheng, which were best at stirring the public opinion, were in Song Yunchuan's hands. It was undoubtedly a very successful strategy to incite the public fury with the help of the public opinion. Many things could be accomplished and destroyed through the power of public opinion. It was a bad move for Xiao Tianze to give away Bally Media. Now he had to take over one media company that was exceeded only by Bally Media as soon as possible. Then he would develop the new media company at all costs in order to create a media that could be on a par with Fanqing magazine. Only in this way could the Xiao Enterprise keep a good image in the tide of public opinion in the future. He arrived at the company and ordered his senior managers to select the most potential media companies in Yuncheng for reference. While on the other side, Song Yunjia had been arranging flowers the whole afternoon. When she worked as a doctor, she was too busy to enjoy these things. But now she felt quite relaxed, and her mood became much better as she has time and opportunities to enjoy such things. She would put her flower arrangement on today's dinner table to make Gu Changge see what a great life she was enjoying now. Hadn't Gu Changge always been wanting Xiao Tianze to break up with her? But now, not only did they not break up, but the relationship between them had become much closer. She was eager to see Gu Changge have a heart attack again when knowing this. Thinking of this, Song Yunjia couldn't help giving a gentle smile. Just at that time, the servant Wenwen was coming to pour her some flower tea. Hearing that she smiled gently, Wenwen slightly turned her eyes and cast a sidelong glance at her. Yet Song Yunjia didn't notice that Wenwen glanced at her. She just paid all her attention to trimming the flower branches and putting the beautiful flaming red roses that had come out in pretty gypsophila into a vase. "Miss Song, here is your tea." Though being reminded by her like this, yet Song Yunjia didn't turn her head to look at her. Instead, she continued arranging the flowers in her hands and ordered, "I am planning for pregnancy and 1 drink tea. Switch it to juice." Okowo. Hearing her order, Wen immediately removed the tea and then prepared to switch into juice. After having arranged the flower branches in her hands with her fingers, Song Yunjia put the flaming red rose that was about to bloom into the vase. After having finished, she looked closely at her work and couldn't help exclaiming, "How beautiful they are!" Just at this time Wen brought juice over. Song Yunjia turned to ask her, "What do you think of my flower arrangements?" "They're gorgeous." Song Yunjia was satisfied with Wen's answer. Then she nodded and smiled. "I also think it's gorgeous." Put the vase on the table. Wen went over to pick up the vase. Song Yunxian added, "Remember to switch the tablecloth to a romantic one. I want us to dine by candlelight tonight." Wen was slightly stupefied, so she asked as she felt strange, "Isn't the candlelight dinner enjoyed by only 2 people? You know nothing. The candlelight dinner for 3 can also be quite interesting. Because Gu Changge would join the dinner, tonight's dinner would be quite interesting no matter how they enjoyed it. Gu Changge, who was such a jealous woman, would not enjoy this dinner quietly." She curled up her lips and turned to look at the wall clock. There were still a few hours to go before the dinner was ready. Song Yunjia hoped that Gu Changge could arrive sooner. Then the fun would begin earlier. After having played on the merry-go-round in the amusement park for another 10 minutes, Miao Miao was picked up from it by Lisa. The 3 of them had been playing in the amusement park the whole afternoon since they finished their lunch. Not to mention whether the adults were tired or not, even Miao Miao began to feel tired after having been held by Lisa. After having taken Miao Miao from Lisa's hand, Song Yunxian asked Miao Miao, "What else do you want to play?" "Bumper cars, pirate ships, and roller coasters." Chu Machin came over and dabbed the cartoon cap on Miao Miao's head, saying, "I'm so sorry, but your sister Yunxian can't play these." Miao Miao felt very strange. Why? "Just now, when I was on the merry-go-round, I asked Sister Yunxian if she could play these with me, and she agreed," she said quite seriously. And Chu Machin also looked at her seriously, but with a gentle smile. He actually looked very gentle when smiling. He slowly hid the acuity in his eyes, and his gentle look was enough to make a child trust him. "Sister Yunxian said that on purpose because she didn't want you to be upset." Miao Miao twitched her mouth and then turned to ask Song Yunxian, "Why can't Sister Yunxian play with me?" Song Yunxian remained silent for a moment, thinking about how to explain to Miao Miao. Seeing that she was pondering, Chu Machin took Miao Miao's hand and explained for Song Yunxian, "Because a little baby is now in your sister's belly, and the little baby can't play the things you enjoy. Not even the pirate ship? Sister Yunxian has been playing with you the whole day, and she is very tired, Miao Miao." As soon as Chu Machin said this, Song Yunxian raised her voice against it. She cast a stern glance at Chu Machin. Then she explained to Miao Miao, "Don't listen to him. I'm not tired. Tell me what else you want to play, and I'll surely take you to enjoy it." Miao Miao looked at her, frowning and looking quite worried. "Is what the uncle said true? No, your sister is so energetic. How could I be tired?" Song Yunxian quibbled. But what Miao Miao asked about was not whether she was tired or not, so she looked at Song Yunxian and asked again while looking at Song Yunxian with her big eyes. "No. I wanted to ask, does Sister Yunxian really have a baby in the belly?" Song Yunxian felt a little embarrassed when she was asked about her pregnancy by such a small child. Yet after having cast a look at Chu Machin, she nodded anyway. Seeing that Song Yunxian nodded, she suddenly understood something and turned to look at Chu Machin. "Then I won't play today. Let's go back home." "Go back home?" Song Yunxian felt confused. Didn't Miao Miao want to ride roller coasters and pirate ships just now? Why does Miao Miao want to go back home now? Hearing the question, Miao Miao answered without thinking, "Because the little baby in my sister's belly will be tired." Miao Miao's answer suddenly stupefied Song Yunxian. Miao Miao saw that Song Yunxian was stupefied. Then she opened her arms and looked at Chu Machin. "Can you hold me? Come on." Chu Machin reached out and took Miao Miao's from Song Yunxian's arms. Song Yunxian looked at Miao Miao feeling helpless. "What's wrong? Can't I hold you? My sister has a baby to carry." Miao Miao's answer made the people at the scene who heard her words amused. and they couldn't help smiling. Even the nearby doctor from the W's couldn't help praising her. What a lovely little girl. Song Yunxian sighed lightly and then smiled. It turned out the reason that Miao Miao wanted to go home early and wanted Chu Machin to hold her was that Miao Miao was worried about her. So, do you want to go home now? Chu Machin asked her. She reached out and tapped Miao Miao's back, nodding with relief. Let's go. Though her daughter was still small, she was able to be considerate. It made her feel very happy and gratified. It was possible that she would not be able to come to the amusement park again after being sent back today, because she had planned to send Miao Miao to the W's. Only when Miao Miao stayed at a place where neither Xiaotianzi nor Gu Changge could find could it be said that Miao Miao was safe. When she completely struck down the Xiao enterprise, she would bring these two kids back. She and Miao Miao returned to the Rose Garden together with Chu Machin. On the way, she looked through the car window at the sky and found that today's stars were surprisingly bright. She couldn't help sighing softly. The weather must be fine tomorrow. Under the same night sky, Gu Changge ordered her driver to take her to the Champs-Élysées. The mushroom and chicken soup, which was cooked by family servants, was placed in the car. Because the lunchbox had good heat preservation, so no aroma of the soup was diffused. However, when thinking that she would see Song Yunjia brag about her well-being, Gu Changge felt annoyed. Song Yunjia, a bitch who won Xiaotianzi's heart by stepping into Gu Changge and Xiaotianzi's love, now actually asked Gu Changge to get on well with her. On the surface, she was willing to maintain their relationship with reluctance. Yet she would not spare her on the sly. Just wait and see. Now it was too early to say who would laugh last. After having told Wenwen how to prepare the dinner, Song Yunjia hadn't been to the kitchen for the whole afternoon. She had never been fond of showing off her cooking skills in the kitchen. When she just turned 20, she even thought of cooking for the man she liked. But later, she found that Gu Changge and Xiaotianzi had been together secretly. She watched their love developing and had no idea when they would break up at all. Gradually, she gave up her plan of refining her cooking skills, because she thought that no matter how hard she practiced, Xiaotianzi would not be able to taste it. Since he would not enjoy it, then why bother to waste time refining cooking skills in the kitchen filled with lampblack? When thinking of this, she heard a servant telling her, "Miss Song, Miss Gu has arrived." Hearing this, Song Yunxian took a look at the dial and then curled up her lips coldly. She is really active when it comes to dinner. With this, she told the family servant, "Call Tianzi and tell him Miss Gu has arrived, and remind him of tonight's dinner." Okowo. The servant walked past her. Song Yunjia did not go to the porch of the living room to meet the unexpected guest who was unwelcome in the Champs-Élysées. After having entered, Gu Changge sneered when looking at the decoration in the house and murmured, Not bad." Villas like the Champs-Élysées were originally used as temporary residences for vacations after luxurious decoration. But when she came in, she found that the Champs-Élysées had always been decorated like an European-style castle, which was elegant and luxurious. She felt resentful when thinking that Song Yunjia hid in such a great place. What right did Song Yunjia have to live here? She was just a paramour. Since Xiaotianzi had not returned yet, Song Yunjia couldn't be bothered to play act with Gu Changge in front of the servants. Gu Changge also knew that Song Yunjia felt the same way. Although Gu Changge promised to Xiaotianzi that she would try to get along with Song Yunjia, it was nothing more than part of the show. She didn't want to see Song Yunjia at all. She wanted Song Yunjia to be as far as possible. Following the instruction of Song Yunjia, the servants of the Champs-Élysées only bowed to Song Yunjia when she arrived here, and then they all set about their business. Gu Changge had known that Song Yunjia would do this to her, so she brought Shuang along with her when she set off from the Xiao family. Shuang entered and put the chicken soup on the table. She noticed no one in the Champs-Élysées prepared a drink for Gu Changge. "Miss Gu, I'll go to the kitchen to bring you something to drink." Her words made Gu Changge frown slightly. Shuang told from Gu Changge's facial expression that she didn't need to drink anything right now. It was true. After frowning, Gu Changge said, "We are guests. Song Yunjia is the master, and now the host didn't prepare drinks for us. How can we go to the kitchen without permission?" Shuang nodded obediently. Yes, Miss Gu. After nodding, she was still worried. Miss Gu, if you are thirsty, you must tell me. I will go and bring you some water. No, I am good. Gu Changge didn't pay attention to Shuang, but turned her head slightly to check out the furnishings in the living room. Song Yunjia was arranging flowers in a room on the second floor. A maid had told her that Gu Changge was here, so after finishing the arrangement, she went downstairs to the living room for Song Yunjia. Seeing Gu Changge looking up and down the decoration, Song Yunjia laughed. Changge, good place, huh? She was taking a lukewarm attitude. However, there was a strong sense of showing off in her tone when it came to this place. The decoration of the Champs-Élysées was slightly modified by a famous designer invited by Gu Changge before. Now it had this current appearance. The first floor was an American pastoral decoration design. The second floor also adapted this simple and casual style. It was Gu Changge's favorite decoration style. Gu Changge talked about the decoration of the Champs-Élysées with her before. Thinking of it now, Gu Changge knew that she could make the most appropriate counterattack right at this time. It is pretty good. After all, Gu Changge got a great taste. Her words were full of satire and contempt for Song Yunjia. Song Yunjia bit her back teeth and understood what Gu Changge meant. Gu Changge was obviously laughing at her that she was still under the shadow of Gu Changge. Moreover, Gu Changge mocked Song Yunjia that even if Xiao Tianze liked her and put her here, he did not defer to her to revise the decoration. After that, Gu Changge seemed to feel that wasn't enough. She continued, speaking of it, Tianze has never bothered to change what Gu Changge left. Although this villa is very well decorated with all these designer furniture, Tianze doesn't like this place very much. She didn't want to stop, her eyes stopping on Song Yunjia's stiff face for a second, and then she kept going. You don't happen to enjoy the same style of decoration as Gu Changge did, do you, Yunjia? Song Yunjia did not say a word, and her fist was quietly clenched, stopping going downstairs from the second floor. Gu Changge's question gave Song Yunjia a dilemma. If she had said yes, Gu Changge would have said that she was deliberately imitating Gu Changge. And if she had denied it, Gu Changge would have certainly asked her why she did not renovate. By then it would become ugly either way. Now she depended on Xiao Tianze for living. Although she was getting along with Xiao Tianze well, if she had suddenly come up with the whole renovation idea to him, it would have been too much. She pursed her lips and did not answer immediately. Gu Changge found Song Yunjia provided no answer. She sighed and said, Yunjia, if you don't like it, you should tell Tianze. You know he is not difficult. And it appears that he likes you so much. He will do as you say if you ask him. Song Yunjia felt every word from Gu Changge gave her a headache. However, she couldn't show anger on her face. She could only bend her lips and continue to go downstairs. I am not like you. You are with Tianze all day. You have a lot of time. You can just say whatever you want to say to him. But I don't have such an opportunity. Tianze is always busy. Generally, when he comes over, it is often quite late and he would go to sleep. When he wakes up, he doesn't remember what I say. What she said was like an iron fist in a velvet glove, which made Gu Changge pretty uncomfortable. What did it mean that it's quite late when he came over? And that he would go to sleep? She was clearly showing off to her that Xiao Tianze stayed here at night these days. On hearing of this, Gu Changge felt madly jealous. She should have asked Tianze earlier to get Song Yunjia married to someone. If Tianze had succeeded in urging Song Yunjia to marry someone earlier, probably she wouldn't have tried to steal Tianze, and everything had happened today wouldn't have happened. However, a step behind, every step behind. Now the situation had become what Gu Changge wanted the least. Song Yunjia gave her such a blow. Gu Changge certainly refused to show her weakness. She smiled and replied, Right, Tianze is often with me. Speaking of it, once I told Tianze that I didn't like the big swimming pool of the Xiao family. I was just thinking it out loud. You'll never guess the next day, Tianze filled that swimming pool. Oops, I was really shocked at that time. I didn't expect he would fill Gu Changge's swimming pool for me. Gu Changge stopped speaking. There still were surprise and exclamation left in her tone. But her look in her eyes appeared complacent. Xiao Tianze could do this for her. What about you, Song Yunjia? You thought you had a place in Xiao Tianze's heart. But think about it. Think about it very carefully. What had Xiao Tianzi done for you? As expected, Song Yunjia straightened her lips and said nothing after that. Gu Changge watched her unwilling and angry look. Song Yunjia felt painfully upset. She simply wanted to ask the servants to drive this woman out of the Champs-Élysées at once. Her fingers were placed on the stair railing. Her eyes narrowed slightly because of extreme anger. She couldn't help but increase the strength of her hands and grab the handrail of the stairs tightly. Seeing the small movement of Song Yunjia's fingers, Gu Changge smiled and took her triumphant gaze away. She put her hand on her belly and floppily spoke. Although it's almost time for lunch, this baby inside is still restless. He's so naughty. What Gu Changge said was just harsh. Song Yunjia's fingers were loosened and clenched on the stairs repeatedly. After a few repetitions, she finally removed her hands from the stairs handrail. Seeing that Song Yunjia had not come down the stairs, Gu Changge asked her, "Yunjia, did you call Tianzi to come back early?" Song Yunjia didn't get any fun in this conversation. She wasn't in the mood to answer Gu Changge's question. It was the maid who received Song Yunjia's signals who answered, "Miss Gu, I have already called Mr. Xiao. He is now in the company. It won't be long before he gets here." Gu Changge got the answer leaning back slightly on the couch. "Tianzi is busy. It is normal to be late. Since I have arrived, we can have dinner after he's back." Song Yunjia knew what to do even if Gu Changge didn't say so. Gu Changge closed her eyes slowly and spoke to Shuang. "Shuang, I am a little tired. I will take a nap for a little while on the sofa. You can leave me alone." "Okay, Miss Song. I'll get you a thin blanket in the car, just in case you feel cold when you fall asleep." As soon as Song Yunjia heard what Gu Changge's maid said, she became furious right away. However, she wasn't able to argue, so she rushed back to her bedroom on the second floor. In fact, Gu Changge suffered severe fatigue. Since being pregnant, this kind of fatigue had been increasingly serious. She had always been weak. Since getting pregnant, her body had been even more tired. She got used to taking a nap after lunch, because if she hadn't napped for a while at noon, she would have felt very tired the entire afternoon. Returning to the bedroom, Song Yunjia felt that her anger was yet to dispel. She originally planned to humiliate Gu Changge when she arrived. Unexpectedly, Gu Changge embarrassed her in the Champs-Élysées. She felt extremely disgusted with Gu Changge. She sat in front of the dresser in the room. Looking at herself in the mirror, she believed both her appearance and temperament were better than Gu Changge. But Gu Changge was Xiao Tianzi's favorite. She wasn't. As his new love, she had no bargaining chips to gamble with Gu Changge. Holding the comb in her hand, she combed her long hair in front of the mirror, wanting to calm down as soon as possible. Since now Gu Changge had come over, Song Yunjia had to show that she was friendly with Gu Changge when Xiao Tianzi got here tonight. Gu Changge also intended to do so. Because someone had called Xiao Tianzi, Gu Changge knew what time Xiao Tianzi would come. Hearing footsteps at the door, Gu Changge opened her eyes. She recognized it was Xiao Tianzi, but she did not walk up to hug and kiss him. Instead, covered by a thin blanket on the couch, she kept her eyes closed, pretending to have fallen asleep. Xiao Tianzi saw a woman lying on the sofa in the living room as soon as he entered. He was still thinking about who the woman was. However, it occurred to him that Gu Changge would come and have dinner with them this afternoon. There would be no one else since Gu Changge would come. Xiao Tianzi frowned and handed the briefcase in his hand to the servant who came to pick it up. Then he walked towards Gu Changge. Gu Changge was lying on the sofa, breathing smoothly and looking tired. Looking at her, Xiao Tianzi couldn't help reaching out and touching her cheek gently, for he had not seen her sleeping appearance like this for a long time. Gu Changge seemed to be a light sleeper. After the cheek was touched, she was shocked and frowned slightly. After blinking eyes, she woke up slowly. Xiao Tianzi didn't take his hand back until he saw her wake up. "Tianzi." She sat up from the sofa when she saw Xiao Tianzi was beside her. She was somewhat happy. "When did you come back? How was your work today?" On the face, there was no longer anger resulted from the quarrel with him yesterday. Instead, there were great concerns. She stretched out her hand, helped him unfasten his tie gently, let him sit on the sofa where she was sitting, and apologized to him. I was wrong yesterday and I shouldn't have quarreled with you. I thought you were in the study, so I came to apologize to you, but after that I found that you weren't there. There was no complaint in her words, but it could make people feel her grievance. Xiao Tianze looked at her gentle appearance and felt a slight movement in his heart. He used to go to the study to calm down after quarreling with her, and then he would take the initiative to apologize to her after his anger was gone. But this time, instead of looking for her or apologizing to her, he came directly to Song Yunjia. He was somewhat guilty in mind. After untied his tie, Gu Changge reminded him, "You must be tired today. Hurry up and take a bath. Then come down to have a meal. Yunjia is in the bedroom. Where is the servant? I want to ask her to run a bath for you." Song Yunjia had already told the servants in the villa not to worry about Gu Changge. After she went into the bedroom to rest, there was not even a servant in the living room. If Gu Changge had not expected it and brought Shuang from home, she would have been successfully embarrassed by Song Yunjia after coming to the Champs-Élysées this time. Seeing that there was not a servant in the living room, Gu Changge got up from the sofa and walked forward. "I'll run a bath for you." She had taken 2 steps before she remembered something. She turned back and asked Xiao Tianze, "I don't come here often. Tianze, where is the bathroom?" Xiao Tianze looked at the tea table. He found that the tea table beside him was clean, even without a cup of plain boiled water. A sullen look showed in his eyes. He stood up and said, "You needn't worry about the bathwater. I'll take a bath and come out. Don't you want me to run it for you?" Gu Changge was still not at ease, but Xiao Tianze smiled slightly and told her, "You sit here for a while, and we will go back after dinner." Hearing this sentence, Gu Changge showed a twinkle in her eyes. She nodded vigorously and was very happy. Xiao Tianze turned around and went upstairs, with dissatisfaction rising from the bottom of his heart for Song Yunjia. In the living room, Gu Changge, however, slightly relaxed her eyebrows and gave a twitch at corners of her mouth after Xiao Tianze left. She didn't know if she should say Song Yunjia was stupid. She had already made a friendly gesture with Song Yunjia, but Song Yunjia still embarrassed her on such small details. Gu Changge was not welcome since she came here. She didn't care at all even if no servant came to greet her. Anyway, it was good to her. She just wanted to let Xiao Tianze know how Song Yunjia responded to her amity. Now that Xiao Tianze had seen it, would he have more or less negative feelings towards Song Yunjia? She waited in the living room at ease for Xiao Tianze to come out of the bath. Originally, Xiao Tianze bathed in the bathroom connected to Song Yunjia's bedroom in the Champs-Élysées several times, but this time he chose a separate bathroom. It was only after he had taken a bath did Song Yunjia know that he had come back. She hurriedly came out of the bedroom to find him. Seeing that he had taken a bath and changed his clothes, she felt a little strange. "Have you finished bathing?" He used to always bathe in the bathroom in her bedroom. Why did he bathe in another bathroom this time? Although Xiao Tianze was dissatisfied with her in his heart, he did not show any anger on the face. He just said lightly, "I heard you were resting in the bedroom, so I went to take a bath in another bathroom because I didn't want to disturb you." Hearing what he said, Song Yunjia followed his words and continued, "I slept for a while because sometimes I still felt sick after staying in the snow last time, and I felt sick this afternoon." After saying that, she smiled. Xiao Tianze told her, "If you feel bad all the time, go to the hospital. Well, by the way, the dinner is already prepared, and since you have taken a bath, let's go to dinner." Xiao Tianze did not refuse. Seeing that he did not refuse, Song Yunjia stepped forward and took his arm affectionately. Xiao Tianze felt that she took his arm. After bowing his head slightly, he saw her hand wrapped around his arm, slightly raising his eyebrows. But Song Yunjia did not notice this detail. Xiao Tianze raised his hand and gently pushed her hand. At this time, Song Yunjia discovered something was wrong. She turned to look at him curiously. "What's wrong? Go to dinner." Xiao Tianze did not explain to her but went directly downstairs. Song Yunjia could not get an explanation from Xiao Tianze. After he left, She slightly twisted her eyebrows and wondered why his attitude suddenly changed. While Gu Changge saw that Xiao Tianze and Song Yunjia did not come down together, she already knew that there had been a small contradiction between the two. When Gu Changge saw Xiao Tianze coming down the stairs, she greeted him, took him by the arm, and led him to the restaurant. "Let's go. I can smell the fragrance of the dinner in the dining room. Yunjia has prepared a delicious dinner." Song Yunjia saw Gu Changge's arm holding Xiao Tianze from behind, and felt that all herself was going to explode. After calming down, she followed up. "Tianze, I know you don't like meat dishes very much, so I let the kitchen prepare vegetarian ones." At this point, Xiao Tianze and Gu Changge opened the door of the restaurant gently. There were a dozen dishes, besides fruit platters and even dessert, on the long table of the Champselicia's dining room. The long table was set through the dining room, with silver candlesticks in the middle and at both ends. The servant was lighting the candle on the candlestick. Seeing that Xiao Tianze and Gu Changge came in, the servant stopped her movements and greeted him politely. "Mr. Xiao." Xiao Tianze nodded, expecting servants to greet Gu Changge next, but the two ones in the kitchen all greeted Song Yunjia. Xiao Tianze had already displeasure in his eyes. After taking his seat, he let servants go out first. Looking around, the dishes on the table were indeed very rich. However, all these rich dishes made Gu Changge wrinkle her eyebrows. Seeing this, Xiao Tianze asked, "Are these your favorite dishes?" The expression on Gu Changge's face was somewhat embarrassed, but it only lasted for a moment and immediately faded away. Instead, she turned to Xiao Tianze and smiled. "These dishes were elaborately prepared by Yunjia. How could I not like them?" Gu Changge said, looking at Song Yunjia, and she said with the focus on the word elaborately, as if to point out something. Song Yunjia could hear the meaning of Gu Changge's words. She just didn't think that Gu Changge didn't say anything else after seeing the dishes she didn't like on the table. Instead, she picked up her chopsticks and said, "Since dinner is so rich, I'll start first." Judging from the long table, they were indeed very rich dishes, and they were all carefully chosen and did not cater to the taste of Gu Changge. What else could it be but deliberate at such a degree? Xiao Tianze did not stop Gu Changge when he saw her stretching chopsticks into the plate. He just looked at Gu Changge and wanted to see which dish she could hold with her chopsticks. As a result, Gu Changge held out her chopsticks and paused on several nearby dishes before hesitating to nip a mushroom on one plate. Xiao Tianze asked her, "Do you like mushrooms recently? Just change my taste." After saying that, she ate the mushroom. However, she did not like mushrooms all the time. She wanted to vomit at the moment when the mushroom was eaten. Her eyesight stopped slightly on Song Yunjia's somewhat annoyed face. It was found that Song Yunjia was also seeing her with rapt attention. Good. Song Yunjia must want to see what kind of reaction she would have after eating the food she didn't like. She must also be very nervous about her reaction after eating the mushroom. If she had vomited it out on the spot, it would have definitely spoiled Xiao Tianze's mood. If she had swallowed it, Song Yunjia would have been happy to see her embarrassment. After thinking, she endured and swallowed the mushroom. Then she turned to Xiao Tianze and smiled. The servants at Yunjia's villa had good cooking skills, and the food tastes delicious. Xiao Tianze had never touched the chopsticks at hand. When he saw her swallow the mushroom and praised the servants of the Champselicia for their good cooking, at last, Xiao Tianze could not help but raise his hand, grabbed the chopsticks in Gu Changge's hand, and threw them at the table. Then he took Gu Changge to his feet and said, "Let's go home." Originally, Song Yunjia was very proud, but after seeing such a move by Xiao Tianze, she immediately lost her mind. Gu Changge held Xiao Tianze's hand and said worriedly, "How do you want to leave at dinner?" Xiao Tianze turned to look at the dishes on the table. "None of these dishes are your favorite. Why are you still leaving here?" Gu Changge could not say a word, but she gave Song Yunjia a sympathetic look and spoke for her. "Yunjia must do this for not knowing my taste. She succeeds." Xiao Tianze took a deep look at Song Yunjia and turned to take Gu Changge towards the door. Although Gu Changge said something to prevent him from leaving, when leaving she gave Song Yunjia a sinister smile. This dinner was just a small warning to Song Yunjia. Song Yunjia was jealous for a moment after watching Xiao Tianzi take Gu Changge away. Then she clenched her fists tightly. The servant Wenwen watched Song Yunjia's face became cold. Then, the servant quietly backed away and left the room. The rose garden. Song Yunxian had finished washing. Miao Miao, next to Song Yunxian, also had washed and become sweet-smelling. Wearing pink pajamas, she was playing her super dophile doll. It was an expensive doll. Chu Machen gave her as a present when they came back home. Before, Chu Machen hadn't known what kind of gift this little girl would like. Miao Miao was born in the Gu family, and she shouldn't lack beautiful clothes, jewelry, and toys. However, Gu Changge didn't have much time to take care of her after Gu Changge's death. Gu Changge had never thought of giving Miao Miao a gift to make her happy even in festivals. Now Chu Machen gave her a present. He was the second to give her a gift after Song Yunxian. The present was a girl doll with beautiful light purple eyes and long maroon curly hair. The toy wore a princess dress worth several thousand yuan. It was an ancient European noble-style dress, delicately made, whose every detail was perfect. From the quality of the doll to the clothes showed Chu Machen's deliberation when he was picking the gift. Song Yunxian had planned to see the doll's clothes with Miao Miao after washing. However, when she was about to go, she heard someone knock gently on the door. She opened the door. The housekeeper was holding a wireless phone outside. "Miss Song, it is from there. It was said they would have dinner together tonight." She bent her lips, took the phone and leaned against the door frame. She listened leisurely. What happened there? Incidents could happen even during dinner. How interesting they were. There came a female voice which appeared very clear in the earpiece. Song Yunjia asked me to make dishes that Gu Changge didn't like to eat. And Xiao Tianzi took Gu Changge away after seeing the dishes. Song Yunxian sighed slightly and evilly bent her lips. Is this all she can do? She had sent a spy to the Champs-Élysées, so she could know Song Yunjia's every movement. She had already known that Gu Changge would go there for dinner tonight, and believed that something interesting would happen since the three of them got together for dinner. As expected, Song Yunjia and Gu Changge had a competition over the table. It seemed that my elder sister lost the competition. "Miss Song, what can I do for you?" Song Yunjia's voice was gentle. "Just stay in the Champs-Élysées. Do your job as usual." "Okay, Miss Song." After hanging up the phone, she thought for a while with the wireless telephone in her hand. Then she handed it to the housekeeper. The housekeeper took the wireless phone and made sure that Song Yunxian had no other orders before she left with the wireless telephone. Song Yunxian closed the door. Miao Miao's voice came from behind. "Sister Yunxian, come here. Does the princess's dress look good?" Song Yunxian turned around and looked at Miao Miao's smiling face tenderly. Then she saw the doll in Miao Miao's hand. The doll wore a long blue dress with small embroidery on it, beautiful and delicate. Miao Miao has good taste. The little prince's dress looks perfect. Hearing Song Yunxuan's words, Miao Miao laughed contentedly. "Sister, come over and play with me." Miao Miao reached out her hand to Song Yunxian. Seeing that, Song Yunxian bent her lips and walked towards Miao Miao. This night was destined to be a sleepless night for Song Yunjia. The dinner should have been an excellent opportunity for Gu Changge to see her status clearly. However, Song Yunjia's plan had failed now. Xiao Tianzi left with Gu Changge. She had thought that she could persuade Xiao Tianzi to stay after dinner and show off to Gu Changge. The result turned out to be so much different from what she had imagined. She began to replan how she could save her image in Xiao Tianzi's heart. Everything went on smoothly on Song Yunxuan's side. She had already started to deal with the procedures of going abroad for Miao Miao and Gu Yi. After everything was handled quickly in the WS, Song Yunxian got the children's tickets to the WS. The night before the children's departure, she took Gu Yi and Miao Miao to a Japanese restaurant for dinner. Song Yunxian had prepared, so when they entered the restaurant, Miao Miao felt strange and asked her, "Why are there no people in the restaurant?" Gu Yi turned to look around. Holding Gu Yi in her left hand and Miao Miao in her right hand, Song Yunxian smiled and replied, "Because I knew our beautiful Miao Miao was coming to eat. I have chartered the whole restaurant. Meow Meow's eyes lighted up. Even Gu, who had never had any expression, looked at Song Yunxian thoughtfully at this time. Gu always thought more than Meow Meow. They sat on the tatami in the restaurant. When Meow Meow was distracted, Gu whispered to Song Yunxian, "Do you have any plans recently?" Song Yunxian turned to look at him confusedly. She didn't understand why the reticent child asked this. Gu stared at her face, wanting to see the emotion from her face and eyes. Song Yunxian thought for a moment and asked, "Which plan are you referring to?" She was the leader of the Song enterprise. She was weaving a net of revenge secretly. She made a lot of plans every day. Gu needed to point out the plan clearly, and then she could explain. The plan about Meow Meow and me. Hearing his solemn words, Song Yunxian couldn't help but gently smile. "Are you guessing my plans all the time? My sister and I live in your house, but we have no relationship with you. Naturally, I pay close attention to you." Song Yunxian heard this explanation and felt he was a little cute. She reached out and rubbed Gui's hair gently. Usually, Gui would choose to avoid it, but he didn't expect this time when Song Yunxian reached over. So he had to accept it. Song Yunxian always thought that Gu was adorable. He knew everything clearly in his heart. However, he didn't say anything and hid them in his heart. He didn't say them not because he didn't care about them, but because no one would help him even he said them out. As a result, he became reticent gradually. Song Yunxian opened the menu. Seeing that Meow Meow was also flipping the menu page by page, Song Yunxian asked, "What do you want?" "Sakura sushi." "Anything else?" "Salmon sashimi." "What else?" "Eel rice ball." Meow Meow seemed to be familiar with the dishes here. When Song Yunxian asked her what she wanted to eat, she answered smoothly. And these were all dishes with a good reputation in this Japanese restaurant. "Just order what you want." A young girl wearing a traditional Japanese kimono sat on her knees smilingly. She opened the paper door of the box. Then she came in and asked if they wanted to order. Song Yunxian showed her the names of the dishes and turned to ask Gu, "What do you want to eat?" "Same as Meow Meow's." "Okay." "All dishes are double." The waitress nodded to show her understanding before left with one of the menus. Meow Meow felt a little bored. After observing the decoration of the box, she asked Song Yunxian, "Why didn't Uncle come this time?" "Do you mean Uncle Chu?" she asked her. Meow Meow nodded naturally. "Of course I mean Uncle Chu. Sister Yunxian, haven't you been with Uncle Chu all the time?" Song Yunxian rubbed Meow Meow's hair with her fingers and said, "Uncle Chu has important business affairs today, so he couldn't be with you." "What important business? When will it be done?" "That's Uncle Chu's secret and I didn't ask." Song Yunxian wanted to fool the children in front of her. Now this child had a much better relationship with Chu Machin. She even thought about Chu Machin at dinner time. Song Yunxian was a little jealous. "Sister Yunxian, please call Uncle Chu and ask if he could come. If he can, we can eat with him." Song Yunxian thought for a while, and then Chu Machin's eating habits appeared in her mind. Chu Machin had never been a person who liked to eat Japanese cuisine. She believed he would definitely refuse the invitation to eat in a sushi restaurant. Song Yunxian did not call immediately. Meow Meow couldn't help but reach over and gently tug at her clothes. Song Yunxian felt the tug and see Meow Meow's begging. She became soft-hearted and took out her phone to call Chu Machin. After several ringing sounds, Chu Machin answered the phone and coughed. Song Yunxian asked, "What are you doing? What's the matter?" The two asked questions at the same time, and then fell silent at the same time. Then Chu Machin asked again, "What's the matter?" "Nothing serious. Just a small question." "Say it." His euphonic voice came from the end of the phone. Song Yunxian then said, "Meow Meow and I are now in Nakata restaurant. Would you like to come?" "Are you inviting me?" Song Yunxian turned to look at Meow Meow before saying, "Not me. Meow Meow likes the gift you gave. So let me invite you to have a meal together." "Wait a while." Song Yunxian was curious. "Where are you?" "In the meeting room." He said that distinctly. However, Song Yunxian paused a little before speaking. You don't have to come over if you are busy. Meow Meow is stubborn and willful, begging me to invite you. She always couldn't refuse Meow Meow's begging. However, she didn't think Chu Machin had to come. Before she could get Chu Machin's answer, she found an excuse for him. If you are busy, you don't have. I will come. His sentence interrupted what Song Yunxian was going to say. The last time Chu Machin entered her bathroom, Song Yunxian found that he treated her more gently and softly. He was not as stubborn as before. She felt a little strange but didn't think deeply. Now she rethought about this but still couldn't find the answer immediately. Chu Machin liked Gu Changge and liked her. He liked the small similarity between her and Gu Changge. He had wanted to prison her, stopping her from going higher before. Now, he seemed to consider her thoughts and positions in everything. Why? Is it just because she was carrying his baby? However, this was a deception. It was just a deception that made Chu Machin believe her temporarily and didn't disturb her. Thinking about this, she sighed slightly. Soon after they ordered, the waitress served in the Japanese restaurant. Salmon sashimi was beautifully placed on the plate, surrounded by decorative vegetables, looking delicious. Meow Meow picked up the sashimi with chopsticks. Next to her, Gui also began to eat at the table. Seeing the two kids enjoy their meal, she started to take care of them, pouring drinks for them. After eating a piece of the sashimi, Meow Meow thought of Chu Machin and turned to ask Song Yunxian, "When will Uncle Chu come?" "He will come after finishing his work. I want to wait for him." "Good girl. We can eat first. We will order other delicious food if Machin comes." Hearing what she said, Meow Meow nodded. They were happy and cheerful in this Japanese restaurant. Tension had been full of the Champs-Élysées for days. The spy in the Champs-Élysées called Song Yunxian when she was eating. The spy said that Song Yunjia had been very irritable recently. Song Yunjia went to visit Xiao Tianzi several times. However, Xiao Tianzi refused to meet her. Hearing that, Song Yunxian smiled and left the table. She signaled Meow Meow and Gui to continue eating, and that she was going to deal with this call. She went to sit on the tatami next to the paper door and said, "My elder sister is always impatient. She shouldn't have urgently done this kind of thing. What should she do in Miss Song's opinion? Find an opportunity to suggest to my elder sister, who is not willing to yield, that it is not useful to meet Xiao Tianzi now. She should ask Gu Changge for help if she wants to improve her present situation." Hearing Song Yunchuan's words, the person over the phone suddenly realized, "Miss Song, you are resourceful. Go ahead. Tell me when there is news." After hanging up the phone, she remained silent for some time at the door. Then she called Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui seemed to be about to call her. After picking up the phone, Xiao Shui immediately said, "I was about to call you. What's up? The last time when Gu Changge talked with Jiang Minjing in the room, she drove me out. Before I left, I put a recording pen in her room." Song Yunxian frowned slightly. "It's been a long time. Why do you tell me so late?" There was a trace of incomprehension in her voice. Xiao Shui also felt sorry. "I accidentally sprinkled water when I took the recorder back, and the audio file inside was garbled. I just found someone to fix it." "What did they say?" "Gu Changge is going to lose her baby." Song Yunxian was not surprised when hearing this. After the operation, Gu Changge's body was not suitable for having a baby. The baby stayed in her belly for several months, with which Gu Changge should be content. God at least let her feel the feeling of being a mother. "I'll send the audio to you." "Okowo." Song Yunxian received the audio file 2 minutes after the end of the call. She turned down the volume of the phone, and then stuck the phone to her ear to listen to the audio context. As she listened, there was a slight satire appearing on her face. It is as expected. Gu Changge's action was almost what she expected. After learning that she couldn't keep the child in her stomach any long, Gu Changge chose to do so. Song Yunxian thought about the recording and the conversation with the spy in the Champs-Élysées. She felt that the plan was going very smoothly. It was probable that Song Yunjia was about to lose in this women's battle soon. She can't do anything about it. Gu Changge was not a person to be taken advantage of with ease. The paper door next to her was pushed open. Chu Machen appeared in front of her. He seems to hear what she just said, looking at her and asking, "What is as expected? Trivial matters." She skated over it. Then she stood up and took Chu Machen's hand. "Since you are here, eat with us. The salmon sashimi tastes good." She pulled Chu Machen to the front of the table and showed him the dishes on the table. She picked up a piece of sashimi and delivered it to his mouth. "Have a try." Seeing her tender smile, Chu Machen opened his thin lips and ate the sashimi. Gui was a little embarrassed. However, looking at Song Yunxian and Chu Machen, Miao Miao asked innocently, "Are Sister Yunxian and Uncle Chu husband and wife?" "Yes." Chu Machen hadn't spoken yet. Song Yunxian admitted it with no bother. Chu Machen was startled a little and turned to look at Song Yunxian confusedly. "I thought you would not admit it. I am 19 years old this year." Hearing her saying her age, Chu Machen said with a smile, "Well, it's time for a wedding." As soon as the topic went to the wedding ceremony, Song Yunxian immediately changed it. "Miao Miao, have a look at the menu. Do you want to add anything delicious? I have finished my sakura sushi. Would you like some sushi and other flavors?" "Yes." To avoid Chu Machen's previous topic, Song Yunxian walked towards Miao Miao and held her quietly, looking at the menu together. Chu Machen had planned to discuss the wedding with her. Seeing what she had done, he also knew that she was deliberately avoiding this topic. So he didn't continue to talk. Anyway, he had time to discuss marriage with her. It was inappropriate now since the two kids were here. The dinner went on smoothly and cheerfully, but Gui felt a little strange. Song Yunxian and Chu Machen were a couple, but she was avoiding sitting with Chu Machen. She had been holding and talking to Miao Miao. Gui didn't know which topic Song Yunxian was avoiding. Although Gui was puzzled, he didn't think deeply, nor did he mean to know. After Gui and Miao Miao were full, Chu Machen proposed to send two children back to have a good rest. After all, these two children would go to the WS across the ocean tomorrow. They would be exhausted after such a long journey. It was better to home and rest early. Song Yunxian did not object. On the way home, Song Yunxian exhorted Miao Miao and Gui in the car. "Study hard and be obedient to nannies, okay?" Gui did not speak and looked out the window as if he was not listening to Song Yunxian at all. Song Yunxian knew her little son's temperament and character, and she didn't worry about him. Although the child seemed to listen to nothing, he had put what she had said in his mind. Miao Miao always had more problems. After hearing that she was going to the WS, she looked like she was going to cry. "Why do you send me away? I have always been well behaved." Seeing her little girl was about to cry, Song Yunxian felt sorry. She raised her hand to rub Miao Miao's hair and explained, "Because the WS is safer. Many bad guys in Yuncheng want to hurt you and your brother now. I can stay at home without going anywhere. But I want Miao Miao to study, to see the outside world, and to play with other children. Do you like playing with other children?" Song Yunxian looked at Miao Miao. It was apparent that Miao Miao was torn by conflicting thoughts. She liked to play with other children, but she didn't want to leave Song Yunxian. She frowned and thought over there. Song Yunxian picked Miao Miao up and let her sit on her lap. "Well, good girl, I won't let you stay abroad for too long. When everything here settles down, I'll bring you back." Miao Miao listened to Song Yunxuan's promise. She pursed her lips and said with the grievance, "Dad said so the last time when he sent us away." The smile on Song Yunxuan's face froze slightly. Then she made a promise in front of Miao Miao. "I am totally different from your father. If I say it, I will do it." She was different from Xiao Tianzi, who was a bastard. She always kept her promise. She was unlike Xiao Tianzi, holding so many mean and dark thoughts. He even abandoned his children. Miao Miao knew that she couldn't change Song Yunxuan's decision anymore, even if she continued begging. However, she couldn't help but feel sad and embrace Song Yunxuan's neck, crying at her. The child's body was soft. Because they were about to part, the crying body was shaking. Song Yunxian felt distress but wouldn't change her mind. Miao Miao's eyes were red from crying. Song Yunxian took her back to the room and comforted her for a while to calm her down. She stayed in Miao Miao's room and watched Miao Miao fall asleep. Then, she returned to her bedroom to prepare her next day's outfit. Chu Machun hadn't left yet. He was waiting for her in her bedroom. Seeing her entering the bedroom and walking directly to the closet, Chu Machun asked, "Miao Miao cried so badly. Are you willing to send her to the WS?" While taking the clothes out of the closet and putting them on the bed to match, Song Yunxian talked to him. "I won't gain anything if I abandon nothing. What will you gain even if you send Miao Miao to the WS?" Chu Machun sat on the bed and looked at her. Being stared at, Song Yunxian didn't stop picking her clothes. "I can get the safety of these two children," she answered firmly. After saying that, she raised her eyes slightly and asked Chu Machun, "Do you think I am right? I thought you wanted to get something more beneficial to you." Holding a white shirt in her hand, Song Yunxian blinked her eyes after hearing Chu Machun's words and said, "Maybe I will get something more beneficial. But the safety of these two children is currently the best thing for me." Chu Machun did not raise any questions about her answer. Watching her moving around, Chu Machun asked his next question. "Why don't you want to marry me? Only if you marry me can the child in your belly be legitimate." Chu Machun's question made Song Yunxian slightly stunned. Then Song Yunxian smiled slightly and replied, "I don't think it's the right time to get married." Chu Machun took Song Yunxuan's finger, pulling her in front of him. Raising his hand, Chu Machun gently pinched Song Yunxuan's chin, so that Song Yunxian couldn't escape his eyes. Chu Machun said, "What's wrong? You have been pregnant for over 4 months. Your belly is about to grow bigger." Chu Machun reached out to touch Song Yunxuan's belly. However, Song Yunxian immediately grabbed Chu Machun's wrist, a little nervous. Chu Machun saw anxiety in her eyes. He frowned slightly. "What's the matter?" "No, nothing," she replied perfunctorily. In fact, Song Yunxian was quite clear in her mind. Her belly should grow gradually after more than 4 months of pregnancy. However, Song Yunxuan's belly was still flat. It seemed that a fake show was about to be played soon, otherwise, her fake pregnancy would be revealed by herself. After all, it would not have been convincing if her belly had not been big. Others would also begin to suspect. Chu Machun raised his lips as his wrist was held. He looked at Song Yunxian with a pair of eyes that looked like deep water. Chu Machun said casually, "I thought your belly would grow up quickly. Why is it still so flat?" Song Yunxian pursed her lips. "I'm slim. Besides, some pregnant women's bellies are not big so that people can't tell." Song Yunxian hoped that her explanation could convince Chu Machun. After all, there were often reports in the entertainment industry that female celebrities' bellies were not big, even if they were 7-month pregnant. Song Yunxian thought that she probably could cover this flaw by an explanation of being too thin. Hearing this, Chu Machun nodded. "Probably." Song Yunxian felt relieved as she found that Chu Machun believed it. Chu Machun removed the fingers which were holding her small chin. He pulled Song Yunxian into his arms, letting her sit on his lap. Song Yunxian lowered her eyes. She reminded Chu Machun, "I haven't had my clothes picked yet. Let me hold you for a while. I want to hold you right now." Song Yunxian did not resist or struggle. She let him hold herself. Song Yunxian hadn't done anything intimate with Chu Machun for a long time. The most peculiar thing was that Chu Machun did not have the habit of going to places like nightclubs. Chu Machun held Song Yunxuan's waist with one hand and held Song Yunxuan's right hand with the other hand. His fingers slightly touched Song Yunxuan's ring finger. Then Chu Machun discovered that Song Yunxian didn't have the ring he gave her on her right ring finger. "Why don't you wear the ring?" "Because I went out today and I was afraid to lose it. I put the ring in the drawer at the head of the bed," she explained. Actually, Song Yunxian hadn't worn it often since she took it off last time. The diamond on the ring was very dazzling. Song Yunxian would think of Chu Machun whenever she saw the diamond on it. Song Yunxian would be distracted as she thought of him. Then Song Yunxian touched her belly. In Song Yunxuan's heart, she had a secret expectation. She was looking forward to having a baby with Chu Machun. If Song Yunxian had given Chu Machin a baby, Song Yunxian could have thought that she had done other things on the road to revenge. However, from the beginning of her fake pregnancy, Song Yunxian was destined not to be pregnant within a short time. In addition, Chu Machin also paid attention to her health. He didn't do anything intimate with Song Yunxian after she became pregnant. Bring the ring over. Chu Machin let her go. Being ordered to do so, Song Yunxian paused for a while. Then she went to open the drawer at the head of the bed and took out the delicate light gray jewelry box. The jewelry box was held by Song Yunchuan's hands. Chu Machin reached out to take the jewelry box from her. Then Chu Machin opened the jewelry box and took out the ring. Chu Machin reached out to take Song Yunchuan's right hand. He gently put the expensive diamond ring on Song Yunchuan's finger. Don't take it off if you don't do anything else. Okay, she responded. Chu Machin looked at her beautiful face under the lamp. He was touched slightly. He pulled Song Yunxian in his arms to let her sit on his laps. Chu Machin clamped Song Yunchuan's small chin. He sent his lips on hers. His affectionate kiss was with a heart-stuttering tenderness. Chu Machin held Song Yunchuan's waist with his fingers and took her into his arms. Chu Machin deepened the kiss, making Song Yunxian feel the sweetness rising from her heart. Song Yunxian felt that the clothes on her shoulders were gently pulled. However, Song Yunxian did not stop Chu Machin's movements by making the excuse of pregnancy. Instead, Song Yunxian stayed at Chu Machin's arms, quietly waiting for his next move. Her gentle performance made Chu Machin unable to stop. Chu Machin couldn't help it even though he knew that he shouldn't do it. Chu Machin didn't stop his movements until he pressed Song Yunxian on the bed, who was gasping. Song Yunxian was lying on the bed. Her hair was spread on the pillow. Her fair skin looked very beautiful, as if it was faintly reflected under the lamp. Seeing her lips that had become reddish because of kissing, hearing her quick breath when she was let go, Chu Machin felt that the blood in his body was gradually boiling. It was at this time that Song Yunxian took the initiative to reach out her hand and unbutton Chu Machin's shirt. Song Yunchuan's cheeks were flushed. Her breath had not completely slowed down. Her fingers trembling slightly, Song Yunxian unbuttoned Chu Machin's shirt accurately. Chu Machin felt that his breath became heavy. How many months are you pregnant now? Don't you know it? It's almost 5 months. Song Yunxian slightly raised her lips. She looked at Chu Machin. The doctor said that I could do it with you in 5 months. Hearing this, Chu Machin reached out to grab Song Yunchuan's wrist, which was unbuttoning his shirt. It's not the time yet. We should hold on. Can you hold it on? Song Yunxian asked him with bright eyes. Chu Machin grabbed Song Yunchuan's wrist and pressed it against the top of her head. He leaned over and kissed her neck. Then he said, I can. Song Yunchuan's eyes dimmed slightly. Chu Machin cherished Song Yunxian so much because of the child in her stomach. Chu Machin still had so much hope and expectation for this child. It was just a pity that this child was just a hoax. Even if Chu Machin could hang in there because he valued this child would never be born as he expected. Chu Machin left her and turned to sleep next to her. Song Yunxian touched the side of her neck that Chu Machin had kissed. Then she turned over. Just turning over, Song Yunxian was caught by Chu Machin, and then she was pulled into his arms to be hugged. Chu Machin whispered in Song Yunchuan's ear, You must compensate me after you give birth. The ambiguity in words made Song Yunxian feel a little warm in her heart. Song Yunxian didn't say anything. She was just considering when she could finish the plan. Bally Media had successfully signed the contract. Xiao Tianze also received news that Bally Media had signed a contract to be acquired by the Song Enterprise. The commercial daily in Yuncheng reported the news in the largest section, that Bally Media was successfully acquired. While eating breakfast, Song Yunjia saw the photos of Song Yunxian in the business newspaper when she signed the contract. She couldn't help frowning and closed the newspaper vigorously. Song Yunxian, the bitch, actually used me. Thinking about it, Song Yunjia felt that she could not stand this. She immediately called Zhao Yang, who had passed the message. Zhao Yang received the call from Song Yunjia. He was also a little helpless. Now it seems to be a trap, but it looked like a good opportunity at that time. Zhao Yang did not expect to be counted like this. Zhao Yang had nothing to say about Song Yunjia's call with a critical attitude. Uncle Zhao, Yuncheng likes playing tricks. When you watch her, you should tell whether the news is true before you tell me. Tianzi has a problem with me because of this thing. Hearing that, Zhao Yang couldn't help worrying about her. He asked, "How have you been with Tianzi recently?" "What else?" "Last night, when we were having dinner, Gu Changge came to play tricks again. Tianzi went back to the Xiao family to sleep." Song Yunjia felt upset as she talked. Xiao Tianzi had already tilted his priorities to Song Yunjia's side. However, Gu Changge took the advantage back. Song Yunjia could not accept it when she thought of this. But she had no way but to say, "Gu Changge still knows more about Tianzi than I do. Yunjia, don't be discouraged. After all, Tianzi still has feelings for you." Zhao Yang was not sure whether Song Yunjia could succeed. He only knew that the Song family would have dramatic changes once Song Yunjia succeeded. Song Yunjia didn't say much to Zhao Yang. After hanging up, she considered how to maintain the relationship with Xiao Tianzi. Gu Changge at the Xiao family also kept thinking about how to get rid of Song Yunxian completely. It was before noon that Song Yunjia called Xiao Tianzi. Xiao Tianzi hesitated for a while before he picked up the phone. "Is there a problem? It was my fault last night. I let them prepare so many dishes while I don't know Changle's taste. How about you and Changge coming over for another dinner tonight? I will apologize to her." Xiao Tianzi refused coldly. "Not necessarily, Changge is pregnant now. It is inconvenient for her to run around. It's better for her to stay at home. Besides, the people at home know her taste best." As soon as Song Yunjia said this proposal, it was ruthlessly rejected by Xiao Tianzi. Song Yunjia looked a little stiff. "If there is nothing else, I will hang up first. There will be a meeting soon." "Well, that's all." Xiao Tianzi's attitude changed quickly, which made Song Yunjia unexpected. Holding the phone in the living room, Song Yunjia was stunned. It took her a long time to recover and put back the phone with the busy signal. Wenwen was just sending a sweet soup of red dates and lotus seeds. Wenwen saw Song Yunjia holding the phone for a long time. She asked Song Yunjia with confusion, "Miss Song, what's wrong with you?" Song Yunjia did not recover until she heard Wenwen's question. Then she put the phone back. Song Yunjia had no one to confide in this temporary home. Only this servant named Wenwen made Song Yunjia have an eagerness to talk. Tianzi changed his attitude suddenly. "I don't know why." Wenwen heard Song Yunjia's words. She said, "Miss Song, you should get on well with Miss Gu. It's easy to get on well with her on the surface. Then you can go to the Xiao family now. Miss Gu will never drive you out." Song Yunjia frowned. She looked at Wenwen. "You think she won't?" Wenwen nodded. "Miss Gu will definitely not blow you out as long as Mr. Xiao is at home." Song Yunjia, of course, heard Wenwen's suggestion. When it was almost noon, Song Yunjia specially called Xiao Tianzi's company. It was an assistant in Xiao Tianzi's office who answered the phone. "Is Chairman Xiao there now?" "Chairman Xiao has gone home." "Then, I'll call his private phone." The assistant didn't figure out who was calling, while Song Yunjia had already got the news of Xiao Tianzi. Song Yunjia took a taxi to the Xiao family. The servants of the Xiao family had made trouble in the Champs-Élysées before, so they somewhat feared her. Therefore, no one stopped Song Yunjia when she entered the Xiao family. Shuang was a servant around Gu Changge, who was relatively valued by Gu Changge. Shuang had seen Song Yunjia's attitude towards Gu Changge last time she went to the Champs-Élysées. Therefore, Shuang immediately went to tell Gu Changge as she saw Song Yunjia coming. Xiao Tianzi came back to dinner at noon. He was in the dining room with Gu Changge. Shuang knocked lightly on the door. Then seeing Xiao Tianzi present, she turned her attention to Gu Changge. Gu Changge saw Shuang's eyes, and she knew that something happened. She asked her, "What's wrong?" "There is a guest." Gu Changge put some food in Xiao Tianzi's bowl with chopsticks. She asked casually, "Who is it?" "It's Miss Song Yunjia." Gu Changge paused for a while as she heard this name. Gu Changge somewhat saw Song Yunjia differently. Gu Changge didn't expect that Song Yunjia actually came here. Xiao Tianze frowned slightly. He put down the bowl and chopsticks in his hand. He somewhat lost his appetite. I'll go and see. You can go on. Gu Changge saw Xiao Tianze stand up. Then she also put down the chopsticks and stood up. Since Yunjia comes here, why don't we invite her to have lunch? I don't know what happened to her. We can talk about it while eating lunch. Gu Changge didn't express her jealousy or displeasure at all. Moreover, she immediately instructed the servant around her. Shuang, prepare a pair of tableware and add some rice in 2 dishes. Then invite Yunjia here. Shuang nodded and told the people in the kitchen. Then she went to greet Song Yunjia enthusiastically in the living room. Miss Song, Mr. Xiao, and Miss Gu are having lunch. They invite you to dinner together. Song Yunjia nodded gently and followed. Xiao Tianze did not stop Gu Changge when Gu Changge instructed the servant. Gu Changge also understood that Xiao Tianze did not object to Song Yunjia coming here. Song Yunjia was brought to the living room by Shuang in a short while. A smile appeared on Song Yunjia's face just as she saw Xiao Tianze. However, Gu Changge felt a bit ironic in her here after she saw Song Yunjia's smile. Song Yunjia was so ambitious that she came up with such a trick. If Xiao Tianze had not been at home, Gu Changge would have definitely embarrassed Song Yunjia. But now Xiao Tianze was at home, so Gu Changge could only treat Song Yunjia kindly on the surface. As soon as Song Yunjia came in, Gu Changge stood up and greeted her with a smile. I was really embarrassed yesterday. The dishes were not to my taste, so I went back first. Please never mind. Xiao Tianze brought Gu Changge back with a cold face at that time. How could Song Yunjia not care about it? I don't know that you will come here, so we have already started our lunch. You can sit down with us and help yourself. I have notified them to add some dishes, Gu Changge said and turned to ask Xiao Tianze. Tianze, I don't know what Yunjia likes to eat when I'm with her. Therefore, can you tell me what she likes to eat? Gu Changge asked Xiao Tianze. If Xiao Tianze had answered it, it would have represented that Xiao Tianze had a preference for Song Yunjia. Xiao Tianze also knew this serious situation. He said, Yunjia, what's your preference? Song Yunjia felt a little disappointed as she was asked this question, but she quickly cheered up and answered, I don't have dietary restrictions, nor do I really prefer. Then how about another steamed grouper and a dish of bamboo shoots? Okowo. Gu Changge showed the utmost kindness. It seemed that she had sincerely accepted Song Yunjia. But Song Yunjia was very annoyed to see Gu Changge's hypocritical appearance. Gu Changge just liked to do charades, and she could do it so well every time. No wonder Gu Changge hadn't found that Gu Changge and her husband had been together for many years. Xiao Tianze had the meal quietly. The 2 dishes added in the kitchen were delivered soon. It looked that Gu Changge had taken care of Song Yunjia well. Xiao Tianze had almost finished the meal. He claimed that there were some emergencies in the company and left. Gu Changge saw that Xiao Tianze was leaving. She got up from the dining table and sent Xiao Tianze out as if she had been Xiao Tianze's wife. Everyone in the family knew why Gu Changge did that. Song Yunjia just sent Xiao Tianze out the door of the dining room. She didn't follow them to the outside. When Gu Changge sent Xiao Tianze to the car, Xiao Tianze lowered the window to remind Gu Changge, don't go too far. The smile on Gu Changge's face froze immediately. Gu Changge definitely knew that Xiao Tianze was reminding her not to embarrass Song Yunjia. Although Gu Changge stiffened for a while, she quickly adjusted and nodded at him. Don't worry. I'll treat her well. Hearing this, Xiao Tianze raised the window. Gu Changge watched the car go away. Nudging her fingers, she turned to go back to the dining room. Xiao Tianze had gone away. There was no need for Song Yunjia and Gu Changge to play tricks. They went directly to the point. You don't stay in your Champselesia. Why are you here now? Gu Changge was already full. The 2 dishes specially prepared for Song Yunjia had just been served. Gu Changge tipped the servant a wink as if she deliberately made Song Yunjia awkward. Then the maid had the dining table cleaned. The servant threw the 2 dishes added for Song Yunjia directly into the trash can. Song Yunjia saw their actions. She looked awkward as if she had been slapped on her face. You came here to see Tianzi, didn't you? Gu Changge saw her awkward expression. She raised her lips, continuing. Now that you have seen him, go back quickly. I seem to accept you on the surface, but you should know your identity. Don't always come to the Shao family, nor can you come here casually. The Shao family used to be Gu Changge's. You were just under the fence. Now, without her, you feel like you are the owner of this family. You should ask outsiders. Who is Shao Tianzi's wife? Gu Changge or Gu Changge? Gu Changge's fatal weakness was that she had not been able to be with Shao Tianzi above board. Now Song Yunjia's words just reopened Gu Changge's wounds and sprinkled salt on it. Gu Changge twisted her eyebrows and looked at Song Yunjia with hatred. It's no use for you to say those. It doesn't matter whether others admit it. I don't care. What I need is Tianzi's confession. I'm very satisfied as long as Tianzi admits my position in his heart. Tianzi also admitted me. Song Yunjia was tit for tat. Gu Changge grabbed her fingers and looked at Song Yunjia. It's time for you to leave. Need I run you away? Do you have a problem with me? Yes, exactly. Gu Changge did not conceal her aversion to Song Yunjia. Song Yunjia laughed. Well, even if you don't like me, you have to be kind to me in front of Tianzi, don't you? Gu Changge felt a bit painful in her belly after being annoyed by Song Yunjia. Gu Changge reached out her hand to cover her belly gently. Song Yunjia saw her movement and laughed. You know your health status best. You can't have this baby. It's better for you to go to the hospital for an induction surgery early, or you may die for it. Of course, Gu Changge knew that Song Yunjia was irritating her on purpose. Though Gu Changge was angry, she also knew that Song Yunjia's words were true. Gu Changge clenched her fingers so tightly that her nails were pinched into her flesh because of this fact. Song Yunjia finished and got up. I'm a doctor. I know a little about your physical condition. Now I'm telling you to induce labor early, which is also for your own good. I hope you can hear my advice. Gu Changge pursed her lips tightly. Song Yunjia sneered. Thank you for your hospitality for this lunch. I will go first. You should think about it yourself. Song Yunjia walked out of the dining room after she said that. Seeing Song Yunjia's back, Gu Changge found that her belly was getting more painful. Shuang saw that Gu Changge's face was not good. She hurried over and asked Gu Changge nervously. Miss Gu, what's the matter with you? Call Dr. Jiang. Gu Changge took a breath in pain. Quickly. Call Dr. Jiang. Shuang immediately called Dr. Jiang as she heard Gu Changge's instructions. However, Gu Changge stretched out her hand to grab Shuang's clothes when Shuang was going out. Being caught, Shuang looked back at Gu Changge in doubt. Miss Gu, what else do you want me to do? Don't let others know. You should do it secretly. Shuang knew that Gu Changge must have suffered a lot because Gu Changge's face looked paler. Shuang was hurried to call Dr. Jiang. Dr. Jiang rushed here from her home after she received the call from the Shao family. Seeing Gu Changge's complexion, Dr. Jiang felt chill. She immediately found an injection from the medicine box she brought to give Gu Changge an injection. It took a long time to calm Gu Changge down. Dr. Jiang saw Gu Changge's uncomfortableness. She gently whispered in Gu Changge's ear. Gu Changge frowned immediately. She drove Shuang out of the room. After Shuang went out, Zhang Minjing said, Miss Gu, you should take measures as soon as possible. This child may not be able to survive for 3 days. Gu Changge turned dreadfully pale. Gu Changge fell into silence. She felt a little upset. Seeing Gu Changge's expression, Zhang Minjing knew that Gu Changge must be reluctant. She persuaded, Miss Gu, although you are very sad right now, you still have to consider your future. These words gave Gu Changge some inspiration in her eyes. I will arrange this within 3 days. Before that, Dr. Jiang, I hope you help me keep this child as much as you can. Zhang Minjing nodded. Then Dr. Jiang took out a small medicine bottle from the medicine cabinet. This is for inducing labor. After you take it for half an hour, you will have labor pains. It will not be long before it finishes. Gu Changge reached out to get the medicine Zhang Minjing handed over. She nodded with a pale face. Thank you, Dr. Jiang. The next day, Gu and Miao Miao got up early. After having combed Miao Miao's hair by herself, Song Yunxian chose a red dress and dressed Miao Miao. It was a new dress and Miao Miao also liked bright colors. After having worn that beautiful little red dress, Miao Miao did a twirl in front of the mirror and then turned to ask Song Yunxian. This dress goes well with Christmas because they both have the colors red and white. I'll buy Miao Miao some better gifts at Christmas. Will you come and spend Christmas with me this year? Miao Miao asked her, holding her hand. Song Yunxian crouched down and looked at her gently. Of course, I'll come and accompany Miao Miao on Christmas Day. Today, she would send Gu and Miao Miao to the WS. She didn't expect the day to come. However, it was dangerous for Gu and Miao Miao to continue staying in Yuncheng. The best way was to send them away from Yuncheng. After Miao Miao had got dressed, Song Yunxian took her downstairs for breakfast. On the breakfast table was Miao Miao's favorite ham and cheese sandwich. Song Yunxian picked up the sandwich from the white porcelain plate and handed it to Miao Miao. Have a taste of it. Miao Miao opened her mouth and took a bite of the sandwich between Song Yunxuan's fingers. Then she chewed it in her mouth. Seeing Miao Miao enjoying the food, Song Yunxian felt her heart melt. Is it yummy? Yes. Miao Miao looked at Song Yunxian smilingly. I like eating everything cooked by Sister Yunxian. Song Yunxian stroked Miao Miao's hair, and her eyes were soft. Miao Miao will stay with me in the future, and I will make delicious food for Miao Miao every day. Hearing Song Yunxuan's words, Miao Miao smiled and felt very happy. She asked a family servant to take care of Miao Miao at the table during breakfast because Gu had still not come down from upstairs. So she raised and went upstairs to Gu Yi's room to check on him. Gu Yi had already got up and got washed. When Song Yunxian entered, she found that Gu Yi was fixed his collar in front of the mirror. Gu Yi was wearing a white baseball uniform this time, which was different from his daily clothes in the Shao family. He looked quite cute, vigorous, and athletic. Song Yunxian looked at him at the door and slightly curled up her lips. She couldn't help admiring his son for being far more handsome than other boys. She felt that Gu Yi would surely be an elite when he grew up. And by then, he would make a great number of women crazy about him. It was just that she had to wait a long time for the day to come. But it didn't matter because she was still alive. Though she could only live as a woman named Song Yunxian, yet it was enough. As long as she could have stayed with these two kids, she would have been satisfied. When you're ready, please come downstairs for breakfast. She spoke softly. Gu Yi noticed her voice and turned to look at her with his eyes, which were as black as ink, remaining silent. Song Yunxian knew that the child had always been used to concealing his feelings and treating her with silence, so she didn't care much about it. After having finished her words, she went downstairs. When Song Yunxian had gone downstairs, Miao Miao ran to Song Yunxian from the chair beside the table when seeing her, as Miao Miao always ate like a bird. Before I leave, can I go to the garden and have a look, Sister Yunxian? Sure. Miao Miao took Song Yunxuan's hand and spoke excitedly to her. The uncle, who was the gardener in the garden, told me that the Blue Enchantress was about to come out. Do you like Blue Enchantress? Yes. Can I take the Blue Enchantress away with me? Sure. Song Yunxian would meet Miao Miao's every requirement unconditionally. When Song Yunxian and Miao Miao arrived at the garden, they saw that the gardener was looking at a pot of budding roses. The rose stood with only one bud, slim and graceful. However, the bud was about to burst. The look, which was seemingly open while seeming closed, and the blue petals both sent forth a kind of intoxicating beauty. Looking at the flower, Miao Miao couldn't help opening her mouth in surprise. Then she pulled at Song Yunxuan's clothes with her small hand and exclaimed, Sister, the flower is so beautiful. Then it becomes Miao Miao's. As soon as she said that, the gardener cut the flower off from the branch with a pair of garden shears. Seeing that the flower was cut off, Miao Miao was slightly stunned. Then she said in a low voice, Actually, I could have taken the pot with me. If with some nutrient solution, the rose could go on living for a long time. The gardener relieved Miao Miao timely. Song Yunxian held Miao Miao's fingers and waited for the gardener to warp up the flower. After having wrapped up the flower, he put it in a beautiful rectangular case. Then the gardener presented it to Song Yunxian. Song Yunxian nodded gently. Then she crouched down, tilted the box slightly and showed it to Meow Meow. How does Meow Meow like the flower wrapped up like this? It's so beautiful. This is a departure present for you. Song Yunxian handed her the flower. Meow Meow reached for the flower. Obviously, she was fascinated by the beautiful flower. Actually, Song Yunxian felt quite sad to send Meow Meow away from Yuncheng, and worried that Meow Meow might make a scene because she would be sent away. Now she had nothing to worry about. Meow Meow's attention had been completely drawn by the blue enchantress in her hand. She felt that the attraction of this gift to Meow Meow was enough to make Meow Meow forget the unhappiness that resulted from leaving Yuncheng during the flight to the WS. She returned to the living room with Meow Meow, and Gui had already finished his breakfast. Seeing the two of them coming back, Gui rose from the table and walked to Song Yunxian asking, "Can we leave now?" "Yep." Song Yunxian turned to look at the housekeeper. The housekeeper bent his head slightly. "Miss Song, the car to the international airport is prepared." Song Yunxian nodded and took Meow Meow out, and she winked at the housekeeper at the door. The housekeeper nodded slightly to show that she understood her orders. Gui didn't notice the eye contact between Song Yunxian and the housekeeper. Only when he was about to get on the car was he called by the housekeeper. "Little Master Gu." Gui stopped. Following the housekeeper's voice, he looked back. Just at that time, he saw the housekeeper holding a box in which there was a flower in front of him. It was a purple rose. It was obviously a valuable variety. Besides, the color of the purple rose had always been his favorite color. There was some silver powder around the edge of the rose. Seeing that the flower in the box had completely drawn his attention, the housekeeper said, "It's a gift for you from Miss Song." With this, she presented the flower to Gui. Gui hesitated for a moment. Then he pressed his lips and took the flower. Song Yunxian sat in the car and smiled slightly on seeing Gui take the gift from the housekeeper through the bulletproof car window. Her guess was right. As she expected, Gui, who was cold on the surface while warm in the inside, liked the gift. The saying enduring thousands of years that no one knew a man better than his mother was really true. After having taken over the flower, Gui got on the car. The car started, and it would be leaving the rose garden for the Yuncheng International Airport. But on their way to the airport, a flash lamp suddenly blinked in the distance. It took a photo of the license plate number of the speeding car secretly. In the morning, everything was quiet in the Xiao family. Xiao Tianze was having breakfast. Gu Changge felt a little uneasy because of Jiang Minjing's words. After having noticed it, Xiao Tianze frowned gently and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Hearing his question, Gu Changge managed a smile. "Nothing." Xiao Tianze could tell that Gu Changge actually managed a smile at first glance as he had been with her for so many years. He was now having a foot in two camps. Song Yunjia had some feelings for him so that he couldn't run out on her. However, it was not appropriate for him to stay too close to her. While on the other side, Gu Changge had always been the woman he liked. Though she sometimes made trouble out of nothing from the bottom of his heart, he preferred Gu Changge a little more. "Are you not feeling well?" Xiao Tianze felt that it was time to tell Gu Changge the truth about the child. It would have been better if she could have had the induced labor operation in the near future. After all, the doctor had told him that the longer Gu Changge carried the baby, the more body burden she would have. He didn't want Gu Changge's life to be at risk because of this child. "Changge, if you are not feeling well, I'll send for a doctor to come and have a check." Gu Changge seemed to hear something from Xiao Tianze's words alertly, so she immediately refused. "No need. As my family doctor, Dr. Jiang has been focusing on my physical condition dutifully every day. You don't need to send for other doctors." Actually, Xiao Tianze was thinking that he could let a doctor come over to get Gu Changge examined, and then told her she must have an induced labor operation because she was not suitable to have the baby. But Gu Changge put his foot down through her words. In her words, the doctor she trusted most now was Jiang Minjing. She should not be listening to anyone's words except Jiang Minjing's. And it was more likely for her to suffer mood swings when hearing such things as induced labor operations. Only if Jiang Minjiang had told her the truth could Gu Changge have believed the fact and accept it calmly. But he hadn't contacted with Jiang Minjing yet. Jiang Minjing presumably didn't tell Gu Changge that she couldn't have the baby. Thinking of this, he said, "Okay, enjoy your breakfast. When you're done, I'll ask Dr. Jiang to come and get you examined."
Gu nodded. Około.
She had already prepared for it. Gu Changge felt that Xiao Tianzi was probably going to let Jiang Minjing tell her to have the induced labor operation. After having made a rapid calculation in her mind, she said, "Tianzi Yunjia now lives in the Champs-Élysées, and I think she is still mistaken in me. Can I have a talk with her when I'm available?" Xiao Tianzi's eyebrows drew together. "Can you women hit it off?" "Sure. We had a good talk at breakfast." She slightly pressed her lips and pretended to be very happy. Seeing her expression, Xiao Tianzi felt relieved and agreed. "Take care of yourself and don't stay there for too long." "Okay, I've got it. I want to ask Yunjia to go shopping together. Recently, many products of the latest models have come out. It was perfectly normal for women to go shopping together." Xiao Tianzi wasn't being oversensitive. If Gu Changge could have got along with Song Yunjia well, then it would naturally have made him feel a lot better. "Don't shop for too long." After Xiao Tianzi had finished his words, Gu Changge curled up her lips. Just at this time, Xiao Tianzi's assistant entered in a hurry and showed Xiao Tianzi a photo. Before Xiao Tianzi saw the photo, he didn't show much emotion on his face. But when he saw clearly what the picture in his assistant's hand was about, his face hardened a lot. "Where is it headed now?" "The international airport," the assistant replied. Gu Changge had no idea about what message Xiao Tianzi's assistant had delivered to him. She just saw that Xiao Tianzi immediately rose from the table as soon as he saw the photo. Then he went outside. "Changge, I have something urgent to do and I must go now." "Be careful on the way," Gu Changge gently reminded him. Xiao Tianzi left in such a hurry that Gu Changge didn't even have time to kiss him goodbye. Gu Changge didn't feel annoyed. After Xiao Tianzi had left, she immediately called the servant beside her. "Shuang." "Yes, Miss Gu. Get the car ready now. We'll go to the Champs-Élysées." Gu Changge's order was immediately conveyed by Shuang. Everyone in the Xiao family knew that they had to either follow Xiao Tianzi's orders or Gu Changge's, as the servants were quite aware that Gu Changge enjoyed a lofty position in the Xiao family. The housekeeper of the Xiao family soon prepared a car for Gu Changge. Gu Changge covered her belly with her fingers all the way. Although plans had been worked out and various solutions dealing with emergencies had been drawn up, yet Gu Changge still didn't look happy, because she was aware that the baby in her belly was going to be gone forever. When thinking of this, she still felt that she couldn't tear herself away from the baby. Shuang accompanied her in the car and carefully watched Gu Changge in fear to see if she had any mood swings all the way. Gu Changge had been quite moody recently, and her attitude towards family servants always changed within seconds. No one wanted to be scolded for no reason. Therefore, the best way to avoid being scolded was to watch Gu Changge's countenance carefully. Only in this way could they not annoy Gu Changge. Because Gu Changge was pregnant, the driver drove very carefully and didn't dare to make the car bump over the road too much all the way. It wasn't too long before they arrived at the gate of the Champs-Élysées. The car eased into the villa. The servants of the Champs-Élysées were totally unprepared. Only after they had seen Gu Changge alight from the car did they hastily go inside the villa to inform Song Yunjia that Gu Changge had arrived. Song Yunjia was quite angry because of yesterday's visit to the Xiao family, and was in a bad mood. She had no appetite while having breakfast. Just at the time when she was thinking about what to do, Gu Changge arrived unexpectedly. She frowned and moved away from the table. "What brings her here today?" Wenwen the servant said hastily. "We have no idea. But it appeared that she came to look for trouble." Hearing Wenwen's words, Song Yunjia could hardly sit still. After having cast a glance at Wenwen, she decided to wait in the living room. "I'd like to see what Gu Changge's up to today. Yesterday she was mocked quite badly when she was in the Xiao family. Now she naturally would make Gu Changge suffer during her stay in the Champs-Élysées today." Gu Changge's servants pushed open the door of the Champs-Élysées. After having entered the living room, Gu Changge saw that Song Yunjia was in the center of the living room and looking at her indifferently in pajamas. It seemed that she was deliberately waiting for her here after having got the news. Gu Changge hated her guts but wore a smile on the face. Her friendly tone made her look like a totally different person. Yunjia, have you had breakfast? Gu Changge, you're not just here to ask me this, are you? Song Yunjia was also taken aback by Gu Changge's friendly attitude. Yet Gu Changge had never been in Song Yunjia's good books. Now seeing Gu Changge's sudden change, Song Yunjia did not care for it. Gu Changge curled up her lips, walked over to her, and took her arm, seeming that she didn't sense Song Yunjia's cold shouldering through her words. I reflected upon our relationship last night. Since Xiao Tianzi likes you, then I might as well accept you. Anyway, we have been sisters for so many years. Song Yunjia was actually going to shake off her hand, but she changed her mind on seeing her slightly bulging belly the moment she lowered her eyes. She removed Gu Changge's hand from her arm and took a step back. We can't be sisters. You'd better not come to see me. If we can't be sisters, then why did you go to see me in the Xiao family yesterday? Gu Changge's words were really devious. In an instant, Song Yunjia's face clouded, and she didn't know what to say. Seeing that Song Yunjia's face clouded, Gu Changge curled up her lips and stood closer to her. You and I have been with Tianzi for so many years. In the final analysis, our conflicts are all because we both like him, and neither of us wants the other to fully occupy Xiao Tianzi. Since this is what you think of our relationship, then what do you come here for? Song Yunjia glanced at Gu Changge. Gu Changge still kept smiling, looking quite polite and amiable. This is what I'm going to tell you about. Since Tianzi has accepted you, then it meant that he will definitely be responsible for you and that he doesn't only belong to me. So why would I like to lose you, my good sister? Gu Changge's words were well organized. However, the words made Song Yunjia scared. Gu Changge was really good at playing games. No wonder Gu Changge didn't find out that she had been hooking up with her husband all these years. Changge, your attitude changed so fast that I feel quite uneasy. You'd better leave as soon as possible. Gu Changge would like to step forward to take Song Yunjia's arm again. However, Song Yunjia retreated on seeing her coming forward. She made it clear to Gu Changge that she would like to keep a distance from her. Gu Changge felt quite annoyed, but she displayed nothing on her face. She had no choice but to remain where she was. I'm here to warm up to you. Why do you reject me like I am a dreadful monster? Song Yunjia glanced at her indifferently. Such cheap tricks may only work with Gu Changge, who had no idea about what kind of person you are. As for me, I'm not buying it. We've known each other for so many years, and we know each other quite well. Am I not clear about what kind of people you really are? Song Yunjia's words were right indeed. Before Gu Changge came here, she had taken into consideration that Song Yunjia might not be buying it. But now she was in a life-and-death situation, so no matter Song Yunjia bought it or not, she could not just give up. She had to give it a try. Yunjia, I want to go to the Hermes counter with you to buy you a limited bag as an apology. Come with me, okay? Gu Changge was being as friendly as she possibly could. However, Song Yunjia still rejected her coldly. No need. I don't go out often recently, so I don't need to buy bags. If you like it, then it's better for you to order it in advance in case that such limited stuff is sold out within seconds. With this, Song Yunjia turned around and left with a word. I'm a little tired today. I'll have a rest now. If you want to continue staying here, then suit yourself. After that, she winked at the family servants and dismissed all of them. Then the servants all retreated to their rooms. Song Yunjia also returned to her room. Gu Changge was left where she was, totally unattended. Shuang, who was standing beside Gu Changge, summoned up the courage and asked her in a low voice on seeing that her face clouded. Miss Gu, shall we return now? Gu Changge clenched her teeth and dropped the friendly expression on her face. Then she ordered while clenching her teeth. Call Dr. Jiang. Shuang nodded and immediately went out to call Jiang Minjing. At the same time, Song Yunxian also received a phone call on her way to the airport. She was familiar with the voice coming from the bug. It was a conversation between the servant of the Xiao family Shuang and Gu Changge's family Dr. Jiang Minjing. She held her cell phone and slightly narrowed her eyes. Mei Qi, who was driving in the front of the car, noticed the change of her expression and asked, "How are things going now?" "There's been a small problem." Song Yunxian also felt it was a bit tricky. Mei Qi suggested, "Do you want me to offer you an idea?" Song Yunxian put her cell phone close to Mei Qi's ear. Mei Qi smiled when hearing the voice coming through the phone. After the call had ended, Mei Qi advised, "Manager Song, I think things should be going like this." Song Yunxian put her ear close to Mei Qi. Mei Qi had told all about his idea to Song Yunxian. After having heard Mei Qi's idea, Song Yunjia nodded and looked at him sideways. "I've never expected that you are this resourceful. Mr. Song, the reason you don't know it is because you've underestimated my ability." Song Yunxian shook her head smilingly and didn't continue talking to him. Instead, she sent a short message to a contact in the address book. Miao Miao, who was looking at Song Yunxian and Mei Qi, frowned slightly with signs of discontent. Why haven't Uncle Chu come along? Only after having heard Miao Miao's words did Song Yunxian recall that Chu Machen had said that he would also come to see Miao Miao off. But so far, there had been no sign of him, and no one had called them or informed them of anything. She turned to comfort Miao Miao. "Uncle Chu probably has something urgent to do and will arrive a little later. Will you forgive Uncle Chu?" "I'll forgive Uncle Chu if I can see him before I leave." Song Yunxian reached out and stroked Miao Miao's hair. "Rest assured, Uncle Chu is trustworthy, and he never eats his words." Miao Miao nodded. Gu Changge was sitting in the car. Shuang accompanied Gu Changge by her side and relieved her on seeing her fingers cover her belly all the time. Dr. Jiang said that she would come soon. "Tell her to be quicker." Just as they were talking, something happened. A car came right towards them. The driver of the Xiao family didn't expect that there would be a car at the corner, so he got panicked and swerved the car to avoid running into the very car. As a result, the car of the Xiao family went into the grass outside the road because of the sharp turn. Gu Changge, who was in the car, also got frightened because of the sharp turn. She even turned pale and struck her body on the car door and the leather backseat along with the maids. Gu Changge had always been suffering a pain in her belly. Now she felt her legs suddenly became warm because of being scared. And then her belly began to throb with pain, which was growing stronger and stronger. "What's this all about?" Gu Changge's voice suddenly came up. She bawled at the driver in the front. Hearing that Gu Changge was so furious, the driver immediately turned his head and apologized with fear. "I'm sorry, Miss Gu. A car suddenly showed up out of nowhere. I was afraid that our car might hit theirs, so I..." The driver was not able to fix his eyes on Gu Changge because he was in a state of panic. Besides, he dared not to look Gu Changge in the face. He just looked here and there, having no idea what to focus on. But as he was speaking, he suddenly stopped because of something he saw. Gu Changge saw that he suddenly stopped explaining himself. So she became impatient and wanted to ask what was wrong. But just at the time, the driver raised his hand and pointed at Gu Changge's leg tremblingly. "Miss Gu, you're bleeding." Hearing the driver's words, Gu Changge became stupefied all over. Gu Changge froze because of the driver's words. She knew she would miscarry. Actually, she had calculated that she would plant the crime of miscarriage on Song Yunjia. But now she was bleeding. Yet Song Yunjia was not even here at all. So what was the point of this miscarriage? She felt somewhat perplexed. Just at this time, the screech of a car's brake came through the window. Shuang started to look out of the window, and just at that time, she saw Jiang Minjing rushing over in haste, wearing a doctor's overall. "Dr. Jiang has arrived." "Miss Gu." Hearing Shuang's words, a trace of hope and relief passed across Gu Changge's face, which was filled with pain. Jiang Minjing was the doctor she trusted most. As long as Jiang Minjing had arrived, she would not have been afraid. Jiang Minjing rushed over in a doctor's overall and knew that something must have happened on seeing Gu Changge's car was pulled over askew at one side of the street. As she was rushing forward, she took things out of the medicine box on her back. Seeing her coming, Shuang immediately opened the car door and told her nervously, Dr. Jiang, Miss Gu is bleeding. Seeing the trepidation in Shuang's eyes, Jiang Minjing realized that Gu Changge was in a critical condition. Then she knew more clearly about how critical Gu Changge's condition was when seeing that blood was meandering down along her legs. Please get off. My assistant will be here at any second. Shuang and the driver both asked Jiang Minjing worriedly. Given Miss Gu's condition, don't we need to call an ambulance? Do it. Jiang Minjing agreed. Shuang didn't bring along her cell phone, but the driver nearby quickly drew his phone out of his pocket and intended to call the hospital at once. Yet Gu Changge's fingers clenched Jiang Minjing's arm and gave her a strong grasp. Jiang Minjing immediately turned around and grabbed the driver's hand. Wait, call the hospital later. You please get off, I'll check on Miss Gu. The driver and Shuang were at a loss when Jiang Minjing stopped them from calling the ambulance. Yet they didn't press her. Everyone in the Xiao family knew that Gu Changge trusted her personal doctor very much, so they obediently listened to the doctor since she ordered them not to make the call. Shuang and the driver both got out of the car. When they had both got off, Gu Changge grabbed Jiang Minjing's sleeve and asked, Am I going to miscarry now? Miss Gu, have you settled everything? No, not yet. The time was not enough to. Gu Changge's face was filled with discontent. She wanted to make this miscarriage a little more valuable, but obviously the baby could not make it now. She gnashed her teeth, and her face and lips both turned pale because of the throb in her belly. Hearing her words, Jiang Minjing immediately changed the injection in her hand. Then she took another syringe and injected Gu Changge. Is this an oxytocin? Calm down, Miss Gu. It's not oxytocin. It's a tocolytic. Although the situation was critical now, yet Jiang Minjing's every move was still well-balanced and methodical. Miss Gu, how further has your plan developed now? Gu Changge bit her lips and tears appeared in her eyes. I feel that I probably cannot make it. Miss Gu, the age of the baby in your belly is not small anymore, and a woman with a fetus aged over 3 months is not suitable to have an abortion. If your plan fails, then I'll let the driver call the hospital and send you to have an operation. Gu Changge was biting her lower lip, and she was in such a bad mood because of the pain and the thing that she could not drag Song Yunxian down. Miss Gu, do you want to go to the hospital to have an operation now? Jiang Minjing's eyes were fixed on her, and she waited for Gu Changge to give her an answer. Gu Changge was on the verge of nodding while biting her lip on realizing the fact that it was impossible for her plan to work out. However, Shuang's voice suddenly came from outside the car at this time. Miss Gu, it seems that there is a car from Bestseller coming over. What are they doing here? Shuang's voice drew the attention of Gu Changge and Jiang Minjing. Gu Changge lowered the car window and asked Shuang, who was outside the car. Are you sure that the car was from the Bestseller? Shuang nodded with certainty. Yes, Miss Gu. Hearing Shuang's voice, Gu Changge immediately curled up her lips. Then she struggled to sit straight on her seat and told Jiang Minjing, You hide now and don't let Song Yunjie see you. Miss Gu, if you feel that you can't manage it, please shout out my name. I'll be around with my medicine box. If you shout out my name, I will be able to hear you. Gu Changge nodded, and then Jiang Minjing hurried down from the car with her medicine box. After Jiang Minjing got in her car, she drove away to avoid being seen by the people coming from the Bestseller. Seeing that the cars from the Bestseller were getting closer and closer, Gu Changge felt a bit happy. What a fool! She dares to come to mock at me. Shuang opened the car door and asked her, Miss Gu, what should we do now? Let me tell you. She beckoned to Shuang to let her get closer to her. Shuang obediently put her ears closer to Gu Changge at once. Hearing Gu Changge's words, Shuang immediately rolled her eyes, appearing quite surprised. And she also felt a little scared. Miss Gu, if this is the case, then what if Mr. Xiao knows about the truth? Do as what I've told you. Though Gu Changge had a pain in the belly, yet a kind of anger supported her to stagger on when thinking of Song Yunjie. Being reproached by Gu Changge like this, Shuang huddled herself with fear. Seeing this, Gu Changge told her, Tell the driver what I've told you verbatim. Shuang obeyed nervously and then left to find the driver. After having found the driver, Shuang whispered what Gu Changge had told her to him. Hearing Shuang's words, the driver also goggled with fear. Miss Gu said that we can get this amount of remuneration when this is done. Shuang held out 5 fingers. The driver asked uneasily, "You mean 500,000? Multiply by 10. Shuang closely watched the driver's countenance. As expected, the driver immediately wore a determined expression because of the temptation and stopped being scared.
Okay.
I'll do as what Miss Gu said. Shuang looked quite determined, and the driver also felt much relieved on seeing Shuang's determined countenance. As the saying went, money made the mare go. Sure enough, no one could resist the temptation of money. As long as there had been enough money, then nothing would have been impossible. Song Yunjia's motorcade was getting closer and closer. In the car in the middle of the motorcade, Song Yunjia asked the family servant Wenwen while curling up her lips, "Is the news you heard accurate?" "Yes, very accurate. Just now, when I was following her car, I witnessed with the driver that her car was forced to stop by another car. And then the nurse who's always been with Miss Gu got off the car with fear." Song Yunjia felt quite pleased while curling up her lips. I knew that the bastard in Gu Changge's belly would not survive for too long. Given her physical condition, she could never have a baby. Besides, she refused to miscarry when she was several months pregnant. Now look at what she has done. If Miss Gu still can't reach the hospital, will she die here because of the miscarriage? It's possible if she is not able to have an operation as soon as possible. Song Yunjia was gloating over Gu Changge's misfortune. Wenwen, who was next to Song Yunjia, also smiled on seeing her gloating expression. "It seems that she will definitely die this time. I only need you to follow me when I go over to treat her. If I let some other people see Gu Changge's miserable condition, then who knows how hard she will reproach them." "Okay, I see." Wenwen nodded obediently. Seeing that Wenwen obeyed her order, Song Yunjia also felt much relieved in her heart. Having such a servant around Song Yunjia really redoubled her strength. If she hadn't had such a servant, then she would have had to take a hands-on approach in many things. Besides, the results would not have been so satisfying as what had been today. After having approached Gu Changge's car, the car stopped. There were 3 cars in total, and there was only one driver in each car. There were no other people except the drivers in the cars in the front and at the back. Only the car in the middle carried passengers, who were Wenwen and Song Yunjia. "When I say I can't stop the blood, you take her into the car at the back and drive her to the hospital, get it?" Wenwen nodded. Then Song Yunjia drew out 2 golden cards from her pocket and gave them to Wenwen. "There's 1 million in each of these cards. Give these 2 cards to the servant Shuang who is with Gu Changge and the driver. Buy them off and keep their mouths shut." Wenwen nodded. After having issued orders, Song Yunjia got off the car, took over the medicine box from Wenwen's hand, and walked towards Gu Changge's car, which had an accident. Shuang was a very alert girl, so she immediately stopped Song Yunjia when seeing her coming over. "Miss Song, I heard that Gu Changge was about to give birth prematurely because of being too scared. Why haven't you contacted the hospital yet?" She rushed over with great force and gained the initiative. And her reproach made Shuang speechless immediately. Shuang now had no idea how to stop her from getting through. Seeing that Shuang was speechless, Song Yunjia winked at Wenwen, who was with her. Wenwen cannily took Shuang's arm and pulled her out of the way. Shuang refused to leave, yet Wenwen's was stronger than Shuang. Seeing that Wenwen had been pulled out of the way, Song Yunjia went over to Gu Changge's car, thinking that the driver might approach to stop her. Yet the driver didn't show up even when she opened the car door. Gu Changge was right in the car, and she was gasping while dripping with sweat. Song Yunjia's eyes fell upon Gu Changge's belly. Then she immediately curled up her lips and wore a pleased and vicious smile when seeing that Gu Changge's belly was heaving because of her gasping. Seeing the smile on Song Yunjia's face, Gu Changge clenched her fist instantly and dispersed her furiously. What are you doing here? Get lost." Scolded by Gu Changge, Song Yunjia was not angry at all. After all, Gu Changge was about to die now. Song Yunjia had nothing to fear. After getting in the car, regardless of Gu Changge's abuse, Song Yunjia slowly pulled the door of the car, and then put the medical gloves on unhurriedly. Gu Changge watched her movement. A slight panic appeared in Gu Changge's eyes. What are you doing? Song Yunjia pursed her lips and smiled. Changge, what do you think? Gu Changge saw the viciousness in her beautiful eyes. She instantly frightened to sit up and kept trying to move back. It was just that she had receded to the end of the car, so there was no way back. Song Yunjia saw the terrified look in Gu Changge's eyes. She sneered, taking the syringe and injection outside from the medicine box she brought along. The needle of the syringe flashed coldly. Gu Changge shook with fear after seeing it. Song Yunjia, you evil bitch, what do you want to do? You can't keep your baby alive. You're losing a lot of blood. As a doctor, I should give you proper treatment and save your life. She said righteous words, but the viciousness in her eyes was like a knife, and Gu Changge simply couldn't ignore. Song Yunjia, you wanna kill me? Gu Changge spotted Song Yunjia's liar and directly stated her real purpose. Song Yunjia was debunked, but she looked as natural as she usually was. The smile on her face grew bigger and bigger, yet there wasn't any vicious meaning in her words. Instead, what she said was just like what a doctor would say to patients. Changge, look at you, I am thinking about how to save you. How can you accuse me of harming you? Song Yunjia pumped the injection into the syringe. She erected the syringe and pushed it upward slightly, and then the medicine liquid came out from the tip of the syringe. Gu Changge looked at it, trembling with fear. Gu Changge appeared in her mind for a moment for no reason. Was her sister killed by Song Yunjia in the same way? Gu Changge was so terrified that her lips kept shaking like a weak animal that fell into a trap. However, at this time, Song Yunjia completely stood at the position of the hunter. Song Yunjia was in a good mood. She wanted this baby to come out of Gu Changge's belly as a pool of blood. She had been thinking about this for a long time, and today her wish would come true. She grabbed Gu Changge's body, pulling Gu Changge towards herself. Gu Changge's arms were grabbed and pulled towards Song Yunjia. Almost by reflex, Gu Changge began to struggle violently. It seems that your desire to protect this baby is very strong. Song Yunjia, you lunatic. Evil bitch. You will die in a gutter. Evil D. Song Yunjia smiled. I'll show you today who will go first. Surprisingly, Song Yunjia was so strong that she pulled Gu Changge's body over and stuck the needle of the syringe to her tail vertebra. The place where the syringe was injected into hurt Gu Changge very much. Gu Changge's whole body was hurt as if she had been cut with a huge blade. The way Song Yunjia did it was very rough. She didn't give a shit about whether Song Yunjia felt painful or not. She pushed the medicine in the syringe hard into Gu Changge's body. She watched the medicine in the syringe decreasing. As the medicine was injected into Gu Changge's body, Song Yunjia laughed out because of the pleasure. Gu Changge's struggling also became more and more powerless in severe pain. Gu Changge lay prone on the seat weakly due to the medicine. Song Yunjia pulled out the syringe with satisfaction after all the medicine was injected into Gu Changge's body. When pulling out the needle, Song Yunjia deliberately tilted the needle, causing Gu Changge much pain. The hatred in Gu Changge's eyes became stronger and stronger. Gu Changge was placing a fierce gaze on Song Yunjia. Song Yunjia felt the gaze could tear her into pieces in good time. Song Yunjia was originally afraid of this look of Gu Changge, but now she was not afraid at all. Not only she had no fear, but she also felt surprisingly pleasure because of this gaze. She put her fingers on Gu Changge's face and pinched her chin, forcing Gu Changge to confront herself. You've always thought you would win. How about now? The curvature of Song Yunjia's lips became larger, and her smugness could not be covered. Tell me who's gonna win in the end. Gu Changge felt terrible pain because of that shot. Song Yunjia enjoyed her misfortune. I just gave you an abortion shot and I will give you an operation later. There's a chance for you to hemorrhage badly during the operation. She looked at her belly with a strange smile. You know, a hemorrhage, it happens. And when it happens, it's normally hard to survive. On hearing of that, Gu Changge rushed at her angrily. You evil bitch! Bring it on! Song Yunjia was caught by surprise. Gu Changge exhausted all her strength to wrestle with Song Yunjia. trying to strangle this woman in front of her. How could there be such a vicious woman? Compared with Song Yunjia, it seems that she really lost on that. There was a faint sound of scuffles and abuse coming from the car. However, outside the car, Shuang and Wenwen, both wearing the same indifferent look, looked away after a glance at the car. From beginning to end, this good show only involved these two scheming women. Song Yunxian as well as Miao Miao and Gu Yi got off from the VIP passage of the international airport and went to the VIP lounge. The airline executives knew that Song Yunxian would come over and welcomed her personally. Although they had known that Song Yunxian would bring along with two children to the WS, they didn't expect that the two children brought by Song Yunxian looked so familiar. Those seniors looked at Miao Miao's face, and the smiles on their faces were momentarily unnatural. Then they let Song Yunxian and two children to walk inside. The flight is scheduled for 9:30. It's 8:54. There are 36 minutes before the plane leaves. Miss Song, could you please wait in the departure lounge for a while? Song Yunxian nodded. One of the executives, the chubby one, had a thin sweat on her forehead after meeting Song Yunxian. She told the ground crew to serve Song Yunxian with tea or coffee, and arranged two sweet girls of them to deliver the two kids some toys. Everything was arranged in perfect order. However, this manager was confused and whispered while walking out with the assistant. They are children who were missing from the Shao family, aren't they? Manager Chun, you must see it wrong. The children of the Shao family were said to have died in Italy. But didn't you take a careful look at them? They are clearly the pair of children of Xiao Tianze and Gu Changge. How are they with Song Yunxian now? This senior executive known as Manager Chun tried to figure it out, but the assistant advised her, Manager Chun, this is someone else's business. It might be very complicated. We'd better not get involved. Manager Chun was reminded by the assistant. She also agreed that she might go too far. She hastened to change the topic. I heard that your wife is about to give birth. When is the expected date of delivery? This topic changed so fast that the assistant was stunned, but he answered quickly after that. The doctor said it would be on the 8th of next month. They walked out of the VIP channel. At this moment, a tall man approached them. His face looked very familiar. Manager Chan and her assistant were stunned when seeing this tall man. However, this man's sight did not stay on the unrelated passers-by for 1 second. He stared straight ahead, walking briskly toward the VIP lounge. 7 or 8 bodyguards in black followed him. Those bodyguards were apparently trained mercenaries. Both Manager Chan and her assistant were frightened by his momentum. He and his bodyguards had passed by. Manager Chen turned to her assistant and asked, "Who is he?" The assistant was also surprised. "I think it is Xiao Tianze from the Shao Enterprise." The moment Manager Chan heard this, she was almost shocked into faintness. The assistant, seeing Manager Chan being frightened, he reached out to support the tottering Manager Chan at once. "Manager Chan, what happened?" Manager Chan heard her name was called. Her look was still panicked. "Call the board. Call them. Now." Seeing Manager Chan being so flustered, the assistant called the airline's board as Manager Chen's request immediately. Listening to the assistant calling their superiors, Manager Chan felt very terrified. Xiao Tianze of the Shao Enterprise had just announced the death of his 2 children. But now the 2 children showed up with Song Yunxian in the VIP lounge of this airport. Manager Chan heard that Xiao Tianze's 2 children went missing after being kidnapped in Italy. Because the long-time searching had failed, the 2 children were suspected to be dead. Currently, these 2 children were inside the airport safe and sound. Xiao Tianze would be most likely to suspect that the kidnappers who took away his children had something to do with this airport. Moreover, Song Yunxian was also involved in this. The backer behind Song Yunxian was Chu Machen of the Chu family. Chu Machen was someone that nobody can trifle with. So was Xiao Tianze. If Xiao Tianze and Song Yunxian had met on the spot, not only would there have been conflicts between the Chu family and the Shao family, Manager Chan and her company would also have been a pawn in this war without any asylum. She knew it would happen very clearly. Therefore, she grabbed the assistant's hand and hurried him. "Call Song Yunxian. Call her." Tell her to take the children away. We mustn't let her meet Xiao Tianze here. Manager Chen won the approval of her assistant as soon as she said this sentence. The assistant quickly called Song Yunxian. The beneficial relations among these things were beyond his thought temporarily as an assistant, but his boss had clearly figured them out. What he could do was to do as much as possible according to the requirements of his boss. The ground crew had already rushed in a panic when Song Yunxian received the phone call. Miss Song, someone outside is coming. Song Yunxian subconsciously felt something wrong. It came to a strange voice after her phone was put through. Miss Song, Xiao Tianze is coming. Please take the kids away. Banged. The door was knocked open as a loud noise came. Two beautiful ground hostesses were still hurrying to stop the person in front of them. I'm sorry, Mr. Xiao. This is the airport lounge for VIP. You can't break in without permission. Mr. Xiao, please stop and get out. Two ground hostesses were desperately blocking Xiao Tianze's entrance to the airport lounge for VIP. However, the bodyguards drove the two ground hostesses away from Xiao Tianze as he slightly raised his chin. The ground hostesses did not stand firm. Xiao Tianze went straight into the airport lounge for VIP. When the door was open, there was no one in the airport lounge. The two ground hostesses followed closely, but when they saw there was no one in the airport lounge, they also opened their eyes wide. What are you doing? Let me go. The voice of a little girl came from the channel beside. Xiao Tianze immediately recognized it was the voice of Miao Miao. Before the bodyguard started to act, he walked to the channel beside. That was for the departure gate. Xiao Tianze strode past, followed closely by his bodyguards. Xiao Tianze followed the kid's voice and hurried forward. Finally, he saw a little girl being held by a person in black who was running outside the airport at the departure gate. There were planes taking off taxiing from the aisle beside. They would have gone into a very dangerous region if they had continued to run. It was even possible for them to get caught in the spiral of the plane when it took off. Xiao Tianze's heart suddenly lifted. Stop him! The bodyguard next to him immediately threw the pen to his jacket pocket over there. Because the bodyguard had professional training, and the pen was also made of special materials. Therefore, the man in black loosed his arm holding Miao Miao, and then put her to the ground after the pen was thrown to him. He looked back at Xiao Tianze and several bodyguards who were chasing. He bit the teeth and then quickly ran to the other direction. He was gone after the bodyguards came to Miao Miao. Xiao Tianze found Miao Miao again and squatted down to hold her tightly in his arms. Miao Miao, are you injured or not? Miao Miao still had tears hanging from the corners of her eyes, who was apparently scared for the things just happened. As for what happened to them after they were kidnapped in Italy was not clear within a while. After taking her into his arms, Xiao Tianze nervously checked her if there were any injuries. Miao Miao looked at her father, with tears kept flowing down from her eyes. Sorry for I scared you just now. Miao Miao, Dad will take you home now. He picked Miao Miao up from the airport and re-entered the VIP corridor under the escort from bodyguards. But Xiao Tianze was thinking where Gu was when he picked up Miao Miao. He observed Miao Miao's emotions. After she calmed down, he coaxed her. Miao Miao, have you seen your brother? Brother is in there. Miao Miao pointed to the airport lounge for VIP they had stayed. Xiao Tianze gave a meaningful glance to the bodyguards, who immediately wanted to rush in. Not long after, he saw a bodyguard coming out from the inside, protecting a little boy in a white baseball suit. The little boy's expression was not the same as Miao Miao's. His face had no tears or fear. When seeing Xiao Tianze, he just said, Dad. Xiao Tianze did not expect that his two kids would reappear in front of him, safe and sound. The joy in his heart seemed to topple the mountains and overturn the seas. However, he hadn't had time to say a word to Gu. A nearby bodyguard came and handed a cell phone to his ear. Mr. Xiao, your phone call. Xiao Tianze instantly became cold when he heard the voice coming from the phone. Contact the hospital ambulance immediately, and I'll be right there. He shouted at the phone call and commanded, and then took Miao Miao, who was in his arms, over to the bodyguard around. Send them back safely. The bodyguard nodded in response. Xiao Tianze then ordered 2 bodyguards and left the airport. Song Yunxian was standing on the second floor, with eyes narrowed severely. She turned to Mei Qi. "Why did you take Miao Miao and run away?" It was the first time for Mei Qi to see Song Yunxuan's huge anger like this, which even became hysterical when she shouted at him. Mei Qi closed his lips slightly before opening his mouth. "You do not have enough ability to have a direct conflict with Xiao Tianze now. If there could be a little more time, I could have taken them to the WS." Hearing Song Yunxuan's words, Mei Qi spoke lightly. "There are some things that fail in the last step." Hearing Mei Qi said so calmly, Song Yunxian finally couldn't help it. She stepped forward and grabbed Mei Qi by the collar. "If there were no noise, Xiao Tianze shouldn't have found us. Xiao Tianze would have turned over the entire airport lounge for VIP and dug to a depth of 3 feet to find you. After that, if you had met Xiao Tianze head-on, your situation would have become very difficult, and you would have never had the chance to turn over again. Think it over." Mei Qi's words gradually calmed Song Yunxuan's emotions. Mei Qi was right. She couldn't even meet Xiao Tianze face to face. Her fingers slowly loosened Mei Qi. The anger in her eyes also faded away slowly. She was Song Yunxian, the most junior daughter in the Song family, who had nothing to do with Xiao family. But Miao Miao and Gu Yi were the kids of Gu Changge and Xiao Tianze. Although Gu Changge's soul was in her body, she was not qualified to be the guardian of Gu Yi and Miao Miao. She could not rightfully get the 2 kids from Xiao Tianze. The only thing that she could do was to sneak the 2 kids up and bring them to her side. She had already succeeded. However, something went wrong in the last step. She was a little weak and felt dark at the moment when she thought that Miao Miao and Gu Yi were taken back at this time. Her body slightly shook. She could not stand very firmly. Seeing this, Mei Qi immediately reached out to hold her. "What's wrong with you?" Song Yunxian took a firm stand and smiled. "It's okay. I just think that at this important point, Miao Miao and Gu Yi will be hurt a lot if they are taken back." She had arranged everything, but the variables changed quicker and faster than her final plan, which was beyond her expectation. Miao Miao and Gu Yi's whereabouts were revealed. She had no way to bring Miao Miao and Gu Yi back. In the Gu family, she had arranged a fight for Song Yunjia and Gu Changge. She could even control the result of the fight, deciding one of them to live to the end. "You should think about it now and what to do next." Song Yunxian nodded. "All you said are right. I'm just thinking about how to change the plan." "What was the final result of your plan between Song Yunjia and Gu Changge?" Mei Qi would not have asked about the final result of her plan. However, Mei Qi had broken this taboo and actively asked due to this sudden change. Song Yunxian did not mean to hide. Gu Changge would die. Her words sounded like frozen ice from the air. After pausing for a while, Mei Qi thought about it and gave her his suggestion. "Song Yunjia is more terrible than Gu Changge. Yes, only if these 2 persons are both alive can I have a chance to make a deal with the Xiao family." She thought it clearly in the mind that how to deal with this sudden change. "What are you going to do?" "Immediately notify Shuang and Wenwen that no one can die, but the winner must be Gu Changge." Mei Qi frowned slightly. Song Yunxian showed tiredness between her eyebrows. However, she was also extremely indignant. "Besides, find out who disclosed the whereabouts of Yi and Miao Miao, and I will make that person pay the price." Gu Yi and Miao Miao were the eyesores that both Gu Changge and Song Yunjia wanted to remove in the Xiao family. As long as one of the 2 women had been dead, the other would have dealt with Yi and Miao Miao wholeheartedly. Song Yunxian was going to kill Gu Changge, but now she changed her mind. She wanted to keep the 2 women alive and make them restrain each other. In that case, no one dared to harm Gu Yi and Miao Miao. This was the best way she could think of to save Gu Yi and Miao Miao. Mei Qi called the bodyguards to do everything she had ordered. Song Yunxian was looking at the plane that was about to take off in the lobby on the 2nd floor of the airport, feeling a little uncomfortable in mind. If there had been a little more time. However, it was at the critical moment that Xiao Tianze came up. After that, what else would she do to bring Gu Yi and Miao Miao back to her? She couldn't think of what to do in the future. Mei Qi, however, came to tell her after receiving a phone call. After handing over the 2 kids to the bodyguards, Xiao Tianze went over to the Champs-Élysées. Hearing the word Champselesia, Song Yuncheng sneered. Xiao Tianzi just found his son and daughter, but regarded them less important than that bitch. How can I be assured after seeing Gu Yi and Miao Miao come to his hand? Mei Qi did not know what else she wanted to do now. Song Yuncheng saw the plane taxiing off at the airport, seeing it jet long white smoke in the blue sky. She narrowed her eyes. Yi and Miao Miao, I'll get you back soon. Very soon. It didn't matter even if this time she were found by Xiao Tianzi. As long as she was alive, she would have countless opportunities to start over. Now she still had the chance to retake Gu Yi and Miao Miao, for Gu Changge and Song Yunjia were holding each other back. As long as the two kids could survive longer in the Xiao family, she would make it. Xiao Tianzi asked about the situation of the Champselesia on the road. He contacted Shuang, Gu Changge's servant. After hearing Xiao Tianzi's voice, as if she remembered what had happened just now, Shuang couldn't help but cry. Mr. Xiao, come over quickly. Miss Gu is not well. Did you call Dr. Jiang? I did, but Dr. Jiang was blocked. Now Miss Song is treating Miss Gu. I hear Miss Gu crying, but the servants of Miss Gu blocked me and stopped me from getting in. Her words successfully made Xiao Tianzi frown tightly. Is Yunjia treating Changge? Yes, Mr. Xiao. After hanging up, Xiao Tianzi knit his eyebrows tightly. Song Yunjia was an excellent cardiologist. However, after having worked with her for so many years, he hadn't known that she was also good at gynecology except cardiology. It was unexpected that she stopped a professional gynecologist like Jiang Minjing and treated a pregnant woman as a cardiologist who had resigned. He slowly clenched his fists tightly. He was already angry that Song Yunjia was playing tricks. Both women were very kind to him. He had hoped that they could get along well with each other and wouldn't be harmed. However, it seemed that Song Yunjia didn't want to get along well with Gu Changge now. Hurry up. He ordered the driver in front. After hearing Xiao Tianzi's urging, the driver couldn't help but step on the accelerator. He wished he could drive the car to the site of an accident right now. In the car, Gu Changge felt the pain in her body getting worse and worse. Song Yunjia next to her looked at her pain calmly. Song Yunjia raised her lips and looked at her with a smile. Changge, you are so lucky that you could be pregnant even with such poor health. At first, I thought you couldn't be pregnant when you were with Tianzi. Gu Changge was so painful that she couldn't speak, and she could feel bearing down pain in her lower abdomen. Seeing that Gu Changge was too painful to speak, Song Yunjia laughed more loudly. I gave you an injection just now. Although medical abortion is no longer suitable for you, you still feel your belly is falling, right? Gu Changge gritted her teeth and was reluctant to speak. Song Yunjia saw her stubbornness and nodded. I used to know that Gu Changge was hard-mouthed, but I didn't expect that you also became so obstinate after living in the Gu family for so many years since Gu Changge adopted you. Song Yunjia knew that Gu Changge was suffering now. However, she liked to look at Gu Changge's pain now. Seeing Gu Changge's painful face twisted, Song Yunjia felt thrilled in her heart. Without Gu Changge, she could have been with Xiao Tianzi smoothly. It was Gu Changge's fault. Gu Changge should have died long ago. Before Gu Changge's death, Gu Changge should have died. Seeing Song Yunjia treat her so wantonly, Gu Changge clutched the door handle of the car beside her. The labor pains in her lower abdomen made her feel that she was about to be torn apart. She reached out, wanted to grab something and hold it hard to relieve the pain in her body. You need to hold on for a while. And later, the massive hemorrhage of abortion may help you get rid of this pain quickly. Song Yunjia looked forward to the passing of Gu Changge's life, and Gu Changge being tortured to lifelessness. However, Gu Changge looked at her arrogant look. She frowned tightly and tried to squeeze out an ironic smile. Do you think you will win? Her voice was fragile, and she even felt like she was swallowing a knife while talking. However, even so, she still wanted to say this to Song Yunjia. Hearing Gu Changge's words, Song Yunjia smiled. Don't I win now? Song Yunjia raised her eyebrows. If you die, I will win. Although Tianzi has loved you for so many years, don't forget that Tianzi also loved Gu Changge at the beginning. After Gu Changge's death, you accompanied Tianzi. You should know his reaction after your death. Gu Changge's face was pale and she puckered her lips, saying nothing. Song Yunjia did not shut up but deliberately told her. When Gu Changge died, Tianzi was not very sad. Your situation is similar. Tianzi has loved you, but your death will only make Tianzi sad for a few days. Soon, Tianzi will come out of the pain of losing an insignificant woman, and then choose a new woman suitable for him. For example, me. Song Yunjia's finger pointed at herself. Between her eyebrows were full of complacency. Song Yunjia, don't you be afraid of retribution for hurting me like this? Retribution? Gu Changge's words seemed to be a joke to Song Yunjia. She couldn't help but laugh. I had seen so many people die when I was a doctor. Why should I be afraid of retribution because of killing you? I wish you would die as soon as possible. She waited patiently for Gu Changge to die. However, while she was waiting patiently, Wenwen's voice suddenly came from outside. Miss Song, Mr. Xiao is coming. Wenwen seemed afraid that Song Yunxian could not hear, so she shouted anxiously again. Miss Song, Mr. Xiao is coming. Miss Song. Wenwen shouted very loudly, and even Gu Changge heard Wenwen's voice. Gu Changge had felt desperate in her heart. When Song Yunjia came, she wanted Song Yunjia to the scapegoat for her miscarriage. However, she hadn't expected that Song Yunjia not only was willing to be the scapegoat but also had planned to kill her at the beginning. Hope flared up inside her heart when she heard that Xiao Tianzi was coming. However, Song Yunjia panicked immediately when she heard Wenwen's cry. After a slight panic, she quickly turned to look at Gu Changge. Gu Changge couldn't conceal the excitement in her eyes. Seeing the expectation in Gu Changge's eyes, Song Yunjia couldn't help but reach out her hands to seize Gu Changge by the throat. She was torn by conflicting thoughts in her mind. She had heard clearly that Xiao Tianzi was coming. Her reason told her that she should now pack her things up and pretend to treat Gu Changge well as a good doctor and sister. Only in this way could she win Xiao Tianzi's favor. However, she didn't want to do as she reasonably thought. She wanted to put her hands around Gu Changge's neck. She wanted to squeeze Gu Changge's throat to throttle her immediately. Gu Changge looked at Song Yunjia's darkened eyes, and there was panic in her eyes. And Song Yunjia obeyed her own heart, raising her hands to squeeze Gu Changge's throat. Gu Changge was so scared that her whole body froze. You're insane. You're insane. Gu Changge shouted in horror. Her voice was low because of her severe abdominal pain. Song Yunjia tightened her squeezing, intending to choke Gu Changge before she could shout. It was at this time that someone outside pulled the car door violently. Song Yunjia panicked. She immediately withdrew her hands. The first reaction in her mind was that Xiao Tianzi had arrived and was about to see that she was killing Gu Changge. However, after the door was opened, the voice was not Xiao Tianzi's but Wenwen's. Seeing Song Yunjia's hands was withdrawn from Gu Changge's neck, Wenwen was dumbfounded. Song Yunjia looked back in horror to see the stunned Wenwen. Seeing that it wasn't Xiao Tianzi but Wenwen in front of the car door, Song Yunjia immediately took a breath to sweep away half of her horrified emotions. What are you doing? Song Yunjia scolded Wenwen. Wenwen was so scared that she turned pale. Hearing Song Yunjia's scolding, she immediately replied, Miss Song, Mr. Xiao has got off the car and is walking towards here. Hearing Wenwen's words, Gu Changge couldn't help but raise her hand to touch her throat that had been squeezed just now and show a smile. She got saved. As long as Xiao Tianzi arrived, she got saved. Even if Song Yunjia choked her now, she wouldn't die under Song Yunjia's hands. The time was not enough for Song Yunjia to choke her to death. Song Yunjia also knew the present situation. Looking at the smile on Gu Changge's face, Song Yunjia took a hard breath before she turned around and began to pack up the medicine box she had brought quickly. She put several injections that shouldn't have appeared in the medicine into Wenwen's hands. Throw them quickly. Don't let anyone see them. Holding a handful of small vials of medicine given by Song Yunjia, Wenwen was stupefied. Seeing Wenwen didn't move, Song Yunjia became angry. Hurry up and throw them away. Are you stupid? What do you want standing still? Wenwen recovered from the shock, hearing Song Yunjia's scolding. Then she ran to the outside in panic. Seeing Song Yunjia's manner, Gu Changge dismissively bent her lips. Do you think you could evade your crime? Do you think Tianzi will only believe your words? Although she was nervous in her heart, Song Yunjia refused to show it on her face. Gu Changge breathed difficultly, suppressing the pain on her body desperately. Even though she was so painful that she wanted to yell, she was holding back. Song Yunjia sorted out the things around her and waited for Xiao Tianzi to arrive. Xiao Tianzi arrived soon. As soon as she sorted things out, Xiao Tianzi pulled the door open. The smell of blood was strong in the car. After pulling the door open, Xiao Tianzi stared at Song Yunjia with sharp eyes. Song Yunjia turned back to look at Xiao Tianzi with a panicked face and tears on her face. Xiao Tianzi had been intolerably aggressive. However, when he saw the tears on her face, he was stunned. Then, his glance fell on Gu Changge's face. Gu Changge wanted to sit up. Song Yunjia persuaded her with concern. You can't move now. We are waiting for the ambulance to come to take you to the hospital, Changge. Song Yunjia was showing loving care for Gu Changge. Seeing Song Yunjia's fake-caring attitude, Gu Changge couldn't help but get angry. She reached out, wanting to grab Xiao Tianzi and to tell him that Song Yunjia had tried to kill her just now. Song Yunjia watched her reach out to Xiao Tianzi and knew that she was going to make the accusation. Hence she immediately said, Tianzi, it is a relief that you have been here. I was treating Changge just now. And when she was painful, she said that I was killing her. The villain brought suit against her victim. That made Gu Changge caught by surprise. Gu Changge hadn't expected that Song Yunjia would say such words. She suddenly became speechless. Xiao Tianzi ignored Song Yunjia and took Gu Changge out of the car. The expression on his face was serious and solemn. Being held by Xiao Tianzi in his arms, Gu Changge reached out to grab Xiao Tianzi's clothes with her last strength. She was weakly breathing, and her face was pale because of pain, but she still wanted to whisper to Xiao Tianzi's ear. Knowing that she had something to say, Xiao Tianzi put his ear towards Gu Changge's lips. Song Yunjia watched Gu Changge speak in Xiao Tianzi's ear and became nervous. Gu Changge whispered in Xiao Tianzi's ear, Song Yunjia gave me an injection, which will make me hemorrhage. Hearing Gu Changge's words, Xiao Tianzi's face suddenly froze. He glared at Song Yunjia. Song Yunjia looked at him in horror. Tianzi, send Miss Song back to the Champs-Élysées. He ordered the bodyguards beside him. Hearing Xiao Tianzi's instructions, the bodyguard stepped forward, grabbed Song Yunjia, and forcibly pulled her away into the car to take her away. After Xiao Tianzi took Gu Changge into the car, Jiang Minjing hurried over. Seeing Jiang Minjing running, Xiao Tianzi frowned. Why are you coming so late? I was stopped by several maids just now. They said there had been a doctor treating Miss Gu. I couldn't get here. Xiao Tianzi frowned tightly. After all, Jiang Minjing was the professional one on gynecology and obstetrics. Xiao Tianzi quickly made way for Jiang Minjing to go to see Gu Changge in the car. Gu Changge's face was pale. She was covered with cold sweat, and blood had been running down her legs. Seeing Gu Changge's situation, Jiang Minjing turned to look at Xiao Tianzi in a serious and anxious manner. Mr. Xiao, the doctor who treated Miss Gu just now, didn't know her health condition and might have used the wrong medicine. Miss Gu had to be induced right now, and there is a risk of hemorrhage. Hearing Jiang Minjing's words, Xiao Tianzi knew that Gu Changge was in danger. Are you sure that you can save Changge? I need you to find 2 assistants for me as well as the blood of Miss Gu's blood group. I'll do it right now. Xiao Tianzi got off the car to make the instruction. Gu Changge wanted to reach out to grab Xiao Tianzi. However, when she reached out, Xiao Tianzi had already left. Seeing Gu Changge's hands moved a little, Jiang Minjing reached out to hold her wrists and asked her to put her hands on the car seat beside her. She said, Miss Gu, if you feel pain, just grasp the things in your hands. Stay conscious, okay? Gu Changge listened to Jiang Minjing and nodded hard. Seeing Gu Changge's promise, Jiang Minjing also nodded and comforted her. The operation will be very successful. You have to hold on. The servant in the Xiao family was calling the nearby hospital to look for doctors and the blood that matched Gu Changge's blood group. However, in the Champs-Élysées, Song Yunjia, who had just been sent back, started to worry. Xiao Tian's gaze at her showed no love or trust but suspicion and aversion. It was already a failure that she didn't kill Gu Changge this time. If she had also got Xiao Tian's disgust because of this incident, her status in Xiao Tian's heart would have become lower and lower in the future. She wanted to get out. However, the two bodyguards who had sent her back was guarding the door. They looked at her intently as if guarding a prisoner. They would not let her leave. She tried to persuade the two bodyguards to leave, but the attitude of the two bodyguards was very tough. I am very worried about Gu Changge. I want to see her. Mr. Xiao told us to keep an eye on Miss Song. I'm worried about Gu Changge. I want to help her. How could you supervise me like a prisoner? Let me go. The bodyguard saw that she was going out and pushed her into the Champs-Élysées. Song Yunjia almost fell because of the high strength of the bodyguard. It was lucky that Wenwen came to support her later. Song Yunjia was held up, but she felt embarrassed because of being pushed. What did Xiao Tianzi mean by asking two bodyguards to monitor her? And the two bodyguards were so rude. She couldn't get out, so she turned around and went to the living room to call Xiao Tianzi crazily. However, no call was answered. Seeing Song Yunjia's situation, Wenwen couldn't help but comfort her. Miss Song, Mr. Xiao is probably busy now. Busy? Song Yunjia sneered. Is he busy preparing a funeral for the little bitch? Song Yunjia's words made Wenwen's face change. Wenwen immediately reached out to cover Song Yunjia's mouth. Song Yunjia dodged Wenwen's hands and pushed her away, cursing. Go! Go away! Useless things! I don't want to see you! Being pushed away, Wenwen showed a very hurt expression on her face. Song Yunjia saw the wounded expression on Wenwen's face but was indifferent. She still turned around and continued to call Xiao Tianzi. The situation in the Xiao family was a mess. And the mess was all under the supervision of Song Yunxian. Mei Qi told Song Yunxian about Gu Changge's operation in the outdoor car. Gu Changge's attending doctor is Jiang Minjing. Because the operation risk is high, and it is too late to be transported to the operating room for surgery, Jiang Minjing is performing the operation on her in the wild. How about the blood and the medical staff? All are deployed from a nearby hospital. After saying that, Mei Qi continued to speak with a little concern. It is said that Gu Changge's surgery is a bit risky. She might die because of a massive hemorrhage. Hearing Mei Qi's words, Song Yunxian didn't worry, just moving around on the swivel chair in her office and rubbing her temple. It will be okay. Jiang Minjing is a very good doctor. Because Jiang Minjing was Gu Changge's doctor before, responsible for Gu Changge's prenatal affairs, she believed in Jiang Minjing's medical skills. Well, what about Song Yunjia? She asked Mei Qi. Mei Qi said. Song Yunjia was sent back to the Champs-Élysées after Xiao Tian's arrival, and two bodyguards kept her in the Champs-Élysées firmly as if she were arrested. Hearing Mei Qi's words, Song Yunxian nodded. According to Xiao Tian's style, it is natural that Song Yunjia is treated like this. After all, in his heart, Song Yunjia is always not so important as Gu Changge. I heard that Gu Changge told Xiao Tianzi that Song Yunjia wanted to kill her when she saw Xiao Tianzi. Song Yunxian couldn't help but sneer. Both of them want to kill each other, but the result depends on luck. It seems that Gu Changge is luckier than Song Yunjia this time. Xiao Tianzi arrived just in time. If he had been later, I'm afraid that Gu Changge would have died in the wild. Seeing Song Yunxuan's careful thoughts, Mei Qi didn't talk anymore. They just waited quietly, waiting for the news coming from the Xiao family. They had expected that they would receive the latest news from the Xiao family at noon. However, the news that Gu Changge had been admitted to hospital because of abortion didn't come until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Song Yunxian looked at the scenery outside the French windows, looking at the high-rise building of the Xiao Enterprise. Then she lowered her eyes. What would happen next was much more interesting. After Gu Changge's physical condition was stable, she must be entangled in things before her abortion. And Xiao Tianzi would follow Gu Changge's request to thoroughly investigate what had happened between her and Song Yunjia before. Song Yunjia would probably not be so easy to get out this time. After all, there was Dr. Jiang Minjing. She would accurately analyze the injection and the drug effects, which Song Yunjia had given Gu Changge before. Xiao Tianze also graduated from a medical school. He would have understood that Song Yunjia wanted to kill Gu Changge if he had been reminded a little by Jiang Minjing. How would Xiao Tianze deal with Song Yunjia when the truth came out, and he was sure that Song Yunjia had tried to kill Gu Changge? Song Yunxian thought it would become very interesting by then. The battle between Song Yunjia and Gu Changge would be very exciting. This evening there was little news from the Xiao family. Some media had already known this matter within the Xiao family. For example, Fanxing magazine. Later, Xiao Shui made a phone call and asked Song Yunxian, "Should our magazine report on Gu Changge and Xiao Tianze?" Song Yunxian considered it as a good opportunity. And Xiao Shui also thought it was a good time after working in the media industry for so long. If they had used this incident to tell the public in Yuncheng, and let the people of Yuncheng see the relationship between Xiao Tianze and Gu Changge, it would have been enough to make Xiao Tianze fall into a passive situation from the perspective of public opinion. However, hearing Xiao Shui's question, Song Yunxian pursed her lips and said, "No." When hearing Song Yunxuan's answer, Xiao Shui even suspected that she had misheard. "Yunxian, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If we let people in Yuncheng know the relationship between Xiao Tianze and Gu Changge at this time, Xiao Tianze will instantly become the target of public criticism." "I know." Song Yunxian answered her. She knew that Xiao Tianze would not only become the target of public criticism after the incident was exposed, but also be criticized by everyone as a shameless people. After all, everyone in Yuncheng knew that Gu Changge was Gu Changge's younger sister, and the romantic affair between the younger sister and her brother-in-law was shameful. If the relationship between Xiao Tianze and Gu Changge had spread, it would have been enough for Xiao Tianze to lose his reputation. She knew it clearly. However, even if she had wanted to destroy Xiao Tianze's reputation, now it wouldn't have been not a good time. "Xiao Shui, take this thing slowly. Keep calm. It is not a good time to deal with Xiao Tianze. Then now, to deal with Gu Changge and Song Yunjia." Song Yunxian listened to the silence of Xiao Shui over there, and then explained to her, "Xiao Tianze is too powerful. We can't force him into a corner in a short time. Only by removing the people around him one by one will he be forced into desperation. Do you understand?" Xiao Shui was silent. After listening to Song Yunxuan's explanation, she nodded. Song Yunxian was clear that Xiao Shui was smart enough to figure out its pros and cons while she got a little explanation. At this time, the matter between Xiao Tianze and Gu Changge was an advantage for Song Yunxian, but it was not suitable to make use of it right now. Hanging up the phone, Song Yunxian looked at the dark scenery through the window. She was silent for a while. Then she was about to go upstairs and go to bed in her bedroom. Just before going upstairs, the housekeeper suddenly called Song Yunxian. "Miss Song." Hearing the housekeeper calling, Song Yunxian turned around and then saw Chu Machun. Chu Machun had just entered the house. He was handing off his coat to the servant near him. The servants in the family knew the relationship between Chu Machun and Song Yunxian. They had already regarded Chu Machun as the half-owner of the Song family. Chu Machun raised his eyes and saw Song Yunxian looking over. He slightly raised his lips. "I'll stay here tonight." Song Yunxian looked at Chu Machun's face without response. Too many things had happened today. Song Yunxian had no idea whether she should refuse Chu Machun or not. Chu Machun realized Song Yunxuan's silence. He took 2 steps to come to Song Yunxuan's side. "Aren't you happy?" Song Yunxian lowered her eyes and whispered. "You have already known almost everything that happened today, haven't you? You mean that Miao Miao and Gu Yi were found by Xiao Tianze?" Chu Machun asked Song Yunxian. Song Yunxian nodded. "I know it," Chu Machun admitted. "I just didn't rush over to comfort you at that time. I thought you still have your own plans even though things like this happened. Is that right?" Song Yunxian looked at him. "You do believe in me." With these words, Song Yunxian turned around to leave. Chu Machun followed behind Song Yunxian. Song Yunxian returned to the bedroom to get her clothes. Then she went to the bathroom to take a bath. Gu Changge went with her. Seeing Gu Changge following up, Gu Changge couldn't help frowning. Gu Changge saw her frown. He said, "If you don't like it, I'll go to another bathroom." "You don't need to. You can come with me." Song Yuncheng used to be a woman who was not romantic at all. Now Song Yuncheng actually had the idea of spending time with Gu Changge when she was in a low mood. Song Yuncheng wrapped herself in a bath towel and sat down in an oiled bathtub. Gu Changge came in with her. They both wrapped in bath towels. After Gu Changge came in, Song Yuncheng turned around and sat on his thigh, without previous bashfulness. Then Song Yuncheng looped around Gu Changge's neck and kissed him. Gu Changge had never seen such an active Song Yuncheng. Song Yuncheng's kiss was neither very skilled, nor so maladroit. She was just a little tentative and implicit. Gu Changge put his fingers on Song Yuncheng's back. When kissing Song Yuncheng, Gu Changge moved his fingers up on Song Yuncheng's back. Then he gently pressed the back of Song Yuncheng's back. Their lips stuck together. This deep kiss made Song Yuncheng breathless in a short time. Gu Changge released her. He thought that Song Yuncheng would left. Unexpectedly, Song Yuncheng sent her lips over again. Today Song Yuncheng was different from ever. Song Yuncheng had never taken the initiative to kiss Gu Changge. But today Song Yuncheng entangled with Gu Changge, like a fish lacking water. Gu Changge knew when to stop. After several kisses, Gu Changge hurriedly washed Song Yuncheng in the bathtub. Then he soon found a big towel to wrap her and took her out of the bathtub. Song Yuncheng was slightly upset. "That's all. You are pregnant now. We can't do it too much." Being reminded by Gu Changge, Song Yuncheng fell silent. Gu Changge placed Song Yuncheng on the bed. Giving Song Yuncheng a kiss, Gu Changge turned around and went to the bathroom to rinse again. Song Yuncheng was lying on the bed. She could hear the sound of water from the bathroom. Song Yuncheng knew that Gu Changge had been horny when they were kissing. However, Gu Changge didn't want to admit it so soon. Song Yuncheng raised her lips. She turned her back and buried her face in the pillow. Closed her eyes, Song Yuncheng wanted to fall asleep. But her mind was covered with the appearance of Gu and Miao Miao. Song Yuncheng was still worried about the safety of those two children in the Shao family. It was in chaos in the Shao family now. Gu Changge and Song Yunjia were intolerant of each other. The two children were threats for Gu Changge, though she might have no time to deal with them. However, Gu Changge would be available once she handled Song Yunjia. Then the next goals of Gu Changge were Gu and Miao Miao. Song Yuncheng curled her lips. Thinking of Gu Changge, her eyes couldn't help becoming colder. Behind her, here were footsteps coming from the bathroom. Song Yuncheng was only thinking about Gu and Miao Miao. She did not recover from her thoughts. Gu Changge went to bed. Leaning over gently, he kissed on Song Yuncheng's earlobe. Song Yuncheng came back from her thoughts. She looked back. Song Yuncheng found that Gu Changge was gazing at her with deep feelings while his hair was still dripping. "Since you have finished the shower, we should sleep now." Song Yuncheng had already suppressed her fluttering that had just appeared in the bathroom. Gu Changge was not surprised. The calmness which had always been seen in Song Yuncheng's eyes appeared again. Gu Changge smiled slightly. "Have you figured it out?" Hearing this question, Song Yuncheng was puzzled and she asked, "What do you mean?" "The thing about Gu and Miao Miao, have you figured it out?" Song Yuncheng did not respond. Gu Changge went to bed. He wiped his wet hair with a large towel over his neck. And Miao Miao have no danger in the Shao family for the time being. You needn't worry about them. However, once Gu Changge disposes of my oldest sister, she will have the energy to deal with and Miao Miao. It's never too late to worry about them until that day really comes. I'm afraid I won't be able to save and Miao Miao when it really comes. Song Yuncheng pursed her lips. She looked really worried in her eyes. Gu Changge saw her like this. He couldn't help stretching out his hand to take her to his arms. "I will help you." This sentence brightened Song Yuncheng's eyes. Gu Changge looked at the light in her eyes. He said, "I have already promised. Have you felt a little relieved? How can you help me?" Song Yunxian knew Gu Machen's temperament. Gu Machen had never meant to help Song Yunxian when they were together. He even had considered stopping Song Yunxian. But now, Gu Machen even offered to help Song Yunxian. This made Song Yunxian a little confused. Of course, Song Yunxian would not have been curious if Gu Machen had had a condition or requirement to help her. I can help you, but you should promise me one thing. As Song Yunxian expected, Gu Machen really came up with his condition. Song Yunxian heard his request. She hesitated slightly before she said, "What is it?" "Let's do the wedding." Song Yunxian remained silent again. Seeing Song Yunxian keep silent, Gu Machen stretched out his hand to hook Song Yunxuan's chin. He made her look at himself. "It's not a difficulty for you to do that. Why do you always refuse it over and over again?" It was not the first time Gu Machen had made this request. He didn't understand why Song Yunxian rejected the request, which seemed so reasonable. Song Yunxian kept her lips closed, but her mind was full of worries and thoughts. Gu Machen did not know any of Song Yunxuan's current difficulties. She wasn't really pregnant. How could she marry the Chu family? It was Gu Machen who managed the Chu family. However, what would Gu Machen and his family think about it after Song Yunxuan's fake pregnancy was exposed? It was not the first time Song Yunxian had thought about it. It was because of this that Song Yunxian dared not agree to Gu Machen's request for a wedding. Moreover, there was one problem that had made her very repellent to have a wedding. "Do I have to live in the Chu family after we get married?" Gu Machen embraced her in his arms. He smiled. "Since you married into the Chu family, of course you should live in the Chu family. What if I want to stay in the Song family?" "It's not impossible." Gu Machen's answer made Song Yunxian stun slightly. Song Yunxian had thought that Gu Machen would not agree on it. Unexpectedly, Gu Machen actually agreed with her at once. Gu Machen saw that Song Yunxian was looking at him without any words. He was a little puzzled. "What's the matter? You have changed a little." Song Yunxian smiled. Seeing Song Yunxuan smile, Gu Machen felt much better immediately. Gu Machen didn't know why he would feel good as long as he saw Song Yunxian smiling. The reason probably was that he liked this woman so much that he could be easily touched by her frowns and smiles. Gu Machen looked at Song Yunxian, pursing his lips. Song Yunxian also looked at him with a smile. "I thought you would make me live in the Chu family after our wedding. I'll give you whatever you want, as long as you feel happy." Gu Machen's words made Song Yunxuan's eyes curved slightly. "It's time for sleep." Song Yunxian closed her eyes and went to sleep, while Gu Machen did not give up. Instead, Gu Machen embraced Song Yunxuan's earlobe. He gently asked Song Yunxian, "Do you promise to marry me?" "I have already promised, haven't I?" Song Yunxian did not refuse him. She felt the warmth from Gu Machen's thin lips. Gu Machen hugged Song Yunxian tightly. "Well, you arrange a time and we hold the wedding. We should choose a good time." There was a slight smile in Song Yunxuan's eyes. Her smile was not out of expectation. Instead, it was a smile with tiredness. "It depends on you. I don't know how to choose a day. Tomorrow I will have it picked." The wedding was very special, especially for the large families in Yuncheng. People in large families would find someone to carefully choose a good day as long as they held a wedding. Hearing this, Song Yunxian nodded. "Okay." Song Yunxian was so lovely and obedient tonight, especially when she promised to have the wedding, which made Gu Machen feel very good. Seeing such Song Yunxian, Gu Machen felt that he loved her more. Gu Machen had a good dream all night. However, Song Yunxian rubbed her belly in midnight. It was still flat after several months. Gu Machen had never touched Song Yunxian since Song Yunxian told him about the pregnancy. Song Yunxian had promised to hold the wedding. But how could things develop as she expected? After all, there were so many things for her to do. Song Yunxian had a feeling of sloth the next day, and slept till 11 o'clock after having woken up at 6 o'clock. When Gu Machen left in the morning, he tucked in the quilt for her and told the family servants to take good care of her. After these, he returned to the Chus. The housekeeper presented the Yuncheng Morning Post to Song Yunxian while she was having lunch. Just after Song Yunxian had unfolded the newspaper and taken a look at it, she saw the news about Xiao Qianze. She frowned slightly and turned to ask the housekeeper, "Call Xiao Shui."
Około.
The housekeeper acted on Song Yunxuan's instructions and immediately called Xiao Shui. Then she presented the phone to Song Yunxian respectfully. Song Yunxian reached for it and waited for the other end to answer the call. Yet her eyes were still fixed on the newspaper in front of her. The headline of the Yuncheng Morning Post was about Xiao Tianze's return to the Xiao family with Jiang Minjing, a famous gynecologist in Yuncheng. Such gossip had drawn the attention of the public opinion of Yuncheng. She furrowed her brow while reading the comments under the headline. Xiao Shui quickly answered the phone. It seemed that she had already read the Yuncheng Morning Post, so she asked directly on the phone, "Yunxian, do you call me because of the Yuncheng Morning Post?" Song Yunxian didn't beat around the bush either. "I have no idea who spilled the beans. Fanqing magazine didn't issue anything about the Xiao family, as you ordered." However, Yuncheng Morning Post had received anonymous contributions, one of which was about the thing that Xiao Tianze's return to the Xiao family with Jiang Minjing. Song Yunxian pressed her lips and frowned. She couldn't understand it. According to reason, the ones that had been focusing on the matters of the Xiao family should only be her and the Chu family. Except this, no one should be paying attention to it. The Chus must have never made their move on Xiao Tianze without her permission. Since this was the fact, who was the person who contributed the photos to Yuncheng Morning Post anonymously today? She couldn't figure it out and could not think of anyone else who might have done this. Xiao Shui was very vigilant. If the news on Yuncheng Morning Post were confirmed, then what happens in Xiao family would not develop as you expect. Song Yunxian nodded. "I understand what you said. So what's your plan, Yunxian?" Song Yunxian took a breath. "Currently, the only thing we can and must do is to find out the anonymous contributor as soon as possible. Moreover, I suspect that there might be a third party involved in this matter." Xiao Shui frowned. "The third party? You mean the—" "No, it's neither the Xiao family nor my people. It's someone that even the Xiao family, and we didn't consider a possible suspect." Song Yunxuan's idea silenced Xiao Shui. She couldn't picture a suspect in her mind. Song Yunjia didn't continue her talk with Xiao Shui. She just relieved her after having raised the question. "I'll investigate it, don't worry. You just need to keep an eye on the matters in the Xiao family." "I see." After hearing Xiao Shui's reply, Song Yunxian couldn't help asking, "How are Miao Miao and Gui doing in the Xiao family?" As soon as Song Yunxian said it, Xiao Shui went stupefied and asked, "Are you saying Miao Miao and Gui?" "Yep. Were they found by Xiao Tianze?" Xiao Shui's words were full of astonishment. And it even struck Song Yunxian a little bit, and then she was alarmed. "Aren't Miao Miao and Gui at the Xiao family?" "No, they are not." Xiao Shui's definite answer silenced Song Yunxian instantly. But Xiao Tianze brought Gui and Miao Miao back. How could it be possible? Xiao Shui knew nothing about these. However, Song Yunxian couldn't help doubting Xiao Tianze's purpose when knowing that Xiao Shui had no idea about Gui and Miao Miao's whereabouts. After having been in shock for a while, Xiao Shui immediately began to ease her mind. Xiao Tianze values the two kids so much that he will certainly keep them away from Gu Changge in case that she might hurt them at her will. Since he has found the two kids and hasn't sent them back to the Xiao family yet, it probably means that he wants to conceal it from Gu Changge. Song Yunxian nodded. "Yeah, that's the only possibility, and I hope it'll be true." And Yunxian, as you see, the Xiao family had already declared that Miao Miao and Gui were missing, which proved indirectly that Gui and Miao Miao had already died. But now, as Xiao Tianze had found Gui and Miao Miao, he should have been very happy to declare the news to Yuncheng. However, he did not do it, which indicated that he didn't want anyone to know that Gui and Miao Miao had been found. Xiao Shui's analysis was exactly the same as what Song Yunxian thought. She thought so too. She didn't know why she had mixed feelings about Xiao Tianze's care and love towards the two kids. Xiao Tianze murdered the two kids' mother while still protecting the two kids. What had Xiao Tianze got up in his sleeve? Please figure out a way and find out where the two kids are.
Xiao Shui nodded. Okay.
I think I should be able to help in this matter. Xiao Shui was Xiao Tianzi's younger sister. When she was in the Xiao family, she showed much affection to the two kids, which Xiao Tianzi could see in the eye. Since he knew that Xiao Shui liked the two kids, then he surely would not hold back too much information about the two kids from Xiao Shui. The only people that Xiao Tianzi chose to conceal information from were just Gu Changge and Song Yunjia. Xiao Shui, how is Gu Changge doing now? Xiao Shui heard that Song Yunxian was asking her something about Gu Changge. She couldn't help wearing a sarcastic smile. I'm afraid that Song Yunjia will not be able to fight against Gu Changge this time. Xiao Shui's words silenced Song Yunxian. In her plan, the winner should have been Song Yunjia. However, she had to change the plan flexibly because Gu Yi and Miao Miao were taken away from the airport. And just because of this change, Song Yunjia, who was supposed to be a winner, became a total loser. But even though Song Yunjia now became a loser, it didn't mean that she was of no value at all. In the end, she would be exerting her own value. Xiao Shui continued. Jiang Minjing has found out the drug that Song Yunjia used on Gu Changge, and Xiao Tianzi has confirmed it. Now Xiao Tianzi has lost trust in Song Yunjia and is planning to drive Song Yunjia out of the Champs-Élysées. That'll be too bad. Though Song Yunxian seemed to pity Song Yunjia, yet in the meantime, she had thought out a scheme while tapping the table. After having said something else about Gu Changge, Xiao Shui hung up the phone. Song Yunxian called Mei Qi right after Xiao Shui had hung up the phone. When Mei Qi received her call, he realized that she was going to urge him to investigate the matter she mentioned yesterday. So he said hastily, Manager Song, I drew a blank in the investigation you asked me to make. You found nothing? The news made Song Yunxuan's heart sink. Yesterday, she dispatched Mei Qi to find out who leaked out the news about Gu Yi and Miao Miao to Xiao Tianzi, and assumed that it would have been an easy job. But now even Mei Qi, her best man, did not gain anything. So what on earth was the man who leaked out the message to Xiao Tianzi? She began to have a sense of crisis. Yet Mei Qi said over there, there is something I want to tell you in person. Can't you say it on the phone? No, I can't make myself clear on the phone. I have to tell you about it in person. Song Yunxian had no idea what Mei Qi wanted to tell her. But from the way he spoke, she could sense that it was no trivial matter. She was very concerned about who leaked out the news about Miao Miao and Gu Yi. Actually, she was so close to successfully send the two kids abroad. As long as these two kids had been sent abroad, she would have had no one to be wary of in Yuncheng, which meant that she would have been able to teach Gu Changge and Song Yunjia a good lesson while being free from worries. But now unexpectedly, such a matter came up, which made her give up the plan concerning Gu Yi and Miao Miao. What's worse, she had to do everything possible to urge Song Yunjia and Gu Changge to stay and let them get on with each other. Because only in this way could she protect Gu Yi and Miao Miao from being killed. She and Mei Qi arranged to meet in the manager's office in the Song Enterprise. They heard that there was a knock on the door soon after she had entered the office. Song Yunxian said, "Come in." Then Mei Qi pushed open the door of the office and entered. "You'd better take a look at these." There was a craft paper bag in Mei Qi's hand, which contained a thick pile of files. After Mei Qi had handed over the pile of files, Song Yunxian opened the craft paper bag and took a look at the contents. Inside were some pieces of A4 paper filled with information. Only after having given a few pages a cursory reading, she wrinkled her comely brows and looked up at Mei Qi. "Are you suspecting Lu Xia?" Mei Qi nodded slightly. Seeing that Mei Qi nodded, Song Yunxian soon frowned, recalling the last time she saw Lu Xia. "We were in room the last time we saw Lu Xia, right?" "Yes, Manager Song." Mei Qi did not deny it. Yet Song Yunxian pressed her lips to a line and slightly wrinkled her brows. "I sensed something was wrong when I saw her then. You didn't tell me about it." A lot of things came to Song Yunxuan's mind instantly. The reason that she could find Miao Miao and Gu Yi so quickly was totally because Family Sophia gave her a hand. Yet at that time the master of Family Sophia was George, who was the white assistant beside Lu Xia. Lu Xia had a deep affection for the Lu family, and she did everything possible to stabilize the position of the Lu family in Harbor City. So she had been single all these years and devoted herself to the Lu enterprise. and she put her whole heart into it. Normally, she would have never left Harbor City, where the Lu enterprise took roots. However, when they went to room, they saw that Lu Xia was actually in the main house of family Sophia. Besides, when she recalled what Lu Xia had said to her, an astonishing and bold guess slowly came to her mind. Mei Qi, I suddenly have a suspect. Manager Song, have you figured out who placed obstacles in our way? Mei Qi had taken every man around Song Yunxian into consideration, yet he still could not think of a possible suspect. Yet now Song Yunxian took the initiative to say that she had a suspect. So this suspect might probably be the real one. Mei Qi had full trust in Song Yunxian. Song Yunxian felt relieved to see that Mei Qi trusted her so much. Then she took a breath and then slowly asked him, do you think that it was pulled off by foreign forces? Mei Qi was also smart and he was quite intelligent. You mean, family Sophia? Song Yunxuan's guess slightly stupefied Mei Qi. He had also suspected that maybe some foreign forces interfered with this matter. However, no matter how hard he thought, he still felt that the Song enterprise had never offended any foreign forces. If they had never had offended any foreign forces, then it might have not been possible for any foreign force to interfere with the matters in Yuncheng. He had ruled out the possibility that foreign forces were involved subconsciously. But now Song Yunxian had suspected that there might be a foreign force involved. So Mei Qi had no choice but to face up to this thorny foreign force. Why do you suspect family Sophia? I actually didn't plan to suspect family Sophia in the beginning, yet all the evidence points to family Sophia. Song Yunxian told Mei Qi about her suspicion when she went to room in detail. You didn't see Lu Xia, so you can't sense her difference. From her appearance, I can't say that she's changed much. However, while talking with her, I could sense that she was implying me something when I listened attentively. It was strange for her to take the initiative to help me. Why was it strange? Mei Qi hadn't been to Harbor City before, so he didn't know anything about what happened to her there. Seeing that he knew nothing about what happened in Harbor City, Song Yunxian simply told Mei Qi about the things briefly. After having heard the stories, Mei Qi asked her, so are you suspecting that Lu Xia is now under the control of someone? She might be taken to room by George forcibly. Besides, she didn't help me to find Gui and Miao Miao for nothing. The reason she did it was that she wanted me to help her. Does Lu Xia want you to take her away from George? Mei Qi thought of something that he actually considered interesting and curled up his lips. Seeing that he curled up his lips, Song Yunxian reminded him with a bit displeasure. Be serious. It's no trivial matter. I know it's important. So I asked you if she wanted you to help her get away from George. I think she did. Recalling the brief conversation with Lu Xia, Song Yunxian answered Mei Qi's question affirmatively. Mei Qi nodded. If so, then that'll be right. What'll be right? Song Yunxian frowned. Mei Qi explained it to her. George has been Lu Xia's white assistant and has been around her for years. Anyone who knows Lu Xia is aware that there is a white assistant at her side who takes care of her meticulously. There is a rumor in Harbor City that George and Lu Xia have a love relationship. Song Yunxian shook her head. I don't buy it. Mei Qi asked her curiously. Why? Lu Xia puts her whole heart into the Lu enterprise, and the one that Lu Xia has always had feelings for is probably the young master of the Lu family who has died. As you said, Manager Song, the young master of the Lu family has passed away. Since he is no longer alive, then there is a good reason for Lu Xia to like another man. But this man can't be George. If Lu Xi really likes a man, she will not let the man stay by her side for that long. Maybe Song Yunxian had been too dominant in her previous life while she had been Gu Changge, so now she knew quite well about this kind of strong businesswomen. She felt that she could totally read Lu Xia's mind. When the young master of the Lu family died, Lu Xia was determined to devote all her passion and youth to developing and protecting the Lu enterprise. On the one hand, she was supporting the Lu enterprise, but on the other, she was a woman after all. Maybe she could have met a heartthrob, but Lu Xia was so rational that she would never give up the Lu enterprise, which she had been protecting, because of being immersed in love. What do you mean by this, Manager Song? Mei Qi felt puzzled. Song Yunxian explained. No man in the world is willing to have a wife who is a strong woman, and every man wants to be outstanding. Once a woman like Lu Xia falls in love with someone and gets married, then the man will own everything that Lu Xia owns instantly and will be the half-master of the Lu enterprise. If I may ask, will Lu Xia simply hand over the whole Lu enterprise to her husband? Absolutely not. Mei Qi could be sure about it without thinking. Lu Xia would never hand over the Lu enterprise to others. Not only will Lu Xia not hand over the Lu enterprise to others, but she will also guard against any man who approaches her. Once she smells a rat, she will drive that man away. But what about George? George is expert both in scheming and playing tricks. Besides, he is obviously quite patient as he has been around Lu Xia for these many years. Only when one treats his beloved prey can he have enough patience, Mei Qi replied. Song Yunxian smiled. Tell me about it. Xiao Tianzi's face came into her mind at once. Just as Mei Qi said, only if a man who was quite sophisticated had treated his beloved prey could he have been this patient. In Song Yunxuan's previous life, the goose which belonged to Gu Changge was Xiao Tianzi's beloved prey. Only after having known Gu Changge for over 10 years, got married and had babies with her did Xiao Tianzi carry out the plan of seizing the goose. He had been concealing his real purpose and preparing for so many years. Such patience made people feel scared. Yet George, who was around Lu Xia, was a man of such kind. Mei Qi, what do you think George's beloved prey is? Family Sophia is so wealthy that it's not possible for them to swallow up the Lus. The only possibility is that George wants to get hold of Lu Xia. Song Yunxian agreed with Mei Qi's opinion. I think so too. The two immediately reached an agreement. They gradually understood why Family Sophia wanted to ruin her plan in spite of the tiring trip across the ocean through the guests. Song Yunxian swung herself halfway around the leather swivel chair, looking out of the French window. Meanwhile, her fingers held the pile of files and put them back into the craft paper bag brought over by Mei Qi. George urged Lu Xia to stay, but I have to return the favor to Lu Xia as she had done me a favor. Besides, I have promised to help her before. The reason George interfered with my plan is probably that he was afraid that I might save Lu Xia after I finished affairs in Yuncheng. I agree. After having heard Song Yunxuan's words, Mei Qi had also understood what was at stake. So what are you planning to do now, Manager Song? Hearing Mei Qi's question, Song Yunxian swiveled the chair back to the front of the desk and placed the files onto the desk. Then she folded her hands and looked at her with a smile. Since we've made clear of it, then things will be much easier in the future. Mei Qi felt relieved when seeing that Song Yunxian had got herself together. He felt somewhat worried about the lapse she had when Gui and Miao Miao were suddenly taken away. Mei Qi had never seen Song Yunjia have a lapse during the time he was around her. However, the thing that Gui and Miao Miao were taken away almost drove her crazy. He did not know that she valued these two kids this much in her heart. Song Yunxian folded her hands and slightly raised her eyebrows, saying, the reason that Family Sophia let Xiao Tianzi take away Gui and Miao Miao was just that they wanted to hinder the steps of my helping Lu Xia. Since Family Sophia didn't want me to help Lu Xia soon, then I might as well follow their wishes. Now I won't help Lu Xia instead. I will first settle the matter between Song Yunjia and Gu Changge. She was also very interested in things between Gu Changge and Song Yunjia. The Xiao family probably needed her help now. It was just that she had to wait for some time before stepping in it. In the Xiao family, after the induced labor operation in the hospital, Gu Changge returned to the Xiao family for recuperation, and she made her most trusted Dr. Jiang Minjing move to Xiao family. Jiang Minjing did her duty and took good care of her, and Xiao Tianzi began to accompany and guard her almost right after he had returned from the Xiao enterprise. Gu Changge often woke up with a start at midnight. Maybe it was because she had an induced labor operation, and the conflict between her and Song Yunjia was too unforgettable. She often vaguely dreamt that Song Yunjia injected medicine into her body with a syringe. She woke up from her dream with a cry, covered with sweat. Xiao Tianzi was dozing beside Gu Changge, yet he awakened immediately when hearing Gu Changge's scream. He quickly became clear-headed and saw that Gu Changge was screaming as if she had been having a nightmare on the bed while waving her arms. Go away! Song Yunjia! Don't you touch my baby! Changge! Xiao Tianzi grabbed Gu Changge's arm and anxiously called out her name, trying to wake her up from her nightmare. However, it seemed that Xiao Tianzi could not wake her up from her nightmare, as Gu Changge was still waving her arms while screaming with cries. Let go! Don't get near me! Don't hurt my baby! You go away! Go! Her voice probably alerted Jiang Minjing, who lived in the next room. Jiang Minjing came in a hurry wearing slippers. She pushed open the door without knocking at the door. Xiao Tianzi heard that the door of the bedroom was pushed open, so he turned to look at the door. And he saw that Jiang Minjing scurried in wearing a doctor's overall. Jiang Minjing asked, What's wrong? She seems to have a nightmare. No matter how hard I tried, I still couldn't wake her up. Hearing Xiao Tianzi's words, Jiang Minjing walked over and grabbed one of Gu Changge's arms while Xiao Tianzi grabbed another. Then she gently placed her hand onto her forehead and said, Miss Gu, you are dreaming. Come on, can you wake up? Jiang Minjing's voice was very gentle. It didn't seem to be a good way to wake up Gu Changge from her nightmare. But surprisingly, after Jiang Minjing had finished her words, Gu Changge gradually calmed down and then slowly opened her eyes. Because of the nightmare just now, there were tears in her eyes. Then the tears flew down from her eyes and reached her temples. Seeing that she was crying, Xiao Tianzi felt quite bad and felt like comforting her. He reached out and gently helped her wipe off the tears in the corner of her eyes, comforting her. Changge, don't be scared. It was no more than a nightmare. Hearing Xiao Tianzi's words, Gu Changge immediately struggled to sit up on the bed and reached out to stroke her underbelly. My baby is still here, right? My baby is still in my belly, isn't it? Xiao Tianzi initially tended to continue comforting her. However, he shut up his mouth at once after hearing this question. He stared at Gu Changge putting her hand on her belly and saw Gu Changge's dumbfounded look. Gu Changge's nose was sour, and her eyes were red and swollen because of the long time crying. While her fingers were touching her flat belly, tears kept falling from her eyes, just like a broken bead bracelet. She couldn't stop crying at all. The more she cried in this way, the more Xiao Tianzi felt sorry for her loss, and the more he was disgusted with Song Yunjia. You just told me that it was nothing more than a nightmare. Gu Changge turned to Xiao Tianzi. The grief in her words was so helpless that Xiao Tianzi couldn't help stretching out his hand to take her into his arms. My baby is gone. I loved him so much. I thought he would have been born safe and sound. Gu Changge cried loudly when she was sad. Finally, it seemed like she couldn't bear it anymore. Her crying was no longer suppressed. She burst into tears. Xiao Tianzi kept her company all night. Jiang Minjing sighed when Xiao Tianzi hugged Gu Changge. After that, she left the room. Jiang Minjing closed the door for them. Listening to Gu Changge crying in the bedroom, she felt a little confused. Gu Changge was Gu Changge's sister. Xiao Tianzi was Gu Changge's husband. Gu Changge had died. Yet now Gu Changge had such a close relationship with Xiao Tianzi. Not just the intimacy but even a baby. Although the baby was gone, it was enough to prove that they betrayed Gu Changge at the same time. It was a lapse that she had been helping Gu Changge before. She had always been taking care of Gu Changge for so long, but she didn't even think about why Gu Changge was with Xiao Tianzi. Now that she calmed down, she started to think of these things. However, these things were already a mess. Even if she wanted to figure it out, it was not easy. She leaned against the wall, closing her eyes for a moment, and then headed to her room. In Xiao Tianzi's bedroom, Gu Changge wept and got tired. She gradually calmed down in Xiao Tianzi's arms. She was sad, very sad. She held so much hope for her baby, but the baby was not even born as she wished. Moreover, when she was undergoing labor induction surgery, she was almost killed by Song Yunjia. However, it was not that bad. After all, she would win at the cost of her baby's death. She could totally take this opportunity to exterminate Song Yunjia. Wasn't Song Yunjia trying to steal Xiao Tianzi's love from her? Now she would show Song Yunjia who would have the last laugh in this war. She had almost done crying before speaking. Where is Yunjia now? At the Champs-Élysées. Xiao Tianzi's answer stunned Gu Changge. Next second, she got up from Xiao Tianzi's arms and frowned at Xiao Tianzi, asking confusedly, "My baby's gone. It was all her fault. It has not been thoroughly investigated yet." Xiao Tianzi pursed his lips. On hearing of that, Gu Changge frowned even more, looking at him questioningly. "What do you mean? I have been with you these days, and I have checked the injections given to you by Yunjia. It will indeed cause a hemorrhage, but what?" Gu Changge stared at Xiao Tianzi. Xiao Tianzi spoke without much emotion after pursing his lips. "I asked Yunjia. She said that you framed her on purpose." Gu Changge got mad instantly when she heard this. "You believe all her nonsense?" Xiao Tianzi looked at Gu Changge's furious eyes and said, "Look, the baby could not have been born smoothly anyway. Your body could not bear the pain of giving birth." Gu Changge's eyes narrowed. She had almost guessed what Song Yunjia had told Xiao Tianzi. Abominable as Song Yunjia was, she was surprisingly persuasive. She actually shook Xiao Tianzi in this dead end. Thinking of this, Gu Changge clenched her fists secretly. Xiao Tianzi gently comforted Gu Changge, who was furious. "Get some rest. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. It's our baby. I will not let our baby die for nothing." Gu Changge pursed her lips. She didn't really buy it. "You don't trust me." She looked at Xiao Tianzi. Xiao Tianzi coaxed her. "Yes, I do. You trust Song Yunjia more than me." Xiao Tianzi detected her anger in her words. He fell into silence. He didn't trust Song Yunjia more than Gu Changge. It was just when Song Yunjia defended herself, what she said was worth more considerations. Xiao Tianzi went to the Champs-Élysées on the day Gu Changge induced labor. He loved Gu Changge. He was furious when he found that she almost died and Song Yunjia was the one who injected a drug that could cause a hemorrhage. However, Song Yunjia seemed to be completely innocent when he questioned her. The scene of arguing with Song Yunjia that night was slowly raised. Song Yunjia was crying and defending herself. "You knew exactly what kind of person Changge is. You and I are both doctors. If I really want to kill her, I wouldn't have given her first aid. She would have died long before you came. Plus, do you really believe in Changge? Think about it. Is Changge an innocent woman? She can play games. Good games. Even better than us. Moreover, she must have known for a long time that the baby could not be born, so she framed me like this. Deny it all you want." Facing Song Yunjia's bitter convincement, although Xiao Tianzi had been shaken, the fact that Song Yunjia injected some medicine into Gu Changge's body made him unable to trust all her words. Song Yunjia knew that he did not believe in her. Sitting on the ground, she cried and looked at him sadly. "Tianzi, you won't believe me no matter what I say, will you?" Xiao Tianzi said nothing. Seeing Xiao Tianzi's reaction, Song Yunjia suddenly got up and rushed into the kitchen. The maid hiding in the kitchen was shocked. She screamed out loud immediately when she saw Song Yunjia picking up a kitchen knife. She tried to take away the knife from Song Yunjia. "Miss Song. Mississippi Song, calm down. Don't do that, Miss Song." The scream of the maid caught Xiao Tianzi's attention. Xiao Tianzi rushed into the kitchen. The next thing he saw was that Song Yunjia was slashing her wrist with a kitchen knife. Luckily, the maid stopped her. There was only a shallow trace on her wrist, and it did not really hurt the artery. The maid was frightened. Xiao Tianzi stepped forward and grabbed Song Yunjia's wrist, taking away the knife from her. He yelled at her angrily. "What are you doing?" Song Yunjia stared at him with red eyes. "Aren't you suspecting that I wanted to kill Gu Changge? Aren't you believing in me? Now if I were dead, Gu Changge would have certainly been very happy. You would see who is behind all this by then." Song Yunjia already went crazy. She tried to take that kitchen knife back from Xiao Tianzi in a mad manner. Xiao Tianzi threw that knife to the ground. Song Yunjia was about to pick it up. Seeing this, Xiao Tianzi took her by the hand and dragged her upstairs. "Go upstairs with me." Song Yunjia struggled hard, but she was not as strong as Xiao Tianzi. Xiao Tianzi pulled her upstairs. Then he threw her onto her bedroom bed. Song Yunjia was still acting crazily. Behind Xiao Tianze was the maid Wenwen. Now that Song Yunjia went nuts, Xiao Tianze felt the situation a little tricky. Things had not been clarified yet, but that was all he could get from Song Yunjia right now. If he had continued asking, Song Yunjia would not have admitted anything. What's worse, she might have hurt herself desperately to prove her innocence. He couldn't push her. He frowned and turned to Wenwen behind him. Take care of her. Wenwen nodded. Xiao Tianze sighed and left the Champs-Élysées. He had arranged Song Yunjia in the Champs-Élysées. As for how to do with her later, he would decide after the investigation. But now Gu Changge felt heartbroken because he had not sent Song Yunjia to the police. It made him feel that things started to be difficult. Gu Changge wanted to continue persuading Xiao Tianze. When she pressed Xiao Tianze for an answer, Xiao Tianze chose to leave. Take some rest first, and I will come over tomorrow. Xiao Tianze left Gu Changge's bedroom. Gu Changge wanted to catch up and asked Xiao Tianze to stay for the night. Thinking about Xiao Tianze's delay in sending Song Yunjia to jail, she felt angry again. Therefore, she only watched Xiao Tianze leave her bedroom. After Xiao Tianze left, she pushed all the things on the nightstand to the ground angrily. The noise of smashing was a bit loud. Xiao Tianze heard it when he came out of the bedroom. He was still worried about Gu Changge, so he turned to the next room and knocked on the door. Someone opened the door before long. The person who opened the door was Jiang Minjing. Though Jiang Minjing was a little surprised when she saw Xiao Tianze, she asked him worriedly, "What's wrong with Miss Gu?" She was a little emotional right now. She could use some company. Gu Changge was in a rage. Xiao Tianze didn't accompany her himself but asked me to do it. Jiang Minjing thought about it and knew that these two must have had an argument. I'll be there. Jiang Minjing nodded. Then she came out of her room and knocked at Gu Changge's bedroom door gently. A crying voice came from inside. Who is it? Miss Gu, it's me, Jiang Minjing. Gu Changge's attitude towards Jiang Minjing was much better than other servants. Hearing Jiang Minjing knocking, Gu Changge raised a hand to wipe her tears and replied, "Come in." After having got Gu Changge's permission, Jiang Minjing opened the door and entered. Xiao Tianze watched from a distance and was relieved after having seen Jiang Minjing enter the room smoothly. Xiao Tianze knew Gu Changge's temper quite well. Once Gu Changge had got angry, she would not have talked to Xiao Tianze for a long time unless he had apologized first. The reason that she took the initiative to apologize was just that she had a sense of crisis because of Song Yunjia's recent appearance. He knew well about Gu Changge's feelings for him. For all these years, neither of them could leave the other. He didn't want to lose Gu Changge, yet he didn't want to run out on Song Yunjia completely because of Gu Changge. Perhaps, Xiao Tianze should have listened to Gu Changge's advice and married Song Yunjia to some other man right from the beginning. In that case, they would have still been friends instead of the kind of enemies who were at each other's throats. Gu Changge turned her head and saw that Jiang Minjing was coming towards her. Gu Changge had a sense of dependence the first time she saw Jiang Minjing. Since Gu Changge, the elder sister, died, Gu Changge had become the mistress of the big Xiao family. However, no one had ever had a heart-to-heart talk with her. Song Yunjia was Gu Changge's worst enemy, and Gu Changge had to keep everything bottled up. When Gu Changge encountered something sad, she had no way but sulk. Gu Changge could have whatever she wanted now. But she didn't have a close friend to talk to. Miss Gu, it's bad for your health to be sad like this. I don't care. No one cares about me anyway. She felt like giving up on herself. Jiang Minjing shook her head and came to sit by the bed. Then she pulled the quilt and covered her body with it. Miss Gu, how can you have such a feeling? Mr. Xiao cares about you very much. Care about me? Gu Changge sneered, turned to Jiang Minjing and complained. Song Yunjia wanted to kill me at that time. Now I'm safe. However, when I told Xiao Tianze about all these and hoped that he could turn her over to the police to put on record, Xiao Tianze still protected her and let her stay in the Champs-Élysées. Gu Changge pressed her lips, and tears started to fall from her eyes. The more she thought about it, the more unwilling she felt. In order to make Song Yunjia come a cropper in this matter, Gu Changge almost lost her life. Yet in the end, Xiao Tianze still protected her bewilderedly. Since Xiao Tianze protected her, so what was the point of all these? She frowned and covered her face with her hands in order to conceal the unwillingness and viciousness in her eyes. Jiang Minjing could not see the expression in her eyes, so she assumed that Gu Changge was quite sad now. Jiang Minjing gently reached out and patted her on the back, comforting her. Miss Gu, the reason that Mr. Xiao did not send Miss Song to the police at once probably because something hadn't been settled. So please don't overthink it. He doesn't love me anymore. Gu Changge wiped her tears and raised her head. Xiao Tianze now likes Song Yunjia, and he has already been tired of me. Hearing Gu Changge's words, Jiang Minjing felt somewhat distressed for her. But Jiang Minjing still comforted her. Miss Gu, please go to sleep. Maybe you can see the result you want when you wake up. Gu Changge didn't believe that something would happen when she woke up. But what happened now was not what she was satisfied with or expected. Jiang Minjing helped her lie down and tucked in the quilt for her. She was lying on the bed with her eyes closed, yet her mind was in great confusion. When she closed her eyes, she seemed to see Song Yunjia's proud look at the moment. Gu Changge thought that Song Yunjia could not redeem herself this time. But things turned out to be quite different from her plan. Song Yunjia was still safe and sound. Yet Gu Changge gnashed her teeth with hatred. Jiang Minjing accompanied Gu Changge by her side. Gu Changge tried hard to figure out how to eradicate the enemy Song Yunjia with her eyes closed. Xiao Shui heard clearly about the quarrel between Gu Changge and Xiao Tianze. After the night had fallen, she heard servants saying that Xiao Tianze had driven off. She stood by the window and drew the curtain gently. As expected, she saw Xiao Tianze drive off in person. Xiao Shui looked at him coldly. Then she raised her hand and called Song Yunxian. And she told Song Yunxian about the quarrel between Gu Changge and Xiao Tianze. After having heard it, Song Yunxian felt somewhat astonished. Xiao Tianze actually put up with Song Yunjia after she had done such a thing. It seemed that the relationship between the two was indeed closer than we thought. Song Yunxian answered the call in the bedroom of the rose garden. Because Song Yunxian was propped up on the bed, she turned on the lamp beside her when answering the call. The light of the lamp poured into the room. But Song Yunxuan's state of mind was quite different from that when she lived here before. Before, she could get up at midnight and go to Miao Miao and Gu Yi's rooms to see if the two children had covered themselves with the quilts. But now, even if she had gotten up at midnight to go to the two children's room, things would have been different. She would not have seen the two children lying on the bed. After having heard her words, Xiao Shui sighed softly. Gu Changge thought that she could send Song Yunjia to jail this time, but she didn't make it. Song Yunxuan's voice went through the phone. Is Song Yunjia still grounded in the Champs-Élysées? Yes. Song Yunxian became silent. Song Yunxuan's thoughts were almost the same as Xiao Shui's. Song Yunxian thought that Song Yunjia would face great difficulties and would be sent to the police to put on record by Xiao Tianze after she had been caught. However, Xiao Tianze still kept her in the Champs-Élysées without notifying the police after having caught her harming Gu Changge. This almost lifted Song Yunjia and Song Yunxuan's eyes. Did Song Yunjia say anything to Xiao Tianze? It actually made Xiao Tianze protect her and keep her staying in the Champs-Élysées after she had done such an unforgivable thing. Did Gu Changge react violently? Song Yunxuan's question let Xiao Shui take a breath. Yes, she did. From Gu Changge's voice during her quarrel with Xiao Tianze, one could know how angry Gu Changge was on knowing that Xiao Tianze did not send Song Yunjia to prison this time. Song Yunxian seemed to be able to empathize with Gu Changge's mood. Yeah, Gu Changge almost lost her life. However, Song Yunjia still stayed in the Champs-Élysées safely. No one would be willing to be reconciled to this. Especially Gu Changge. What kind of mood did Gu Changge have while staying in the Xiao family now? She felt it was quite interesting. I don't know what Song Yunjia had said to Xiao Tianze, but Xiao Tianze's attitude towards Song Yunjia was not very bad. If Xiao Tianze had really hated Song Yunjia's guts, he would have sent her to prison now. Hearing Xiao Shui's words, Song Yunxian smiled. Okay, I see. So what are you planning to do now? Xiao Shui asked her. Song Yunxian didn't plan to hide anything from Xiao Shui, so she said frankly, "Since Gu Changge is eager to make Song Yunjia be out of Xiao Tian's sight, then I assume that I can give her a hand." "You want to help Gu Changge?" Xiao Shui felt somewhat astonished. "The results I want will be the same no matter I help Gu Changge or Song Yunjia. So don't worry about it." It was true that no matter who she helped, her eventual aim was to ensure the safety of Gu Yi and Miao Miao. As long as Gu Yi and Miao Miao had been safe in the Xiao family, she could have carried out her plan without worries. Xiao Shui knew that Song Yunxian had her own plan. After having heard her words, Xiao Shui closed her mouth. Song Yunxian was very grateful to her. "Thank you for telling me things going on in the Xiao family all the time." "It's nothing. You are the only one who can help me avenge for my parents." After hearing Xiao Shui's words, Song Yunxian sighed softly. "I will fulfill my promise." Xiao Shui said okay and then hung up after having said good night. She could understand Xiao Shui's mood. The reason why Xiao Shui came to the Xiao family was that she wanted to revenge for her parents. For this purpose, Xiao Shui lived together with Xiao Tianzi under one roof and watched Xiao Tianzi live such a splendid life. While Xiao Tianzi would have never known that his younger sister had known everything, and she had come to avenge for her parents with flaming hatred after he had murdered his adoptive parents. Song Yunxian pressed her lips, put the phone beside her and looked up at the ceiling. Things were going smoothly. She should have a good sleep, because there were more important things waiting for her. Song Yunxian slept quite well this night, yet Song Yunjia and Gu Changge had a hard time. Song Yunjia and Gu Changge were both on the verge of nervous breakdown. Song Yunjia's heartstrings stiffened for fear that she would have been sent to prison after her plan of murdering Gu Changge had been completely exposed. Yet Gu Changge tossed and turned all night thinking about how to eradicate Song Yunjia. Song Yunjia was now suspected of murder, and she could be sent to prison through judicial procedures according to the evidence at that time. But Xiao Tianzi was still protecting her now. Gu Changge didn't understand why Xiao Tianzi did it. The only possibility was that Xiao Tianzi liked Song Yunjia in his heart. However, if Xiao Tianzi had liked Song Yunjia, then what about Gu Changge? What would Gu Changge have been in Xiao Tianzi's heart? The more Gu Changge thought about it, the more vexed she was. After the daybreak, Gu Changge stared at the diaphanous curtains on the bed. Yet when Song Yunxian got up, she immediately called Mei Qi. Xiao Tianzi did not bring Gu Yi and Miao Miao to the Xiao family. "You must find where the two kids are as soon as possible. Do you still want to get those two kids back?" Mei Qi's question made Song Yunxian slightly ponder. Then Song Yunxian said, "No," she explained. "Actually, I don't want to get those two kids back. What I want is to ensure the life safety of those two kids as much as I can." She pressed her lips and made an analysis of her current situation. "Now the two kids are not very safe with me. As you said, family Sophia is interfering with my plan. So currently, it's better for the two kids to stay with Xiao Tianzi." Hearing Song Yunchuan's words, Mei Qi nodded. "I can't agree with you more." Song Yunxian smiled, and she didn't continue talking. But she was quite aware that it was the best way because there was no other way. She hoped that the two kids could stay safely at the place Xiao Tianzi provided while everything went according to her plan. Song Yunxian did not immediately intervene in the fight between Song Yunjia and Gu Changge. After several days of observation, Song Yunxian found that Xiao Tianzi still had no intention of targeting Song Yunjia. Then she called Gu Changge. Gu Changge was just thinking about how to eradicate Song Yunjia. She didn't expect that Song Yunxian, who barely had a relationship with her, called her. She was being quite impatient when answering the call. "It seems that I hardly know you, Miss Song." Song Yunxian smiled gently. "But you know my elder sister quite well." Speaking of Song Yunjia, Gu Changge was full of anger, and she even frowned a bit violently. Song Yunxian seemed to be able to guess Gu Changge's reaction, so her smile became bigger, and her voice became clearer. "Now you must be quite angry with my elder sister, right? So you called just to provoke me?" "Of course not." Song Yunxian immediately denied it and wooed her. "I want to give you a hand. At this time, you would actually be helping me if you did not make the call, Song Yunxian." Gu Changge didn't know how to deal with Song Yunjia. So she poured out her anger on Song Yunxian. Though Song Yunxian heard her angry words, yet she still curled up her lips. Miss Gu, it's not good for you to get excited this easily. I'm busy and I don't have time for chit-chat. So I'll hang up now. Gu Changge was about to hang up after having finished her words. Yet Song Yunxian said slowly, You are distressed because of Song Yunjia, right? Hearing Song Yunxuan's words, Gu Changge stopped hanging up the phone. She put the phone back to her ears. Song Yunxian said in a voice which was neither cold nor excited, I assume that you know Song Yunjia quite well after having been friends with her for this long time. Just by one sentence, Gu Changge could tell that Song Yunxian had a way to deal with Song Yunjia, so she became much more patient. What she wanted to do now was to make Song Yunjia completely disappear from Xiaotianze because of this. This seemingly very simple thing became extremely difficult because of Xiaotianze's continual protection for Song Yunjia. Though Gu Changge knew Song Yunjia quite well, she had no way to drive her away from Xiaotianze. You don't know Song Yunjia better than I do, Miss Song. Gu Changge was so sure of herself. I have known Song Yunjia much longer than you have. The thing that two people know each for a long time doesn't always mean that they can know each other well, Miss Gu. Gu Changge was disgusted with what Song Yunxian said. When Song Yunxian found that Gu Changge remained silent, she understood that Gu Changge didn't quite agree with her words. So Song Yunxian asked, Since you know my elder sister, have you found out her weakness now? Xiaotianze has been protecting her. So you have no way to deal with my elder sister, do you? Gu Changge pressed her lips and said, in a low voice. Let me help you. Song Yunxian said these 4 words. And these words made Gu Changge a bit stupefied. Yet she also felt a little suspicious. You are related to her. You don't believe that I will really help you just because Song Yunjia and I are sisters? Gu Changge asked her in reply. Will you really help me? If Miss Gu trusts me, I'll help you. But if you don't trust me, then I can't help you. Gu Changge thought that Song Yunxian had a reason not to really help her. Because Song Yunxian and Song Yunjia were sisters in blood. However, Gu Changge also felt that Song Yunxian had a reason to help her sincerely. Because everyone knew that the relationship between Song Yunxian and Song Yunjia was quite bad even though they were sisters. Moreover, in the kidnapping that happened earlier, Song Yunxian was almost killed by her own elder brother and elder sister. So Song Yunxian barely had affection for Song Yunjia. If you help me, then what do you want? Gu Changge didn't believe that Song Yunxian would help her for nothing. After having heard Gu Changge's words, Song Yunxian couldn't help chuckling. Miss Gu, you are really smart. You know that I want something before joining hands with me. Otherwise, you won't take the initiative to call me. Actually, I wanted to visit you in person. But considering my identity, I can only call to greet you. I hope that you won't blame me. She was Song Yunjia's younger sister. And Song Yunjia was the one who almost killed Gu Changge this time. Not to mention that Gu Changge was likely to lock Song Yunxian out when she came to visit her. Even if Gu Changge had really let Song Yunxian in, Song Yunxian would have suffered the consequences. In the future, when Song Yunjia had fallen on evil days, some attentive people would have dug out the thing that Song Yunxian had paid a visit to the Xiao family, and then planted the matter of harming Song Yunjia on her. Song Yunxian was trying to make Song Yunjia suffer. However, she didn't want the whole Yuncheng to know that it was done by the younger sister. After all, Song Yuncheng had gone to jail. If Song Yunjia had gone to jail as well, everyone would have thought it was all done by Song Yunxian. Song Yunxian wanted to have a good reputation in Yuncheng. She didn't want to get a bad reputation in Yuncheng just because of Song Yunjia. You have ways to help me deal with Song Yunjia? Of course I do. Song Yunxian answered her firmly. Gu Changge narrowed her eyes and asked her, What ways? I'm afraid that I can't tell you until I see you in person. Gu Changge took a breath. Okay. I'm waiting for you here. Song Yunxian curled up her lips and said, I can't go to the Xiao family. Please come to my place, Miss Gu. Gu Changge had already been in a dilemma, and the only person that could help her was Song Yunxian. Gu Changge actually didn't want to have a connection with Song Yunxian. However, now she had no choice but to call on Song Yunxian. Gu Changge pressed her lips and nodded. I'm coming. Hearing that Gu Changge was willing to come to her place, Song Yunxuan's smile became bigger. After pondering for a while, Song Yunxian set up a meeting time and place with Gu Changge. Then she ended the call. Song Yunxian pressed her lips. Thinking of Gu Changge's current situation, Song Yunxian couldn't help feeling happy. Yeah, Gu Changge must have been upset now. It was clear that her enemy had suffered heavy losses. Yet Gu Changge could not eradicate the enemy. The only thing she could do was to watch her happiness. Gu Changge watched Song Yunjia laugh at her arrogantly and proudly. Gu Changge felt annoyed when she thought about it. But what Song Yunxian wanted was exactly this. Song Yunjia took a nap at noon. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon when she woke up again. Song Yunjia got up from the bed and pulled back the curtains in the bedroom with great vigor. Seeing the sunshine outside, Song Yunjia slightly narrowed her eyes. Then she called out to her servant. Wanwan, who was waiting outside, immediately came in when hearing Song Yunjia calling her name, asking, Miss Song, what can I do for you? Song Yunjia took a displeased look at her and complained. What took you so long? Didn't I ask you to guard outside my door? The door was not completely closed, so why did it take this long for you to answer me? Wanwan was terrified and just bowed her head saying sorry. Song Yunjia knew well that the only person she could trust was the servant, Wanwan, in front of her because there were no other servants around. Song Yunjia stood in front of the window for a while. Then she went back to the bed, sat down and reached out to stroke her long hair asking, Did anyone come while I was asleep? Wanwan shook her head. No. In Song Yunjia's imagination, she felt that Xiao Tianzi might come here at any time. Neither had Xiao Tianzi asked the servants around her yet, nor had he investigated the people who were at the scene at that time to force them to tell the truth. As a result, she could stay in the Champs-Élysées safely now. If Xiao Tianzi had cared about this matter and had gathered all the people who were at the scene when Gu Changge had an accident to ask about the matter, then she would have probably been sent to the police. Perhaps Song Yunjia would have been in the women's prison through the fastest procedure. She could almost successfully eradicate Gu Changge this time. Yet out of her expectation, Xiao Tianzi came in such a timely manner that he saved Gu Changge. Song Yunjia pondered for a while after having heard Wanwan's negative answer. Then she dismissed Wanwan. She should keep an eye on Xiao Tianzi's whereabouts these days. Song Yunjia was not very clear about what was in Xiao Tianzi's mind. If Xiao Tianzi had regarded Gu Changge as his dearly loved person, then he would have collected all the evidence at the first time when the accident happened and charged her through judicial procedures. Even if Xiao Tianzi hadn't charged her, then Gu Changge's sad cries and some little reports would have been enough to make Xiao Tianzi furious. As long as Xiao Tianzi had become angry, it would have been enough to make Song Yunjia completely unimportant in Xiao Tianzi's eyes. However, now things didn't seem to be what she imagined. Gu Changge lost her child and stayed with her in the car for such a long time, which made Gu Changge almost dead. Only by this, Gu Changge would definitely add fuel when accused Song Yunjia in front of Xiao Tianzi, and would fan the flames to let Xiao Tianzi see how vicious Song Yunjia was. If Xiao Tianzi had been convinced, then he would surely have come to clean Song Yunjia up immediately. Yet now Xiao Tianzi had no intention of hurting her. So the only thing that she could think of was that she still occupied a very important position in Xiao Tianzi's heart. Because Song Yunjia occupied such an important position in Xiao Tianzi's heart, she could battle for one more time after having made such a big mistake. Song Yunjia slowly clenched her fingers into fists, looking out of the window. And she couldn't help murmuring, I haven't lost yet. Yes, Song Yunjia hadn't lost yet. She was still able to turn the tide. Song Yunjia could make good use of Xiao Tianzi's affection for her to free herself from danger, and then fight against Gu Changge in the long run. Gu Changge now had no way to persuade Xiao Tianzi to teach Song Yunjia a lesson now. Thus Song Yunjia would have had plenty of time to get a firm foothold as long as Xiao Tianzi had continued to protect Song Yunjia. Xiao Tianzi would have turned this matter into a minor one and hushed it up. After all, Song Yunjia had the same secret as Xiao Tianzi. After all, the death of Gu Changge was Xiao Tianzi's soft spot. Xiao Tianze would not let anyone leak out his soft spot. Especially Song Yunjia, who knew it quite clearly. Song Yunjia had nothing to fear. Gu Changge was full of anxiety. The rumors had spread wildly outside. In Yuncheng, once rumors began to spread, then it would be wrongly informed by countless people. The rumors in the business family like the Xiao family were one of the topics that interested the public most. No one knew where the news came from. But Gu Changge's abortion was spread all over the streets of Yuncheng overnight. The people involved in this matter did not know it until the news spread throughout the streets. The first person to know this news was Xiao Tianze. Xiao Tianze had just arrived in the Xiao enterprise. The assistant was so cautious that he hid Yuncheng Morning Post behind. Xiao Tianze had always had the habit of reading the morning newspaper. Now he saw the assistant holding the morning newspaper. But the assistant did not hand it to him. Instead, he hid the newspaper. Xiao Tianze subconsciously felt that there was something particularly important in the newspaper that the assistant did not want him to know. Xiao Tianze frowned. He raised his hand unpleasantly at the assistant. "The thing behind you, give it to me." The assistant was asked to hand it over. His face wrinkled up embarrassingly. He did not move, but his brow began to be wet. Xiao Tianze saw his unusual reaction. He said, "Give it to me." Xiao Tianze aggravated his voice, which made the assistant trembled with shock. Under Xiao Tianze's coercion, the assistant slowly took out the newspaper hidden behind him. Xiao Tianze dragged the newspaper impatiently. Xiao Tianze just unfolded the newspaper. He saw a huge page on the headline of the newspaper that Gu Changge's younger sister did the induced labor accompanied by her brother-in-law. Such a big page headline made Xiao Tianze lose his countenance in no time. The assistant beside him saw Xiao Tianze's expression. He was also in shock, shrinking his shoulders. Xiao Tianze became gloomy instantly. He looked at the assistant whose shoulder was shrinking. "Did you read the newspaper?" The assistant nodded. Then he realized that it was wrong to nod. He immediately shook his head. Xiao Tianze didn't look well. Seeing the assistant's expression, he felt even worse and grabbed the newspaper in his hand. Then he entered the office. The assistant did not dare to follow up. When he raised his head, he heard the loud voice of Xiao Tianze's closing the door. The assistant knew how angry Xiao Tianze was according to the sound. Now the news of Gu Changge's abortion would not only affect Xiao Tianze's reputation, but also impact the Xiao Enterprise's shares. Almost everyone in the company had read the morning newspaper. In Yuncheng, the news of abortion without any evidence had also begun to spread through online forums. Xiao Tianze's complexion became pale. He knew this was no trivial matter after he returned to the office. Xiao Tianze immediately called the public relations department in the Xiao enterprise. He put pressure on them to suppress this news anyway. The public relations department was also battered. But the only thing they could do was to respond by a nod when facing Xiao Tianze's violent pressure. The public relations department called the newspapers and asked them to clarify the facts. The person in the newspaper office answered them, "It seems useless for us to clarify this matter. It should be much better than our clarification that Miss Gu Changge can clarify it in person." This response made the whole PR department take a breath, who then angrily started to negotiate with the newspaper office. The newspaper office insisted on their attitudes and refused to send a clarification announcement. Even though they were threatened to be taken to the court and got a lawsuit, the newspaper office still did not mean to change its attitude at all. The public relations department, of course, did not dare to tell Xiao Tianze directly about such a result of consultation. Xiao Tianze would have scolded all people in the public relations department if he had been told this. The public relations department did not dare to tell Xiao Tianze, so they had to try to find solutions in the background. After seeing the newspaper company, the staff of the public relations department told the head of the public relations department, "This newspaper office belongs to Bally Media." Hearing the name of Bally Media, the head of public relations frowned tightly. Manager Xiao wanted to acquire it before. The staff nodded, then he reminded the minister, "But I don't know why Manager Xiao gave it up and it was bought by the Song Enterprise at a low price." The head of the department frowned. He was already in his 40s. Now these things had drained him. He waved his hand and said, "I'm afraid that we must ask the one in the Song Enterprise for help." The staff of the public relations department beside him also understood. This newspaper was affiliated with Bally Media, and Bally Media was acquired by the Song Enterprise. In other words, the only one who could make the newspaper compromise was Song Yuncheng, the head of the Song Enterprise. The head of the department was unwilling to turn to Song Yuncheng, but there was no better way than that. The head of the department sacrificed his dignity. He reached out to the staff around him. "Give me the phone." The staff put the phone on his hand. The director pondered for a while. Then he found and dialed the phone number of the president's office of the Song Enterprise. The director dialed the number, but he didn't get through. With the continuous sound of the system on the phone, the heart of the director of the public relations department gradually began to sink. He was not sure whether he could solve the problem successfully. After all, the director did not know whether Song Yuncheng would answer the phone. The staff beside him in the public relations department also knew that this problem was related to the survival of the entire department. Therefore, everyone in the department was watching the director's reaction closely. There was even a staff who could not help asking, "Does she answer the phone?" The director shook his head. The staff became more frustrated. The director was about to hang up the phone because he didn't think it would be answered. Suddenly came a sweet female voice. "This is the Miss Song's office. May I help you?" The director heard her voice. His eyes became brighter immediately. The whole person was in spirit. "Excuse me, is Manager Song available to answer the phone now?" "Manager Song is in a conference." The director of the public relations department frowned when he heard the answer. After all, many people did not directly refuse to answer the phone when they wanted to. Instead, they would have various reasons to euphemistically refuse it. For example, the reason had been mentioned by that lady on the phone. The lady on the phone was aware of the director's silence. She smiled. "The conference will end in half an hour. Please leave your name if you're available. I'll tell Manager Song. May I call again in half an hour?" "Yes, of course." After hearing the yes, the director felt relieved. The director had been completely terrified as he had got the phone through slowly, and he was told about the conference. He had thought that he could not find Song Yuncheng. Unexpectedly, Song Yuncheng was just at a conference. The director put his hand on his heart and pressed it. Then he took out a small bottle from the trouser pocket and got a pill in his hand. Then he had it. The staffs around him were confused about his reaction. Only a staff who had worked with the director for many years in the public relations department explained, "He has a heart attack." This explanation made everyone stunned. It was just the call that almost made the director's heart attack relapse. The public relations department of the Shao Enterprise was terrified by calling Song Yuncheng. At the same time, however, in the Song Enterprise, Meichi was placing a red rose with beautiful accessories on the desk of the lady who had just answered the phone. "Well done." Meichi was very personable and handsome. Besides, he was Song Yunchuan's confidant in the Song Enterprise, who had promising prospects. Many female colleagues in the company regarded Meichi as their ideal type. The lady was also the same. She flushed just because Meichi gave her a rose. Song Yuncheng came out of the conference room. She walked to the door of the office with the newly promoted staff. Then she saw that Meichi was flirting with the operator. The newly promoted staff next to Song Yuncheng felt a little embarrassed. He coughed softly. Song Yunchuan's eyes were fixed on Meichi severely. Meichi probably heard the cough. He turned around. Then Meichi saw Song Yuncheng, who was frowning, and a colleague who looked awkward. Meichi was caught flirting on the spot. He was a little flustered. The operator, who was infatuated with Meichi, just now also quickly pushed the rose aside, and then pretended to work hard. "What are you doing?" Song Yuncheng asked Meichi. Meichi shrugged. "I'm teaching her to tell lies." Song Yuncheng nodded. However, she looked at him without kindness. "Very good. You come to my office." Meichi really began to panic. The operator also saw Mei Qi following Song Yunxian to the office with sympathy. The new colleague who had just been promoted saw Mei Qi being called to the office by Song Yunxian. He was a little tickled. Mei Qi looked at him and found him snickering. Song Yunxian entered the office. She did not talk to the staff she promoted. Instead, she sat on the chair, folding her hands. She stared at Mei Qi. "Well, tell me how you taught that beauty." Such an obvious and teasing question made the staff who came with him couldn't help turning his head and smiling. Mei Qi also felt that his behavior might make Song Yunxian unhappy. He took 2 steps forward to be in front of the office desk. He leaned over and whispered to Song Yunxian. Song Yunchuan's serious expression changed a little after hearing Mei Qi's whisper. Then she said to the staff in the office, "Qianfeng, you can go out first." Song Yunxian let Qianfeng out. Qianfeng turned around to go out obediently. Song Yunxian did not focus her attention on Mei Qi until Qianfeng was out. "The Public Relations Department of the Shao Enterprise?" Mei Qi nodded. "Yes." Song Yunxian couldn't help laughing. This minister of the Public Relations Department has an outstanding ability for even having such a thought of asking for my help, Mei Qi said. "This shows that we, the Song Enterprise, are not yet the enemies to the Shao Enterprise." Song Yunxian agreed. "Yes. If we were his enemies, the Shao Enterprise Group would not call us to help solve the problem." After hearing words from Song Yunxian like this, Mei Qi went on to ask, "Manager Song, do you want to help them?" Song Yunxian chuckled and became in a good mood. "Of course. Why not?" Hearing words from Song Yunxian that she would help them, Mei Qi could not help but frown. "Dear Manager Song, was it you who let the newspaper office report this piece of news?" Being exposed so directly, Song Yunxian frowned. "Assistant Mei, beware of eavesdroppers. What if someone hears your words?" Mei Qi agreed with this. "Manager Song, you are right. I should lower my voice and then talk to you. Sit down and take your time." Song Yunxian pointed to the chair in front of her. Mei Qi seated himself in a chair opposite her with no worries. The chess game played by Manager Song is getting more and more complex. "There is no way. I am just forced by the present situation. By the way, do you find out where Gu Yi and Miao Miao are?" Song Yunxian was very eager to know about the whereabouts of Gu Yi and Miao Miao. Mei Qi didn't disappoint her either. Hearing her question, he took out a card from his pocket. There was an address on the card. He said, "This is where Gu Yi and Miao Miao are now." Song Yunxian took the card over. Seeing the address, she tried to remember it before beginning to praise him. "You are so efficient." Mei Qi didn't mean to be modest at all. Instead, he said, "Yuncheng is such a small city. If you want to find 2 people, just dig to a depth of 3 feet. Song Yunxian glanced at him and couldn't help jokingly said, "Perhaps you didn't dig to a depth of 3 feet but check all the properties under the name of Shao Qianze, and then go to each address to find them, am I right?" "Even so, it was also very hard, Manager Song." Hearing the word hard from his mouth, Song Yunxian sighed and pointed to the door. "Your work is not hard yet, for you still have the energy to flirt with girls. I think it is necessary to add some workload to you." The joke should be stopped at this point. Mei Qi also knew that he couldn't continue to talk about it. He quickly changed the topic. "Manager Song, let's get down to business." Song Yunxian nodded, then stood up, found the coat beside her and put it on. "You talk to the newspaper office and let them make a clarification announcement. However, the Shao family will certainly pursue the matter." Song Yunxian was not surprised. The Shao family will pursue the matter to show their attention. However, since Gu Changge induced labor, they will not penetrate too much. You can just cover it by any means. "Manager Song." Mei Qi could not help but stop her when seeing that she was going out. Song Yunxian turned her head and looked at him. "Is there anything else?" Mei Qi felt uneasy. "Are you going to see Gu Changge?" Song Yunxian nodded. "Yes." "Manager Song, you'd better wait a little while, and then I'll come with you." Hearing Mei Qi say this, Song Yunxian couldn't help being shocked. After that, she laughed. "It wouldn't be that you are still worried about me? The woman Gu Changge has too many tricks. I think it will be safer if I stay with you." Mei Qi urged to go with her. After thinking about it, Song Yunxian agreed. You go to the newspaper office first and then come with me. She was going to see Gu Changge, for the thing she would do was very important. In fact, even though Mei Qi did not follow her, she felt that nothing would happen when she went to see Gu Changge. However, Mei Qi wanted to follow her. She felt it would be better to have Mei Qi follow her. After all, it would also be safer to have one more person accompanying her. Mei Qi took the same car with her, which stopped at the newspaper office in the way. Song Yunxian did not enter the newspaper office. Only Mei Qi went in and did the thing. He came out soon. Song Yunxian asked him, "What did you say to the people of the newspaper office?" "I let them make an announcement and call Manager Song if the Shao Enterprise continues to pursue the matter." Hearing his words, Song Yunxian couldn't help laughing. "Your order is really simple." Mei Qi looked at her. "If the people of the newspaper office couldn't solve it, then they would turn to you. After all, there is nothing that you can't solve." Hearing this, Song Yunxian turned to look out of the window. If that's the case, it would be great. Yes, it would have been great if she, Song Yunxian, had solved all the problems. At least, in that case, her kids would not have been taken back by Xiao Tianze after returning to her side. She hoped that both Song Yunjia and Gu Changge would be solved this time. Only in this way could Gu Yi and Miao Miao be safer. The working years of Mei Qi for her were not the longest, but they were definitely not short. They had a tacit understanding when doing things together. And she was always at ease in Mei Qi's work. Before going to the appointment, Mei Qi also told her about Gu Changge's recent situation. Gu Changge hates Song Yunjia very much now. But it is very difficult for her to get rid of Song Yunjia. If you, Manager Song, can help her, she would be very grateful to you. Song Yunxian smiled and looked at him in an instant. Maybe. Mei Qi could not see any expression from her eyes. Song Yunxian also didn't mind telling him the truth. However, I know Gu Changge a little. She has never been a grateful person. Gu Changge always had a heart as malicious as snakes and scorpions. She had never known about the word grateful in her mind. The Gu family took her in, made her the second daughter, took her out of the orphanage and gave her such a beautiful life. However, how did she do to the Gu family in the end? She was like the poisonous snake, which warmed in the farmer's hugs, biting Gu Changge in return. She killed Gu Changge and then united with outsiders to turn all the things of the Gu family into Xiao Tianze's. Now she was not just calculating to get rid of her rival Song Yunjia. Even Gu Changge's two kids had already become Gu Changge's eyesores. Gu Changge was thinking about how to kill them. Song Yunxian slightly closed her mouth, with colder and colder senses in the eyes. Mei Qi did not continue to ask. However, by judging from the senses in Song Yunxuan's eyes, he could confirm that even if she had helped Gu Changge, she would not have Gu Changge pleased to the end, because in Song Yunxuan's eyes, both Gu Changge and Song Yunjia were enemies she wanted to eradicate completely. She just chose to get rid of Song Yunjia first. She would make Gu Changge alive for another period of time. The car pulled forward. Street scenes on both sides of the road receded rapidly. Song Yunxian looked out of the window and suddenly asked Mei Qi, "What kind of idea do you think I'll come up with for Gu Changge to get rid of Song Yunjia?" When asked like this, Mei Qi was slightly shocked. A moment later he replied, "Song Yunjia has nothing left. If one person has nothing left, he will have no weaknesses." Song Yunxian did not deny it. When Mei Qi said this, she smiled slightly. "It seems that Song Yunjia has no weaknesses, doesn't she?" Mei Qi asked in reply. Song Yunxian smiled but said nothing. Mei Qi felt that he could not fathom the ever-growing thoughts of this young girl. He had been wandering in the business circle for many years. He had worked for one powerful family to another. He had seen many young heirs who had spared no effort to raise a storm of blood to snatch the property from their fathers. What Song Yunxian had done in the Song family was perfect. It was also a victory for her. However, what she was doing made him puzzled. On the one hand, she hated Xiao Tianze and wanted to bankrupt the Shao Enterprise. On the other hand, she had deep feelings for the two kids of Xiao Tianze. Seeing this, everyone would feel weird since she had no kinship with the two kids. Song Yunxian had already made an appointment with Gu Changge and asked her to come to the Song family. But Song Yunxian changed her mind after thinking about it. She let someone call Gu Changge and tell her that the place for today's meeting was the Rose Garden. Hearing the address, Gu Changge felt a little uneasy and told the butler of the Song family on the phone. That place is unlucky. The Song family's housekeeper just smiled and then began to tell her, Miss Song will wait for you there. Then she politely asked her to hang up the phone. Gu Changge felt that the Song family's housekeeper was somewhat arrogant, but she had no other way. After all, Song Yunxian took the initiative at this time. She had no conditions to negotiate with Song Yunxian. Not only did she have no conditions to negotiate with Song Yunxian, but she also had to agree to a request from Song Yunxian. This request was deliberately ignored by Song Yunxian when she asked her last time. However, she felt that Song Yunxian would take the initiative and talk to her about it when meeting today. After confirming the time and place, she planned to go out. However, at the moment Xiao Tianzi called her. Xiao Tianzi's voice was extremely displeased over the phone. I won't go back tonight. Gu Changge frowned and subconsciously thought that Xiao Tianzi would go to the Champs-Élysées instead of going home. Are you going to meet Song Yunjia? What are you thinking? Gu Changge was filled with anger. Am I wrong? She frowned. It was Song Yunjia who did all this to me, but you still want to meet her. Do you still have me in your heart? Hearing Gu Changge's jealous words, Xiao Tianzi felt that she was somewhat unreasonable. It's not what you think. If it's not what I think, then you come back tonight. Xiao Tianzi frowned. I really can't go back tonight. Then I'll find you. Gu Changge was very nervous. She thought that Xiao Tianzi would definitely meet Song Yunjia for not going back home. She was afraid that Song Yunjia would be able to stage a comeback in such a situation. Xiao Tianzi had planned not to go home and simply told Gu Changge. However, he hadn't expected that Gu Changge would become unreasonable when she heard that he wouldn't go home. He couldn't explain it clearly. Xiao Tianzi said, Read the morning newspaper. Hearing what Xiao Tianzi said, Gu Changge called a servant and ordered, Bring the morning newspaper. The servant immediately went to get the newspaper after hearing Gu Changge's command. Gu Changge had been in her bedroom these days. Even when it was time to eat, she asked the servant to put the food on a tray and send it to the room. Hence, she had never read the morning newspaper. This time, Gu Changge suddenly asked the servant to get the morning newspaper. So, the servant was a little stunned before quickly turned to get the newspaper. Gu Changge had thought that there was nothing but some business report about the Xiao enterprise on the morning paper. She hadn't expected that there was a report about her abortion when she opened it. Furthermore, the report was somewhat true. Gu Changge panicked in a moment. Although she and Xiao Tianzi were intimate lovers, it had been a secret all these years because she was Gu Changge's sister. However, someone exposed the relationship between her and Xiao Tianzi now. As someone who valued his reputation, Xiao Tianzi would never be with her when rumors were spreading. Moreover, he did not want people to criticize him that he hooked up with his sister-in-law after his wife's death. He valued his reputation. Therefore, when the news broke out at this time, Xiao Tianzi would surely try his best to deny it. At least he would choose to distance during this period. Thinking of this, Gu Changge immediately spoke to the other end over the phone. I saw the rumors in the newspaper. So, I won't go home often recently. Obey Dr. Jiang. Rest and recuperate. Gu Changge's lips were slightly whitish. She wasn't willing to accept his arrangement. I was adopted by the Gu family. Do you have to do this? Everyone in Harbor City knew that Gu Changge was not a blood-related child of the Gu family, but was adopted from an orphanage. She was just an adopted daughter of the Gu family. Xiao Tianzi could understand the meaning of her words and said, Even if you are an adopted daughter of the Gu family, you're still Gu Chengge's daughter and Gu Changge's sister. If I dissolved the adoption relationship with the Gu family, could you marry me? It's not good for you to dissolve this relationship. Will you marry me? Gu Changge persistently wanted Xiao Tianzi to give her an answer. However, listening to her persistent question, Xiao Tianzi changed the topic. Take good care of yourself. I will go back to the Xiao family more frequently after the rumors subside. Tianzi, I'm going to a meeting. I have to go. I'll talk to you later this evening. He quickly hung up. Gu Changge couldn't say one more sentence to him. She listened to the busy tone from the phone and felt a little sad. She also felt a little uncomfortable and jealous in her heart. He had a home but did not return. He avoided her to deny the rumor. So where would he go? Would he see Song Yunjia? It was reasonable. It seemed to be appropriate for him to be with Song Yunjia at this time. Anyway, he was not willing to send Song Yunjia to jail. Even if Song Yunjia had almost killed her, he just ignored it. Was he really tired of her now? The more Gu Changge thought, the more frightened she would become. Holding the earpiece with busy tones, Gu Changge lowered her head and didn't speak for a long time. Xiao Tianzi's indifference to her made her heart more and more anxious. After a while, Shuang came toward her. Miss Gu, it's time to meet Miss Song. Reminded by the servant, Gu Changge then woke from the trance. Then she put down the phone in her hand. Prepare the car. It's ready, Miss Gu. Gu Changge nodded before she went to change clothes, and then she left the house. Gu Changge clenched her fingers all the way tightly. Shuang was beside her. She watched every expression on Gu Changge's face carefully. Along the way, Gu Changge was distracted until Shuang reminded her that they had arrived at the rose garden. Gu Changge came out of the trance. Then she saw the beautiful iron gate of the rose garden. She had visited here many times when Gu Changge owned this property in the past. However, the house's owner had changed since Gu Changge was dead. She hadn't expected that she would come to this house after its owner changed. Song Yunxian was already waiting in the greenhouse. As soon as Gu Changge arrived, a maid of the rose garden led her to the greenhouse as if greeting a distinguished guest. She hadn't seen Song Yunxian for a long time. Song Yunxian was drinking tea in the greenhouse. Seeing Gu Changge coming, Song Yunxian got up from the rattan chair and smiled at her. Welcome, Miss Gu. She looked at Gu Changge peacefully and intimately on the surface. In fact, she did not have any affection for Gu Changge. She even felt happy because Gu Changge had fallen into a predicament presently. The little happiness became lager when she saw Gu Changge's pale face. Gu Changge had felt that she had nothing to say to Song Yunxian. Now that Song Yunxian was sitting opposite her, she just nodded reluctantly and said frankly, You said that you could help me get rid of Song Yunjia, so I came here to see you. Now I am in front of you, and you need to tell how you would do that, don't you? Don't be so anxious, Miss Gu. Sit down and we can discuss slowly. Song Yunxian saw her face and knew that Gu Changge must have had a tough time recently. Moreover, Xiao Tianzi might have begun to keep a distance from her to deny the rumors. Hearing Song Yunxuan's words, Gu Changge sneered coldly in a self-mocking manner. What else do I need to say slowly? You are clear about these things, aren't you? Song Yunxian pretended that she hadn't heard anything and looked at Gu Changge confusedly. I don't know what you mean. It's straightforward. I just meant that you have already known that Xiao Tianzi is treating me coldly. How could I know such kind of thing, Miss Gu? Putting on an innocent air, Song Yunxian smiled slightly. This is the family affairs within your Xiao family. How could I know as an outsider? You do not know? Everyone in Yuncheng already knew that I had an induced abortion for Xiao Tianzi. Hearing what Gu Changge had said, Song Yunxian wore a surprised face. When did the rumor begin to spread? Isn't there a large report on the morning paper? Which morning newspaper? Song Yunxian asked naturally. Gu Changge was also attentive. Knowing that the news came from the magazine under Baoli Media, she said, It was the magazines and newspapers of Baoli Media began to spread rumors. As their boss, don't you know the headlines of your newspapers and magazines? Hearing Gu Changge's complaint, Song Yunxian couldn't help but explain. Miss Gu, you're wrong. Although I am the owner of Baoli Media, I also have many other businesses at the same time. I can't know every piece of important news from all my companies. I am also angry that Baoli Media released this news without confirming. Don't worry. I will help you solve this problem. Anyway, The newspaper spreading rumors would be resolved sooner or later. There would be no harm to make a guarantee to Gu Changge at present. Moreover, this rumor was not only gossip. She wanted to use it for another purpose. Song Yunxian looked at Gu Changge and frowned slightly. Miss Gu, you wouldn't think I made Bally Culture Media make the headlines about you, would you? Gu Changge nodded. Wasn't you? Song Yunxian shook her head and smiled bitterly. If you think so, you do me wrong. Gu Changge frowned at her. Song Yunxian explained. Miss Gu, there are many matters in all my businesses, big or small. I don't take charge of everything. As for the newspaper, I haven't reviewed the news on by one. If it is not you, then who? If Miss Gu has to be suspicious, I would suggest you think about who will be the most beneficial after the spread of this rumor. Song Yunchuan's words seemed to wake up Gu Changge all of a sudden. Gu Changge froze for a moment and then said with frowned eyebrows and gritting teeth, You mean Song Yunjia? Sitting on the rattan chair, Song Yunxian didn't answer Gu Changge's question directly but said, Miss Gu, please sit, and we can discuss it slowly. I think we may have to talk about this for a long time. Song Yunchuan's words made Gu Changge suppress her anger, and then sat on the rattan chair. Seeing Gu Changge sit down, Song Yunxian knew that Gu Changge had been attracted by her topic, and she had already put the blame for spreading rumors on Song Yunjia successfully. Naturally, those who had brains should know that only Song Yunjia would benefit a lot when Gu Changge was out of luck at this stage. Gu Changge sat opposite Song Yunxian. Song Yunxian told the servants at home to prepare milk tea, and she also let the servants present some snacks. Gu Changge had no appetite at all. Song Yunxian particularly asked the servants to serve Gu Changge's dessert in the past. It was a pity that Gu Changge felt uneasy in her heart, and couldn't even eat a bite. Seeing Gu Changge in such a poor state, Song Yunxian hooked the corner of her lips invisibly. Then she continued to talk to Gu Changge. Miss Gu, don't worry too much. Anyway, my elder sister can't be smug for too long. Gu Changge's eyes lit up when she heard Song Yunchuan's words. Capturing the change in Gu Changge's eyes, Song Yunxian slowly raised her lips. Miss Gu, do you want my advice now? Gu Changge came here to listen to Song Yunchuan's words. Now that Song Yunxian was willing to say, she naturally would listen intently. She wanted to use what Song Yunxian was about to say to rout Song Yunjia. After seeing Gu Changge's serious expression, Song Yunxian said, Miss Gu, if you want to cut the weeds and dig up the roots, you should deprive Song Yunjia of everything. Gu Changge looked at her. She has lost everything. Oh. No, she still has a backing. Gu Changge was slightly startled when she heard Song Yunchuan's words. Who is the backing, you said? After Gu Changge's question, Song Yunxian spoke softly. It's Madam Song. Song Yunxian said in a low voice. Gu Changge looked at Song Yunxian, and her eyebrows never stretched out. She didn't know much about the Song family, so she was still dubious when she heard Song Yunxian said Madam Song. Who is Madam Song? She is now abroad. May you will recall something when I say her name. Her name is Yimeichi. After hearing the name, Gu Changge repeated it several times. Song Yunxian did not rush to tell her the specific information of Yimeichi. She wanted Gu Changge to think of by herself. After thinking for a long time, Gu Changge seemed to remember something finally. She looked up at Song Yunxian. You mean Song Yan's first wife? Yimeichi of the Yi family in Harbor City. Song Yunxian nodded. She had been sure that Gu Changge would definitely remember it. Song Yunjia's mother, Yimeichi, was a woman unknown to the upper circles of Yuncheng. However, when she was young, she was a famous beauty in Harbor City. Moreover, it was rare that she was born in an upper-class family, the Yi family. Since she was a child, she had been gentle, generous, and well-educated and had a good sense of judgment. And she was also tender and did everything on principle. She had a good reputation and evaluation in the upper-class society of Harbor City. At that time, when Yimeichi had just turned 20 years old, rich and powerful families of the similar background with the Yi family in Harbor City started to visit the Yi family. They wanted to become a business partner of the Yi family by marrying the young and beautiful lady, Yimeichi. It was a pity that Yimeichi met Song Yan at the wrong time and occasion. and she fell in love with him, who was still a small trader then. Although the Yi family had refused multiple times, they couldn't make their beautiful daughter change her mind and finally allowed her to marry. However, the relationship between Yi Meiqi and the Yi family soured because of her marriage to Song Yan. And later Song Yan had an affair. Yi Meiqi learned that Song Yan had a girlfriend before they met. Song Yan abandoned his girlfriend, who had had his baby. She also learned that Song Yan met Song Yunying's mother after their marriage and kept her in a love nest. These made Yi Meiqi feel heartbroken. With her broken heart, she wanted to win back Song Yan's heart. However, the situation was more complicated than her imagination. Song Yan was a romantic and dissolute man. Song Yan not only got entangled with Song Yuncheng's mother, but also was unwilling to give up Song Yunying's mother. He even had an illegitimate daughter, Song Yunxian. Yi Meiqi felt helpless about all these. Finally, she chose to leave the Song family. No one would have remembered them if they had not been reminded. However, Song Yunxian knew these things clearly. Gu Changge looked at her suspiciously. "Why do you know so much?" Asked by Gu Changge, Song Yunxian couldn't help but laugh. "Why shouldn't I know so much? I am the youngest daughter of the Song family." But Song Yan couldn't tell you these things when he was alive. Song Yuncheng, Song Yunying and Song Yunjia also wouldn't mention them to you. Song Yunxian pursed her lips and smiled. "They wouldn't tell me about these things. I can investigate by myself, can't I? I can find them." Gu Changge fell into silence. She felt that Song Yunxian, the youngest daughter of the Song family, was peculiar, but she didn't know why. She devoted all her energy to getting rid of Song Yunjia and didn't have extra attention to Song Yunxian. She just said, "You said you could get rid of Song Yunjia, but now you're talking about Song Yunjia's biological mother as a weapon." "Yes. As long as Yi Meiqi comes back, we can defeat Song Yunjia." "Will Yi Meiqi help me get rid of Song Yunjia?" Gu Changge thought it was ridiculous. Seeing that Song Yunxian didn't explain it immediately, Gu Changge wore a cold expression and reminded her. Even if Yi Meiqi did not raise Song Yunjia, they are biological mother and daughter. No mother would harm her daughter. "Do you know that?" Song Yunxian nodded. "Of course I know." "Then why do you think Yi Meiqi is a backing?" Gu Changge frowned and looked displeased. "Yi Meiqi's return will only make Song Yunjia even more powerful. You should think about other ways to remove Song Yunjia," Gu Changge said in an annoying tone. Hearing Gu Changge's words, Song slightly pursed her lips and said, "Miss Gu, do you know why Yi Meiqi left the Song family?" Gu Changge looked at Song Yunxian. "I know. Since Miss Gu knows why Yi Meiqi left the Song family, you should also know that Yi Meiqi hates the woman who is a homewrecker," Song Yunxian said calmly. Gu Changge heard this, and her expression couldn't help but change. It was right. Song Yunxian was right. Yi Meiqi left Song family because she hated Song Yan for having affairs. She resented the woman involved in the marriage of others. If she had known that her daughter was involved in someone else's marriage, Yi Meiqi would have despised her daughter. Thinking of this, Gu Changge couldn't help but raise her lips slightly unconsciously. However, she just curved her lips a little before she stopped smiling. Her eyes became fierce. And she turned to look at Song Yunxian. "Do you have the evidence that Song Yunjia broke others' marriage? Didn't Song Yunjia break the marriage between Xiao Tianze and Gu Changge?" Song Yunxian asked Gu Changge instead. Gu Changge gnashed her teeth with hatred. Song Yunjia not only broke the marriage between Gu Changge and Xiao Tianze, but also got involved in her relationship with Xiao Tianze. Song Yunjia was indeed involved in the marriage between Xiao Tianze and Gu Changge, but now Gu Changge is dead. Dead men tell no tales. How can you make Yi Meiqi believe that her daughter is a homewrecker? Song Yunxian raised her lips and looked at Gu Changge. Whether Yi Meiqi could believe it depends on Miss Gu's ability. Gu Changge frowned. Song Yunxian then added, "Of course, I will also cooperate with Miss Gu." Gu Changge's frown slowly spread out. She knew that Song Yunxian was not a simple person. As long as Song Yunxian was willing to help her, the success rate will increase by half. Song Yunxian saw Gu Changge's eyebrows slowly spread out and knew that she had persuaded her. She called the housekeeper in loudly and ordered, Get a bottle of wine that was delivered by air from the French winery. I want to ask Miss Gu for a drink. Hearing Song Yunchuan's instructions, the housekeeper nodded and left. After a while, the housekeeper took a bottle of vintage Lafite and 2 crystal goblets. Gu Changge was still thinking about the possibility of success. At the same time, Song Yunxian poured red wine into 2 crystal goblets, then picked them up and handed one to Gu Changge. Miss Gu, let's celebrate. Looking at the wine glass handed over by Song Yunxian, Gu Changge asked with a disdainful face, "Is it too early to celebrate?" Song Yunxian saw that Gu Changge didn't take the wine glass, so she had to put it down. Now it's not too early to celebrate. Song Yunxian raised her eyebrows slightly. I have full confidence. Hearing what Song Yunxian had said, Gu Changge reached out and took over the goblet from Song Yunchuan's hand. Song Yunxian saw Gu Changge took the wine glass and said in a worried tone, I heard that Miss Gu's health is not good. Just drink a sip of red wine to signify your heart. Gu Changge refused to admit it. She clinked glasses and sneered. I am now a healthy person. She already had Gu Changge's heart. She was already a healthy and normal woman. She had nothing to fear. As long as Song Yunjia was eliminated, she could have a good rest at the Shao family. She still had plenty of good time to enjoy her life in the future. Seeing Gu Changge finish the wine in her goblet in one gulp, Song Yunxian raised her glass with a smile, drinking all the red wine in the cup. Song Yunxian felt that this meeting with Gu Changge was delightful. In the rose garden, Gu Changge drank more than 1 glass of wine. She drank several glasses one after another, not complying with the doctor's order that she shouldn't drink. When Gu Changge drank the 5th glass of wine, Song Yunxian took her glass and reminded her, Miss Gu, you drink too much. Gu Changge raised her lips and smiled. I'm so happy today and feel that I won't be drunk even if I have 1,000 cups of wine. Miss Song, do you think I will be drunk? We still have important things to do. We can't drink too much today. When things are done, we can drink as much as we want. Gu Changge was in a good mood, smiling for a long time while her hand covered her lips. Then she looked towards the outside of the greenhouse. Miss Song, you may not know that this house belonged to our Gu family previously. Did it belong to you, Miss Gu? Asked by this question, Gu Changge smiled and shook her hand. The previous owner of this house wasn't me but another Miss Gu. Song Yunxian pretended to be confused. Who do you mean? Not others. It was Gu Changge. Gu Changge looked out of the windows and wore a gorgeous and pleasant smile. It's a pity that my sister had an unfortunate life. With such a big property, she died at a young age in a car accident and left 2 children. She said that in a regretful tone. However, she didn't show any regret on her face. Her eyes were full of smiles. What do you think of my sister's unfortunate life? Such a perfect woman died so suddenly. Covering her face with her fingers, she began to appear sad. Watching Gu Changge's show, Song Yunxian bent her lips scornfully. Gu Changge didn't see that Song Yunchuan's eyes were full of cruelty and coldness. She was waiting to see her joke. Yeah, Gu Changge was indeed unfortunate. She had a vicious younger sister as malicious as snakes and scorpions, and a husband harboring sinister motives. However, those who killed her couldn't believe that Gu Changge was still alive. Not only was she alive, but she wanted to destroy them by herself. Gu Changge and Song Yunxian had a good meeting. Gu Changge's mood also became pretty good. That Xiao Tianzi staying out at night was thrown out of the clouds by Gu Changge. Jiang Minjing knew about her drinking. Jiang Minjing was worried about Gu Changge's physical situation and knew that she was eager for the care from Xiao Tianzi. So after Gu Changge fell asleep, she called Xiao Tianzi. Xiao Tianzi was in a hotel's presidential suite and couldn't help but feel nervous when he saw a phone call from Jiang Minjing. He answered the phone and asked her, What's the matter? Jiang Minjing was relieved to hear Xiao Tianzi on the other side of the phone ask her this way before she told him about Gu Changge returned from a drink. Miss Gu drank a lot before going out and coming back. Xiao Tianzi was a doctor, and he knew that it was better for Gu Changge not to drink wine. He frowned and asked Jiang Minjing, Who did she go out to drink with? Why didn't you stop her? Question like this, Jiang Minjing felt a little innocent. Mr. Xiao, Miss Gu went out to drink because she was in a bad mood. I'm afraid there is no one else in the Xiao family who can make Miss Gu feel bad. Jiang Minjing was a clever woman who could hint clearly when speaking to Xiao Tianzi. Hearing Jiang Minjing's words, Xiao Tianzi felt a little guilty. After a long time he said, "It's my fault." Jiang Minjing did not speak. Xiao Tianzi said, "I'll be right back." Jiang Minjing was happy for Gu Changge when she heard Xiao Tianzi say he would come back. However, a phone call from the Champsellesia came in when Xiao Tianzi finished talking with Jiang Minjing. The maidservant who called sounded horrified. "Mr. Xiao, Miss Song is missing." The maidservant talking on the phone was Wenwen. Wenwen had always had a good relationship with Song Yunjia. Now hearing Wenwen exclaimed over there, Xiao Tianzi knew the situation was really bad. However, how did Song Yunjia suddenly disappear from the Champsellesia? Xiao Tianzi frowned. Wenwen asked him over there, "Mr. Xiao, you must come back and help me find Miss Song. She has been in a bad mood these days, and I'm afraid she will commit suicide." Xiao Tianzi hung up the phone over there before Wenwen finished speaking. It looked like he was coming. After the phone was hung up, Wenwen wiped her tears from her face, turned to Song Yunjia behind her, and gestured with "Okay. Mr. Xiao should be coming soon." Song Yunjia breathed a sigh of relief, took off a ring on her pinky and threw it at her. "Here you are." Wenwen happily took the ring and slipped it over her pinky, only to find Song Yunjia's pinky was much thinner than hers. She put the ring into her pocket unhappily. Anyway, it seemed that the inlaid fine diamonds above were very valuable. She calculated the time working for Song Yunjia and found herself a high salary. Song Yunjia sat on the sofa in the living room for a while before opening her mouth to look at Wenwen. "Do you have the key to the underground cellar?" Wenwen nodded. "Yes, Miss Song." Song Yunjia nodded and thought for a moment before opening her mouth. "You lock me in the underground cellar later." Wenwen was a little scared. "But in this case, what will you say when Mr. Xiao finds you?" Song Yunjia gave her a disgruntled glance. "Don't worry, this matter won't involve you. As for how to say it, I know very well in my heart." After being scolded by Song Yunjia, Wenwen nodded. Song Yunjia looked at the time of the dial, and looked at the dark sky outside before she said, "When Tianzi comes over later, you behave cleverly." Wenwen nodded, very obedient. Song Yunjia felt that's the time and called Wenwen. "You take me to the underground cellar now."
Około.
Wenwen sent Song Yunjia to the underground cellar. All the people in the Champsellesia, except Wenwen and Song Yunjia, had already fallen asleep. However, the bodyguards sent by Xiao Tianzi did not enter the Champsellesia, so they did not know what Song Yunjia was doing. Xiao Tianzi was speeding up all the way to the Champsellesia. He knew both Gu Changge and Song Yunjia very well. They were not innocent women, but either of them had been around him for so many years. He didn't want to sacrifice any of them until he had to. However, it was not certain that Gu Changge had done nothing on her induced labor, although Song Yunjia had the unshirkable responsibility. That was why he pushed the matter forward and delayed sending Song Yunjia to the police station. Wenwen locked Song Yunjia into the underground cellar, and threw the key into the air. However, the key did not fall into her hand, but fell to the ground. Wenwen didn't plan to pick up the key of the underground cellar when she saw it lying on the ground. Instead, she leaned against the wall, took out her cell phone and called to the Song family. Song Yunxian had returned to the Song family. The butler handed the phone to her, and said it was called from the Champsellesia. She had known that Song Yunjia, her elder sister, was unwilling to be lonely again and began to scheme. Wenwen's clear voice came from the other side of the phone. "Song Yunjia asked me to lock her in the underground cellar of the Champsellesia." Song Yunxian couldn't help laughing. "She is really my elder sister to think of a way like this. She asked me to call Xiao Tianzi and then inform him that she is missing. Have you notified yet?" Wenwen answered, "Yes." Song Yunxian nodded. Then Xiao Tianzi should be on his way to the Champsellesia. After all, he is not willing to throw away Song Yunjia now. One listened to Song Yunxian over there and did not interrupt. By the way, where did you put the key after you locked my elder sister in the underground cellar? I left it on the ground. Hearing Wenwen's answer, Song Yunxian couldn't help laughing, feeling the little servant was quite clever in the mind. In this villa, do you see who is not very pleasing to the eye? Wenwen frowned and thought for a moment, then said, the new maidservant Lu Yu is very annoying. She keeps an eye on me all the time. When did she come to the Champs-Élysées? 3 days ago. Song Yunxian leaned herself on the sofa. She came there 3 days ago. I have already known without guessing that she comes to keep an eye on Song Yunjia. Wenwen nodded. Song Yunxian then began to teach her. Then you can leave the key to the place where Lu Yu goes most. Wenwen immediately understood that Song Yunxian was teaching her to frame Lu Yu. She was slightly still for a moment and did not immediately answer it. Without hearing her answer, Song Yunxian asked, do you think this is wrong?
No.
That is, you can't do it? Not really, Miss Song, Wenwen frowned. I'm just worried that this servant was actually sent by Mr. Xiao. Hearing this, Song Yunxian nodded. It is possible, but from my point of view, this servant is more likely sent by Gu Changge. Hearing this, Wenwen nodded and answered affirmatively. I will do it for Miss Song since you said so. Song Yunxian slightly twitched her corner of the mouth. She had spent a lot of money on bribing the little maidservant. The little maidservant didn't let her down either. She did everything strictly according to her plan. She felt very satisfied. Song Yunxian said again before the servant hung up the phone call, by the way, let my elder sister suffer a little before she gets the attention of Xiao Tianzi again. Wenwen was somewhat puzzled. Suffer. The underground cellar has central air conditioning. You can lower the temperature by 2 degrees. Wenwen understood Song Yunxian's meaning in an instant. I'll go. Song Yunxian said this before hanging up the phone call. She looked out of the window at night and felt that the evening would be more wonderful than ever. One side was Gu Changge, who was trying hard to bring Song Yunjia down, while the other side was Song Yunjia, who was trying hard to make Xiao Tianzi love and protect her more. It was time for the two women to decide who would be the winner between them after years of infighting. She held her mobile phone in hand, with smiles at the coming drama in eyes. Xiao Tianzi saw Wenwen was in a panic when he arrived at the Champs-Élysées. Wenwen was not the only servant in the villa, but she was the only one waiting here in a hurry. Xiao Tianzi frowned and was somewhat displeased. Where is everyone else? Have them gone to look for her? Wenwen's eyes filled with tears, which began to flow when asked by Xiao Tianzi. Miss Song is missing. I asked them to help me find her together, but none of them was willing to help. Wenwen said and cried. Xiao Tianzi's mood became very bad. Call them out immediately. Seeing his anger, Wenwen turned around and quickly went upstairs to find the rest of the servants. Xiao Tianzi was impatient to see such a situation. Most of the servants in this villa were from the Xiao family. Now Song Yunjia lived here. Nobody even looked for her even if she was missing. This was really exasperating. Xiao Tianzi's anger could not be dispelled. Wenwen called out all the servants. The servants gathered in the living room one by one after knowing that Xiao Tianzi had come. It was said that the Champs-Élysées had been servants from the Xiao family, but in fact there were only 4. Moreover, among these 4 people there was one that was Lu Yu, who came here not long ago. Lu Yu came from the Xiao family's villa. She was reluctant when coming. After that, she had many conflicts with Wenwen. And one of the servants listened to what they had heard because of her young ages. The other one, already in her 40s, turned a blind eye at home and did housework and cooking, pretending to know nothing about the conflicts between Wenwen and Lu Yu. After seeing the 4 servants appear in the living room, Xiao Tianzi frowned and asked Lu Yu, Yunjia is missing. Do you know where she is? Hearing the first question from Xiao Tianzi was to herself, Lu Yu was instantly out of her mind. Miss Song is missing? Lu Yu looked quite astonished, seeming that she had never expected such a thing at all. Looking at her reaction, Xiao Tianzi narrowed his eyes coldly. Don't you know it? Lu Yu immediately waved her hands. Mr. Xiao, I really don't know anything about it. Why did Miss Song suddenly disappear? Is it really true? Lu Yu looked quite flustered, and her eyes involuntarily fell on Wenwen who was standing next to her. Then Lu Yu was suddenly taken aback, seeming that she had thought of something, saying to Xiao Tianze, Mr. Xiao, isn't Wenwen the one who takes care of Miss Song on a daily basis? Now that Miss Song is missing, Wenwen should be the one who knows best about Miss Song's whereabouts. Lu Yu immediately offloaded the problem onto Wenwen. Wenwen gnashed her teeth, but she could not sidestep the question. Because just as Lu Yu said, Song Yunjia was taken care of by her in the Champs-Élysées. Besides, Wenwen had always been Song Yunjia's confidant. Now that Song Yunjia was missing, anyone who knew it would definitely think of asking her about Song Yunjia's whereabouts. Xiao Tianze's eyes fell on her, asking, Wenwen, weren't you with Yunjia? Wenwen put on a wry face after having been questioned. Then she blamed herself. After the meal, Miss Song said that she was so tired that she would like to have a rest. But she told me to bring some bedtime milk to her later, so I waited outside. However, after I had heated the milk and brought it to Miss Song, I found that she had already been missing. With this, Wenwen raised her hand and wiped her tears. Then she couldn't help looking at Lu Yu, who was next to her. After I had found that Miss Song was missing, I went to look for her with Lu Yu. Yet Lu Yu refused to look for Song Yunjia with me. Tears fell from Wenwen's eyes, and she felt quite aggrieved. But when Lu Yu heard her story, she almost blew up on the spot. Lu Yu goggled at Wenwen inconceivably. Are you nuts? Lu Yu intended to rush to yank Wenwen. Regardless of Xiao Tianze's presence, Lu Yu glared at Wenwen. You didn't tell me that Miss Song went missing. If you had told me, how couldn't I agree to look for her? That's bullshit. Lu Yu had always been a servant with a bad temper. Besides, Song Yunjia had been giving Lu Yu a hard time knowing that she was transferred by Gu Changge. So Lu Yu had always been a doormat in the Champs-Élysées. Now she itched to rip Wenwen's big mouth to pieces when seeing that even she was saying something aiming at her. Lu Yu tore at Wenwen's clothes angrily. Xiao Tianze, who was standing next to them, had already frowned impatiently. The servants on both sides hastily went forward and reached out to part Lu Yu and Wenwen on seeing they started to have a catfight. Lu Yu was a little taller than Wenwen, and she acted quite fiercely, looking rather shrewish. And Wenwen was dodging cowardly all the time. Seeing Lu Yu being so aggressive, Xiao Tianze's tone became quite scary, as if it had been frozen. Stop it! His howl made Lu Yu and Wenwen stupefied at the same time. Lu Yu's fingers still clenched Wenwen's collar. Though Lu Yu had sensed Xiao Tianze's anger, yet she had no intention of letting go of Wenwen's collar. Xiao Tianze looked at Lu Yu and frowned impatiently, asking her, What? You want to beat her? Having been questioned so sharply, Lu Yu immediately realized her gaffe. She immediately withdrew her hand. No, no. Yet Xiao Tianze didn't even give her a chance to explain herself at all. Instead, he looked at Lu Yu coldly. I really don't know who is in charge of the Champs-Élysées. Did you even ask that if fights are allowed in this family? Knowing that she had enraged Xiao Tianze, Lu Yu hastily apologized. I'm sorry, Mr. Xiao. I didn't mean to do it. I just felt quite angry after having been framed. I didn't mean to fight with Wenwen. Yet the coldness in Xiao Tianze's eyes did not abate. I believe you this time, and I hope it's the last time you did it. Got it? Lu Yu immediately nodded. And then Xiao Tianze continued to ask the two servants who stood aside and had been silent since the fight began. Do you know where Yunjia went? The two servants shook their heads repeatedly. No, we don't. Miss Song went to bed quite early, and we also turned in because she is a light sleeper and doesn't like noises. So we really don't know where Miss Song went. Seeing that the two family servants didn't seem to be lying, Xiao Tianze raised his hand and rubbed his brow. He could not guess where Song Yunjia went now. He rubbed his brow while lowering his head. Wenwen also felt a little anxious. Mr. Xiao, what do you think we should do now? Do we need to call the police? Did anyone take Miss Song away? Wenwen's guess made Lu Yu retort immediately. Miss Song had always been staying in the Champs-Élysées, and there had always been bodyguards outside. So how could she be taken away by anyone? Don't you mislead Mr. Xiao. Xiao Tianzi was rubbing his brow with his fingers and was considering both Wenwen's and Lu Yu's words. Wenwen was Song Yunjia's servant who had always been around her, and it could be said that they almost had a sibling relationship. Song Yunjia trusted her very much. Now Xiao Tianzi knew that Wenwen was really worried about Song Yunjia on seeing the expression on Wenwen's face. If Wenwen hadn't been really worried, she would not have been this anxious, which made her cry. Since we can be sure that Song Yunjia was not taken away by anyone, then she must be somewhere near the Champs-Élysées. Please go and find her separately. After Xiao Tianzi had told the 4 family servants what to do, he turned to call out to the bodyguard that he brought along and the 2 bodyguards who had originally been in the Champs-Élysées. When the bodyguards heard Xiao Tianzi calling them, they immediately came over. They respectfully asked Xiao Tianzi, "Mr. Xiao, what can I do for you? Did any one of you see Yunjia go out from the Champs-Élysées?" The 2 bodyguards looked at each other and then answered Xiao Tianzi, "Mr. Xiao, Miss Song must be in the villa. It was impossible for her to leave the villa." "Are you sure?" Xiao Tianzi fixed his eyes on them. The bodyguards heard Xiao Tianzi's questions. Then they both nodded firmly. Seeing that the bodyguards were so sure of their answers, Xiao Tianzi began to tell them, "You go to look for Yunjia with the nurses of the family. Do make sure that she is safe. Otherwise, I'm afraid that she may take it to heart." Xiao Tianzi knew well about Song Yunjia's personality. Sometimes Song Yunjia's personality was so tough that it even made Xiao Tianzi feel helpless. Xiao Tianzi was still haunted by Song Yunjia's self-harm. When he asked Yunjia if she had harmed Changge, Xiao Tianzi still felt a little scared when thinking of it now. He was afraid that Song Yunjia might take it to heart and do something stupid. Xiao Tianzi could not keep calm and followed the family servants to look for Song Yunjia in the villa of the Champs-Élysées. While in the Song family, things were quite different. Song Yunjia was lying on the bed after having taken a bath, playing with her mobile phone and waiting for good news from the Champs-Élysées. She was too excited to sleep. A family servant brought over a glass of milk which was to promote sleep. But when the servant saw Song Yunxian curling up her lips, she realized that Song Yunjia was in a good mood. All the family servants knew well about Song Yunxuan's habits. When Song Yunxian was in the mood, she would like to think about things alone, not wanting others to talk to her. After the servant had put the milk down, she gently reminded Song Yunxian, "Miss Song, the milk has already been heated. Please remember to drink it before sleep." Song Yunxian nodded and then nodded to the servant who had always been taking care of her. "Go to sleep. I've got it." Only by hearing Song Yunxuan's words did the servant turn around and leave. Hearing the sound of the closing of the door, Song Yunxian pressed her lips. Then she unlocked the mobile phone in her hand and entered a contact's number. Then she dialed it. Then Song Yunxian listened to the busy tone, waiting for the other end to pick up the phone. Song Yunxian also slightly curled up her lips. She hadn't seen the madam of the Song family yet. However, if Yi Meiqi had received the call on the other side of the ocean, Song Yunxian would have been very happy. What was more, Song Yunxian could almost guess what things would be like when Yi Meiqi came back. Song Yunxian was looking forward to Yi Meiqi's return. However, before the call went through, Song Yunxian had no idea about what decision Yi Meiqi might make when receiving her call. She waited quietly for the voice from the other end of the phone. While in the Champs-Élysées, a faint cry coming from the door of the cellar caused a sensation in the Champs-Élysées villa. Xiao Tianzi put his ear to the door panel. Only a faint cry came through the door panel as it had a good sound insulation. Yet one exclaimed excitedly, "It's Miss Song's voice. It's definitely Miss Song's voice. Miss Song is in there." One was thrilled and was eager to open the door of the cellar. Yet when one reached out to push the door of the cellar, she found that the door in front of her was motionless. Seeing that one stopped, Xiao Tianzi frowned. "The door of the cellar is locked. Go to find the key now." There were no housekeepers in the Champs-Élysées now. The only one who was very familiar with the Champs-Élysées was the 40-year-old lady behind Xiao Tianzi, who was Nurse Zhou. Hearing Xiao Tianzi's order, Nurse Zhou immediately turned around and went to look for the key to the cellar. One put her ear to the door panel of the cellar. listening to Song Yunjia's voice coming from inside. Meanwhile, she wrinkled her brows little by little. Mr. Xiao, Miss Song's voice from inside is getting weaker and weaker. It made Xiao Tianzi more anxious. He turned around and pressed the bodyguard next to him. Why is the key still not brought here? Don't worry, Mr. Xiao. I'm going to get Mr. Zhou to come now. The bodyguard immediately went to look for Nurse Zhou. Xiao Tianzi began to feel quite worried in his heart. He put his ear to the door panel and listened to Song Yunjia's voice coming through the door. And he had some doubts in his heart. Why was Song Yunjia in the cellar? Besides, the door of the cellar was locked. Xiao Tianzi frowned and involuntarily thought deeply. The bodyguard who looked for Nurse Zhou came back very soon. When the bodyguard came back, he saw Xiao Tianzi putting his ear to the door panel and listening to the voice inside. Then the bodyguard looked embarrassed. Mr. Xiao. Hearing the bodyguard's voice, Xiao Tianzi reached out his hand without saying anything. Where is the key? Give it to me now. The bodyguard was ordered to hand in the key, but his hands were empty. Xiao Tianzi turned around impatiently as he still did not get the key. Then he saw that the bodyguard was looking at him worriedly and he was faltering. Where is the key? The bodyguard felt embarrassed. Nurse Zhou searched for the key several times, but she still didn't find it. Didn't you put away the key? You can't find it in such a critical moment. Sensing that Xiao Tianzi was angry, the bodyguard replied immediately. Nurse Zhou did put the key in a fixed place. But she can't find it today and said that it might have been stolen. Stolen? Xiao Tianzi frowned. The key to the cellar had always been put in the villa. Now the thing that suddenly went missing made everyone feel strange. But Wenwen reacted most violently of all. When Wenwen heard that the key was not found, she cried immediately and turned to ask Xiao Tianzi. Mr. Xiao, what should we do now? Xiao Tianzi pressed his lips and asked the bodyguard. Is there a spare key? The bodyguard felt quite embarrassed. I have to ask Nurse Zhou about it. So where is she? Speak of the devil, and here she came. Nurse Zhou searched the place where she used to put the key several times. Yet she still didn't find it. When she came back, she was already sweating profusely. When Nurse Zhou saw Xiao Tianzi, she faltered worriedly. Mr. Xiao, I had always put the key there. I don't know why, but it suddenly disappeared. Seeing her being quite anxious, Xiao Tianzi felt that she was not faking it, so he fixed his eyes on the other servants. Now Song Yunjia was locked in the cellar of the Champs-Élysées, and there were some faint cries coming from inside. And the key went astray. Xiao Tianzi did not believe that no one was scheming behind the curtain. If there had been anyone who wanted to set up Song Yunjia and harmed her, then he or she would not have been some outsiders. The man must have been in the Champs-Élysées. Xiao Tianzi stared at the servants of the Champs-Élysées. The maids were shrunken and dared not move while being stared at by Xiao Tianzi. They were all afraid that Xiao Tianzi might suspect them. Xiao Tianzi did not sense there was anything strange after having looked around at the maids. Seeing that Xiao Tianzi still did not give orders, Wenwen suggested anxiously, Mr. Xiao, maybe Nurse Zhou accidentally misplaced the key. Let's go to the villa and look for it now. Hearing Wenwen's words, Xiao Tianzi did not nod at once. Instead, he asked Nurse Zhou, is there a spare key to the cellar? Nurse Zhou shook her head and appeared quite worried. Mr. Xiao, there were 2 spare keys to the cellar, but Miss Changge lost one before. When Nurse Zhou spoke of Gu Changge, she realized that she had touched a taboo. Thus she stopped talking at once. The members of the Xiao family didn't know that Gu Changge got embroiled with her brother-in-law before. Now Gu Changge had died, and Gu Changge took no notice of all the family servants. So naturally, Gu Changge no longer hid the real relationship with Xiao Tianzi. After having known the real relationship between Xiao Tianzi and Gu Changge, all the family servants had got qualms about mentioning the name of Gu Changge. After all, if one had just thought about it, he would have understood there was something in Gu Changge and Xiao Tianzi's heart. It was Gu Changge which was their ridge, a gap between the 2 hearts. Realizing that she had said something wrong, Nurse Zhou immediately corrected herself. Since Miss Song came over, there has only been 1 key to the cellar. It seemed that Nurse Shou's words mentioning Gu Changge really ruined Xiao Tianzi's mood. After having heard Nurse Shou's words, Xiao Tianzi nodded and told the maids of the family, "Go to search the house. Maybe the key is at home." Hearing his orders, all the maids turned around and searched the house for the key. Yet Xiao Tianzi still felt worried and ordered one of his bodyguards, "Send for a locksmith. Hurry up." The bodyguard also went to look for a locksmith. Xiao Tianzi was guarding at the door of the underground cellar, quite worried. He tapped on the door panel to listen to things going on inside, but he could not hear Song Yunjia's voice anymore. He felt a little strange, and he didn't understand why things turned out to be like this. By rights, even if Song Yunjia had been locked in the underground cellar, she would still have had the strength to call for help for a long time. However, why was there no voice coming out of the cellar after such a short time? Xiao Tianzi couldn't understand it, so he raised his hand and patted the door. But when his fingers were approaching the door panel, he noticed that the temperature on the temperature monitor inside was 0. Xiao Tianzi was suddenly stupefied on seeing the temperature on the thermometer. The temperature in the cellar has been turned down. His face turned blue instantly and hurried to look for the temperature switch of the cellar. After Xiao Tianzi had adjusted the temperature switch of the underground cellar, noises of catfights suddenly came from the upstairs of the Champs-Élysées. Xiao Tianzi walked out quickly while frowning. "Have you found the key?" Nurse Shou hurried down from upstairs and ran to Xiao Tianzi. Then she presented the key to Xiao Tianzi with both hands. "Mr. Xiao, this is the key to the cellar. Please open the door now and let Miss Song out." Xiao Tianzi raised his hand and took the key. Yet the curses of the women upstairs still went on. Nurse Shou also felt quite worried. It seemed that Nurse Shou was eager to urge Xiao Tianzi to open the door of the cellar. Yet considering that Xiao Tianzi was the master of the Champs-Élysées, she could not force him to leave. So she could only look at Xiao Tianzi and hope that he could leave as soon as possible without saying anything else. Xiao Tianzi took the key, turned around and asked, "Why did only you come down? What about them? Tell them to come down and help." Song Yunjia must have been freezing as she had stayed in the cellar whose temperature had remained low for such a long time. She must be taken to the hospital after the door had been opened. What were those servants doing? Why did only Nurse Shou come down? Hearing Xiao Tianzi's questions, the countenance on Nurse Shou's face became more hesitant and unwilling. Seeing the expression on Nurse Shou's face, Xiao Tianzi knew that something was not right. Nurse Shou must have something to hide from him. Wenwen. Nurse Shou was unwilling to talk. Xiao Tianzi called Wenwen. Hearing Xiao Tianzi's call, Wenwen did not come down from upstairs immediately. Instead, the bodyguard who followed the maids to look for the key in the Champs-Élysées hurried down from upstairs. Seeing the bodyguard run down, Nurse Shou felt that things had become quite bad. Sure enough, after the bodyguard had come down from upstairs, he immediately said to Xiao Tianzi, "Mr. Xiao, 2 maids were fighting upstairs." Xiao Tianzi knew that he could waste no more time in rescuing Song Yunjia who was in the cellar, so he turned around and said to the bodyguard, "What made them fight with each other?" The bodyguard quickly followed Xiao Tianzi and explained to him, "Mr. Xiao, the key to the cellar was found under Lu Yu's bed." Hearing the bodyguard's words, Xiao Tianzi paused a little and his face clouded a bit. The bodyguard continued, "Seeing the key hidden under Lu Yu's bed, Wenwen got excited and scolded Lu Yu. Lu Yu didn't admit that she hid the key, so she began fighting with Wenwen upstairs. Lu Yu did not admit it? When the bodyguard finished his words, Xiao Tianzi understood what he meant. Lu Yu was transferred from the main house of the Xiao family. She must have known Gu Changge before. If it had been Gu Changge who had instructed Lu Yu to do this, then it would have been understandable. Xiao Tianzi pressed his lips and remained silent for a while. The key in his hand had been inserted into the lock hole of the cellar. As soon as the key was inserted into the lock hole, Xiao Tianzi's heart seemed to block his throat. Xiao Tianzi had always been caring about Song Yunjia, and now he hoped that nothing happened to Song Yunjia. But now it seemed that it was impossible. After the door of the cellar had been opened, the thing coming close was the cold air that froze the bottom of one's heart. After the bodyguard behind Xiao Tianze had faced the cold air coming from the cellar, he shivered involuntarily. How can the temperature of the cellar be this low? Xiao Tianze could not explain clearly to him. Xiao Tianze just hurried in to look for Song Yunjia. Now the most important thing was to be able to find Song Yunjia in the shortest time. Because Song Yunjia must have already been passed out because of the temperature they sensed while opening the door. Xiao Tianze opened the door. And the servant who tried to stop Wenwen and Lu Yu fighting from each other also hurried down. Wenwen and Lu Yu were following her. After the fight, they were both disheveled and rumpled. Lu Yu, who was quite sassy, even left 2 scratches on Wenwen's face. Xiao Tianze didn't have time to care about the 2 of them. After he had hurried in, he followed the bodyguard of the family to look for Song Yunjia. As expected, Song Yunjia was 2 or 3 steps away from the door. And she was almost too freezing to say anything. It was just that she hadn't passed out completely. Seeing Xiao Tianze open the door of the cellar and enter, she was shivering even more. Seeing Song Yunjia looking at him with a pale face and blue lips, Xiao Tianze immediately took off his coat and put it on her. Then he turned around and ordered, "Get the car ready and go to the hospital now." The bodyguard of the family heard the order and immediately got up and left. After Xiao Tianze had wrapped Song Yunjia in his coat, he immediately walked out with her in his arms. Song Yunjia's body was very cold, and she could barely reach out while being held by Xiao Tianze. Xiao Tianze carried her onto the prepared car. Because Song Yunjia was cold, she kept putting herself closer to Xiao Tianze. Song Yunjia kept doing it until she could put her whole body in Xiao Tianze's arms. The bodyguard driving in the front didn't dare to look at them. He just glanced at the rearview mirror once in a while to see what they were doing. Though Song Yunjia was cold all over, yet she was still very conscious. Song Yunxian put her face close to Xiao Tianze's face. Xiao Tianze actually did not refuse the intimate contact. Realizing that Xiao Tianze did not push her away, Song Yunjia got bold. She began to wriggle in the air-conditioned car. She reached out, put her hands around Xiao Tianze's neck and rubbed her forehead gently on Xiao Tianze's chin. It seemed like Song Yunjia wanted to absorb Xiao Tianze's warmth. Seeing this, Xiao Tianze reminded her while holding her in his arms, "Yunjia, we'll be in the hospital very soon." Yet Song Yunjia took no notice of it and simply rubbed her forehead on Xiao Tianze's chin again and again. Gradually, she began to touch Xiao Tianze's chin and lower lip with her lips insatiably. The ambiguous actions could really make people feel shameless. The driver in the front glanced at Song Yunjia's actions once in a while, and he sighed in his heart. It appeared that Miss Gu of the Gu family would be defeated by Miss Song. The members of the Xiao family were not all blind. At least, now all the members of the Xiao family knew that the relationship between Xiao Tianze and Gu Changge was not ordinary. Now Song Yunjia suddenly stepped in. Song Yunjia was a woman, so she is possessive just like other women. Now it could be said that Song Yunjia did all that she was capable of to fight with Gu Changge for Xiao Tianze. The driver remained silent while driving in the front, though he sighed in his heart. It wasn't long before they reached the #1 hospital of Yuncheng. The people in the hospital seemed to have already been informed by Xiao Tianze. They had arranged doctors who specialized in frostbite to meet them right after they had arrived. Song Yunjia was put on the bed, and then pushed into the treatment room. Xiao Tianze could not follow them in, so he just waited outside. Yet he didn't just stay there without doing anything else. Xiao Tianze frowned and called the housekeeper of the Xiao family to ask him if he had known the maid Lu Yu. The housekeeper replied to Xiao Tianze without any hesitation. The girl was quite smart and quick when she worked in the main house, making Miss Gu like her very much. Just by listening to one sentence of the housekeeper, Xiao Tianze understood something. Gu Changge must have something to do with this. He pressed his lips and remained silent. After a while, Xiao Tianze looked up at the door of the treatment room prepared for Song Yunjia. The door of the treatment room had no sign of opening at all. He calculated in the bottom of his heart, wondering whether he should go back to ask Lu Yu why she did this or ask Song Yunjia the whole story after she had fully woken up. He didn't think for too long. After about 2 or 3 minutes, Xiao Tianze made a decision. Then he ordered a bodyguard to take care of Song Yunjia, who would come out of the treatment room later. Yet he drove back to the Champs-Élysées. Song Yunjia had been sent to the hospital. Next, Xiao Tianzi would question these maids after having turned back to the Champs-Élysées. Nurse Zhou, who was the oldest, was aware of what Xiao Tianzi would be doing. So she said to Xiao Tianzi on seeing him come back, "Mr. Xiao, I think there must be some misunderstanding in this." Misunderstanding? Xiao Tianzi glanced at her coldly and then he nodded without even refuting. Maybe there is some misunderstanding. Anyway, tell Wenwen and Lu Yu to come over. I think that the only ones that can explain the matter are them. Nurse Zhou could understand Xiao Tianzi's point. The reason that Xiao Tianzi let Wenwen and Lu Yu come here was that he wanted to interrogate them face to face. It was impossible for Song Yunjia to go into the cellar and lower the temperature to such an extent. Then Lu Yu and Wenwen were the only two suspects that could have hurt her. He didn't want to turn the matter over to the police now. Nurse Zhou had called out to Wenwen and Lu Yu to let them come over. When they had come down, Lu Yu immediately knelt down and cried, "Mr. Xiao, I really have nothing to do with this. Miss Song was not locked in the cellar by me. And I didn't hide the key either. Wenwen had been framing me on this matter right from the beginning." Lu Yu said it furiously. She had no intention of admitting it at all. Hearing Lu Yu's words, Wenwen also began quarreling with her. "I framed you. Fact is fact, why would I frame you? If you didn't hurt Miss Song, why you looked quite afraid and guilty while seeing the key?" "I was just afraid, not guilty," Lu Yu replied truthfully. Hearing her reply, Wenwen immediately questioned her. "If you didn't do anything wrong, then why did you feel afraid?" Lu Yu immediately wanted to refute. Yet Wenwen didn't give her a chance to refute at all. Wenwen continued to question her forcefully. "You want to hurt Miss Song, right?" Lu Yu was questioned by Wenwen before she had finished her words, making her quite angry. She looked up and stared at Wenwen hatefully. "You have always been trying to frame me. So the reason is that you want to harm me, right? Is the reason that you want to harm me is that there has always been some hostility between you and me? So you have been doing everything possible to frame me." Wenwen looked at her coldly. "You are actually framing me now." "I frame you? Maybe it was you who locked Miss Song in the cellar because you wanted to harm her. Miss Song trusts no one in the Champs-Élysées except you. Or maybe the thing isn't that you want to hurt Miss Song, but that you conspired with Miss Song and put on this show." The more Lu Yu talked, the more excited she would get. Xiao Tianzi listened to their conversation, frowning. Finally, after Lu Yu had finished her words, Xiao Tianzi showed signs of blowing up. "Lu Yu, now that you said Wenwen framed you, so do you have any evidence to prove it?" "I've got no evidence. Since she wants to frame me, then how could I get the evidence showing I didn't hurt anyone?" Xiao Tianzi nodded. "Since you've got no evidence, then I can't believe what you said." Hearing Xiao Tianzi's words, Lu Yu immediately got furious, asking, "Then what are you going to do, Mr. Xiao? Are you going to send me to jail?" "I'll take you to the police station first. I believe the police will find out who did this." Lu Yu still wanted to explain. Yet after much deliberation, Lu Yu still could not think of any evidence showing that she was innocent. At last, after having cast a stern glance at Wenwen, Lu Yu got up from the ground, wanting to fight with Wenwen again. But this time the people next to them had already been prepared. As soon as Lu Yu got up from the ground, Wenwen immediately hid behind her bodyguards. When Lu Yu was about to rush to Wenwen, she had already been blocked by the bodyguards. Though she was quite angry, she had no way to beat Wenwen. Lu Yu could do nothing but watch Wenwen hide behind her bodyguards over there, and pretend to be worried and afraid. Xiao Tianzi was disgusted with catfights and their rudeness and imperiousness they showed during the fights. And Xiao Tianzi wasn't being kind to Lu Yu at all. Seeing that Lu Yu was going to beat Wenwen, Xiao Tianzi immediately winked at Nurse Zhou. Nurse Zhou understood what Xiao Tianzi meant. She knew that Xiao Tianzi wanted her to call the police and send Lu Yu to the police station. But as Nurse Zhou and Lu Yu had been working together for some time, she still did not have the heart to do it. And she didn't believe that Lu Yu did it. Seeing that Nurse Zhou still refused to make a move, Xiao Tianzi ordered the bodyguard next to him to call the police. Not long after the bodyguard had called the police, Lu Yu was taken away. Wen was also taken away along with Lu Yu. After Xiao Qianze had finished dealing with the things in the Champs-Élysées, he called the hospital to ask about Song Yunjia's condition. The bodyguard guarding in the hospital told him about it after receiving his call. There is nothing serious with Miss Song, so she only needed to stay in bed to recuperate. Now she has been sent to the VIP ward. Would you like to come and see her, Mr. Xiao? Xiao Tianzis was about to say yes subconsciously. However, when he was about to answer, he felt that it was inappropriate for him to see Song Yunjia now. After all, now she was at the cusp of public opinion. Xiao Tianze had already been contacting her after the news of Gu Changge's abortion had just broken out. Not to mention what the public would think, Gu Changge would surely feel that he was tired of her. Anyway, Gu Changge had always been the woman he liked. He didn't want to hurt her because of this. So he replied softly, "No." When the bodyguard heard his answer, he didn't ask any more questions. He just promised, "Don't worry, Mr. Xiao. I will take good care of Miss Song." Hearing the bodyguard's words, Xiao Tianze nodded. Then he did not continue talking and hung up. It was natural that there was some hearsay getting out into the open after the night. Song Yunxian had long known that the things would be pretty interesting in the Champs-Élysées after Wen had made the call. So she had sent someone to the Champs-Élysées to take some photos. The person who took the photos sent the photos to Song Yunxian. Seeing the photos sent by the person she dispatched, Song Yunjia enlarged the photo in which Xiao Tianze wrapped Song Yunjia in a coat and held her in his arms. Then she curled up her lips. Her eldest sister was really discontented and restless. She actually wanted to strive to make a comeback in such a moment. However, Gu Changge spent all her time in getting rid of her. Therefore, how could Gu Changge let Song Yunjia get all of Xiao Tianze's attention? Besides, now Gu Changge wanted to get rid of her eyesore. And she united no other one but Song Yunxian. Now even if Gu Changge hadn't been able to eradicate her, Song Yunjia would have suffered a lot because of her younger sister. Moreover, if she had defeated Song Yunjia this time, then Song Yunjia would have never been able to make a comeback. No one would give Song Yunjia another chance to let her make a comeback. Song Yunxian waited quietly for the night to pass, not even a bit worried, because no matter what news came out from the Xiao family or what choices Xiao Tianze made, the results would be the same. Song Yunjia was doomed to be kicked out of the tussle. As for this, no one could help her. However, there was one person who could help her, and that person was Yi Meiqi. Thinking of this woman, Song Yunxian thought that the woman was really a double-edged sword. As the mistress of the Song family, no one could ignore her no matter when she came back, although she had been living in seclusion for many years. Song Yunxian gently curled up her lips and recalled the call she just made to Yi Meiqi. She thought that Yi Meiqi would not answer the phone call from the Song family. After all, the mistress of the Song family did not show up even during Song Yan's funeral. Now it was not likely for her to make Yi Meiqi return. However, the phone went through. Yi Meiqi's clear voice came from the other end. Song Yunxian felt strange when hearing Yi Meiqi's voice, yet she could not restrain the excitement in her heart. She would expect tomorrow's coming more than anyone else. Yi Meiqi had promised to come back in the shortest time. Hearing what Song Yunjia had done in Yuncheng these days, Yi Meiqi also felt quite worried. A mother who worried about her daughter would come back in the shortest time. There was no doubt about that. She turned to look at the window. The curtains had been drawn. She couldn't see the night outside. Yet her mood was better than ever. She slowly slipped into the quilt, stroking the soft pillow while closing her eyes. Tomorrow would come soon. She was expecting it. Song Yunxian had made full of preparations to welcome Yi Meiqi. Other people in the Song family did not know that Song Yunxian made all these efforts to welcome this madam, who had not been mentioned by the Song family for many years. Even Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian did not expect that it was Song Yunjia's mother, who was invited by Song Yunxian. When they heard of the news that the Song family rearranged the guest room, Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian did not realize it, let alone Song Yunjia, who was busy fighting with Gu Changge. Song Yunxian had breakfast early the next morning. Then she went to the Song Enterprise for a regular meeting. Meichi did not remind her until the meeting ended. The flight has already taken off. When can she get here? Maybe she will stay over. But Mrs. Song will arrive early according to the situation. Song Yunxian nodded. Meichi told Song Yunxian an approximate time. Mrs. Song can come back before dinner. Song Yunxian nodded. She was obviously satisfied with this answer. Though she is not my natural mother, I respect her as my real mother. Be sure to arrange it well in advance, please.
Meichi nodded.
He knew what Song Yunxian meant was about the pickup in advance. Meichi had people waiting for Yi Meichi at the airport. No matter whether Yi Meichi arrived early or late until midnight, Meichi could guarantee that Yi Meichi would be very satisfied with the person who picked her up. Song Yunxian finished lunch at noon. She tapped on the table in the office waiting for Yi Meichi. Yuncheng had changed a lot over the years. Yi Meichi had never returned to Yuncheng after leaving the Song family. Yi Meichi might feel anxious when she returned home this time. Song Yunxian raised her lips as she thought of this. Then Song Yunxian remembered the day when she was reborn. She opened her eyes and saw the world with complicated feelings. At that time, Song Yunxian had been thinking about killing everyone who murdered her in Yuncheng immediately. However, after being calm, Song Yunxian knew how difficult it was to do it, though she could say it simply. Song Yunxian needed to sort out everything. Then she would see Xiao Tianzi, Song Yunjia, Gu Changge, and see Yuncheng. When Song Yunxian stepped on the land of Yuncheng again, she had no cowardly sentiment in her heart, nor did she feel anxious. What Song Yunxian wanted to do was to take back the Xiao Tianzi in Yuncheng. She wanted it to be reclaimed by the Gu family. She wanted to take back what Xiao Tianzi owned to Gu Changge. No one could take the Gu family from her. Gu Changge had devoted her life to the Gu family, which contained Gu Changge's expectations for Gu Changge. Song Yunxian could not compromise, nor could she allow the Gus to be in others' palm. Moreover, she had her daughter and son in Yuncheng. Song Yunxian quietly waited for Yi Meichi in the Song Enterprise. After Song Yunjia did the examination in the hospital, she had urged her attending doctor to let her go home. The attending doctor heard her urging. He said seriously, "Miss Song, it is better for you to be in the hospital for observation." Song Yunjia did not want to follow the doctor's advice. She frowned and looked at him. "I know my body situation. Besides, I'm also a doctor. I need not to stay in the hospital." The attending doctor of course knew that Song Yunjia was a doctor. Although Yuncheng was a big city, everyone in the medical community of Yuncheng knew Song Yunjia's name. Besides, one might have no idea before. But they would definitely recognize Song Yunjia after the rumors during this period. The doctor heard Song Yunjia's words. He did not say anything else but reminded her, "Mr. Xiao gave me a call. He let me persuade you to stay in the hospital. You can't go home until you get well." Song Yunjia was a little glad to hear that. At least, it proved that Xiao Tianzi cared about her. But hearing that, she also considered that Xiao Tianzi just wanted to keep her at rest in the hospital. Or Xiao Tianzi did not want her to go back. Song Yunjia was worried. She was not sure what to do now. She did not know whether she should stay in the hospital or go back to the Champs-Élysées. Once Song Yunjia could not go back to the Champs-Élysées now, would Xiao Tianzi just drive her out of the Champs-Élysées forever? Song Yunjia felt anxious. But she had no way, nor did she know the best choice for her. Song Yunjia was sitting on the bed. The attending doctor saw her calm down without asking to go back. He told Song Yunjia, "Miss Song, though you are not so serious, you still need a good rest. I hope that you can stay here so that you will recover faster." Song Yunjia did not hear the doctor's words at all. Song Yunjia just pursed her lips. She seemed to be tired of the doctor being wordy. She demanded, "I hope that you can go out first." Being driven out, the doctor did not intend to stay here. He nodded. "Well, Miss Song, have a good rest." The doctor was polite to her. Xiao Tianzi must have told this doctor in advance. Otherwise, the doctor in the hospital had no reason to treat her so well. Song Yunjia fell into silence. After the doctor left the ward, Song Yunjia turned her head to see the door of the ward. Song Yunjia did not figure out what Xiao Tianzi thought at all. She only knew that the current situation seemed to get better. But there was no guarantee that this was really getting better. Perhaps this was just an illusion. Song Yunjia fell into silence. She quietly recalled what had happened in the Champs-Élysées in her mind. The more she thought, the more annoyed she became. Song Yunjia called the Champs-Élysées. It seemed that Wenwen at home had known that Song Yunjia was going to call to blame her. Wenwen answered the phone and said first, "Miss Song, are you okay in the hospital?" Song Yunjia heard Wenwen's voice. She got a headache. "Is Tianzi home?" Wenwen heard Song Yunjia's question. She was stunned for a while. Then she asked Song Yunjia, "Are you meaning Mr. Xiao?" Song Yunjia nodded. Of course Song Yunjia would ask the things that she was kept in the underground cellar with the temperature lowered. However, compared with that thing, Song Yunjia was more likely to know where Xiao Tianzi was now. Mr. Xiao is not in the Champs-Élysées. Song Yunjia had thought she could hear the news that Xiao Tianzi was in the Champs-Élysées now. But Wenwen's words made Song Yunjia feel disappointed. Xiao Tianzi did not come to the hospital or go to the Champs-Élysées. What did it mean? Did it mean that Xiao Tianzi had been tired of her and willing to see her again? Song Yunjia felt terrified in her mind. Wenwen on the phone seemed to know what Song Yunjia was thinking about. She told Song Yunjia, "Miss Song, don't worry. Mr. Xiao always cares about you even though he is not here now. When you collapsed in the underground wine cellar, it was Mr. Xiao who came over to hold you in person and took you to the hospital." Wenwen's words successfully attracted Song Yunjia's attention. Song Yunjia's voice revealed some obvious excitement. "Really?" Wenwen nodded. "Miss Song, it is true." After saying that, Wenwen seemed to be afraid that Song Yunjia would not believe it. She continued to explain, "If you don't believe it, you can come back and ask the other servants in the house. Miss Song, I will never trick you." Hearing her words, Song Yunjia naturally believed in it. Song Yunjia pursed her lips slightly. Then she asked about the terrible experience. Why the temperature of the underground wine cellar would be adjusted so low? Song Yunjia had already been suspected Wenwen when she said this. However, Wenwen seemed to have been guarded before Song Yunjia's question. She became angry immediately. "Miss Song, the thing you mentioned, I also feel very thrilled." Hearing Wenwen's tone, Song Yunjia knew there must be something wrong with it. Then Wenwen complained, "Lu Yu, that little bitch, usually is not happy with me. When I asked her to help me find you, she found that the door of the underground wine cellar was locked. Therefore, she secretly lowered the temperature of the underground wine cellar." Wenwen accused Lu Yu of her behavior. She was very angry. "But don't worry, Miss Song. Mr. Xiao had already made it clear. He had sent Lu Yu to the law." Did she admit it? She admitted it. But she refused to admit that she had stolen the key. Song Yunjia was not sure who lowered the temperature, but she thought it was not bad for Lu Yu to afford it. At least, Song Yunjia had been unsatisfied with Lu Yu, because Lu Yu was sent over from the main course of the Xiao family. Song Yunjia knew that it was Gu Changge who sent her in. As long as it was the one who was sent by Gu Changge, Song Yunjia would be unsatisfied. It was better to get rid of them early. Song Yunjia did not ask anymore but just told Wenwen, "If Tianzi asks about this matter again, you should take care of your mouth." Song Yunjia said this with a warning. Wenwen could easily feel it. Hearing the warning, Wenwen immediately assured Song Yunjia, "Miss Song, don't worry. I won't say anything that I should not say." Hearing Wenwen's vowed promise, Song Yunjia felt relieved a little. Did Tianzi say anything about this issue? Wenwen shook her head. Mr. Xiao said nothing. "However, I said I wanted to take care of you in the hospital. But he refused it." Xiao Tianzi knew the relationship between Song Yunjia and Wenwen. Now Xiao Tianzi did not allow Wenwen to take care of Song Yunjia. Probably because he still suspected Song Yunjia. After all, Xiao Tianzi really cared about the child that Changge had already induced. Gu Changge maintained it was Song Yunjia who hurt her. It made Xiao Tianzi unable to tell whether it was true. However, judging from the current situation, Xiao Tianzi did not fully believe Gu Changge's words. As long as Xiao Tianzi did not believe Gu Changge, it was a good thing for Song Yunjia. She would become better in the Xiao family. It turned dark slightly at 7 o'clock in the afternoon. Song Yunxian did not stay in the Song family. She had not contacted Chu Machen for a long time. Their relationship became a little distant. She was sitting in the office of the Song Enterprise, where there was no light. She saw the sky outside gradually getting dark. She put her hand on the phone and touched it gently. Mei Qi knocked on the door of the office slightly. Song Yunxian turned and said, "Come in." Mei Qi came in from the outside and saw Song Yunxian didn't turn on the light in the office. He asked her curiously, "Manager Song, why don't you turn on the light?" "I would not want to see the night view outside the French window if I turned on the light." Hearing this, Mei Qi did not say a word. He reached out and turned on the light in the office for her. Song Yunxian turned the swivel chair for half a turn to look at him. "Do you have any good news for me?" After hearing Song Yunxuan's question, Mei Qi said to her, "Manager Song, the person you are waiting for has arrived." A bright smile appeared on Song Yunxuan's face after she heard this. She had not smiled so brightly for a long time. Mei Qi was slightly shocked when he saw the smile on her face. After that, Song Yunxian left her chair, without waiting for Mei Qi to see the smile on her face more deeply, grabbed the coat beside her, and walked straight out of the office. "Let's go and meet the Song family's madam." Mei Qi saw her walking lightly and smiling. Even without asking more details, he had known that Song Yunxian had been waiting for this person for a long time. This person finally returned. When Song Yunxian was in the car, she specifically took a look at her face with her mobile phone screen as a mirror. Looking at her face appearing on the screen of the mobile phone, she raised her corner of the mouth a little bit, showing a pretty pleasant mood. Mei Qi saw her smile from the rearview mirror and asked her, "Manager Song, why are you so happy?" Song Yunxian was not stupid either. She looked up at Mei Qi with a sly smile and eyes. "Didn't you ask this question knowingly? I just feel a little curious." Song Yunxian looked at him. "What's curious?" Mei Qi said. "Miss Song, you look as if to wait for your biological mother." The Song family's madam was Yi Meiqi. Yi Meiqi was Song Yunjia's biological mother, but had no blood relationship with Song Yunxian. He had thought Song Yunxuan's meeting with Yi Meiqi was just a show. But now looking at the smile on Song Yunxuan's face, Mei Qi felt himself was in a trance. She really looked like expecting her biological mother to return home. Hearing his words like this, Song Yunxian faded her smile at her corner of the mouth a little. But soon she raised the smile again. "There is nothing wrong with what you say. The way I welcome Yi Meiqi will be the same as that to my biological mother." Mei Qi's thin lips spit out one word. "Why?" Song Yunxian felt this question somewhat funny. However, she could easily answer this question. "She is the Song family's madam and is nominally my mother. It is only nominal, and it is not necessary for you to be so happy." Song Yunxian felt bored on the way to the airport. Since Mei Qi had so many problems, she could tell him clearly, "I didn't grow up with my biological mother, so I really hope to have a mother. But Miss Song, she's Song Yunjia's mother. It doesn't matter. I will regard her as my biological mother." Although Song Yunxuan's raising angle of her mouth was very attractive, Mei Qi still felt a little cold. He felt that Song Yunxian was definitely not that naive little girl. And the reason why she voluntarily had a relationship with the Song family's madam was certainly not simple. Song Yunxian was a person who would analyze the advantages and disadvantages of the road ahead at every step. And she had also calculated what benefits she would get from Yi Meiqi's return with full expectation. Such planning and calculation were enough to make Song Yunxian more frightening than her peers. Mei Qi thought a lot about Song Yunxian in his mind, but no matter what he thought, he didn't think Song Yunxian hateful. Everyone had what he wanted to pursue and to achieve. Song Yunxuan's goal was very clear. Her spearhead was to Song Yunjia, along with Gu Changge and Xiao Tianzi. These people made her feel uncomfortable, so she wanted to remove them one by one. Now, Song Yunjia was already at the edge of being removed. Yi Meiqi was a pawn against Song Yunjia. The reason why Song Yunxian was willing to see her immediately was also probably for that Yi Meiqi had the value of being taken advantage of. This meeting could bring Song Yunxian great benefits. They arrived at the airport soon. Song Yunxian usually took a nap on the road. However, she did not even close her eyes to have a rest this time. She immediately got off the car after it arrived at the airport. Meiqi had ordered the Song family's bodyguards to protect Song Yunxian when he was driving her to the airport. As soon as Song Yunxian got off the car at the airport, the Song family's bodyguards immediately surrounded her. Song Yunxian was protected by bodyguards wearing plain clothes. Few passengers at the airport recognized Song Yunchuan's identity either. She was waiting at the airport for Yi Meiqi to go out of customs. In her impression, she had not seen Yi Meiqi, because Yi Meiqi had already left the Song family before she came to it. She knew Yi Meiqi's appearance later on completely by photos. Song Yunxian knew nothing about Yi Meiqi's attitude towards her, who was not her biological daughter. However, Song Yunxian was very looking forward to this first meeting with Yi Meiqi. She waited at the place not far from the airport exit. As long as Yi Meiqi came out, she could see her at first sight. The Song family's bodyguards also opened a small protective circle around her. Song Yunxian waited in the peace of mind. Meiqi, standing beside, said, "Yi Meiqi did not come alone this time." Hearing Meiqi calling Yi Meiqi's name directly, Song Yunxian frowned slightly. She opened her mouth and corrected him. "This is the madam of our Song family. Please be polite when you call her." Meiqi knew from this sentence that Song Yunxian had great respect for Yi Meiqi. He immediately corrected himself. This time Mrs. Song came back with her nurse when she was living in the WK. Song Yunxian nodded. It's not unusual to bring someone back to take care of her. Of course, she understood the meaning of Meiqi's words, but she didn't say it clearly. Yi Meiqi returned to her husband's home but took a nurse to take care of herself. Obviously, she did not like the Song family very much. Not only did she not like it, but she was also on guard against it. From this point of view, it could be seen clearly that Yi Meiqi might not be gotten close to so easily as Song Yunxian imagined. Along with Meiqi beside, Song Yunxian was waiting for Yi Meiqi at the airport. But after waiting for more than half an hour, Yi Meiqi could not be seen coming out of the airport. Meiqi turned to look at Song Yunchuan's face and found that her expressions were the same as usual, without any anxious senses. On the contrary, it was himself that had some impatience. Probably feeling the anxious sight from Meiqi, Song Yunxian turned to look at him. "Are you impatient now?" Hearing this, Meiqi closed his mouth slightly. "No, I just think Mrs. Song may deliberately make you wait longer." Song Yunxian also thought of this possibility, but she did not feel impatient. She looked at Meiqi with her lips raised. "I have never seen you look impatient before. You have always been patient in my impression." Meiqi was rarely praised like this. Hearing the praise from Song Yunxian, he couldn't help close his mouth slightly and then reveal a faint smile. "Is it?" He did not remember what else he had done in front of Song Yunxian, but it made him feel precious that she could remember that he was a calm person. It was boring for them to wait inside the airport. However, with these few words of conversation, the impatience of waiting for people was slowly blown away. After about 20 minutes of waiting, Meiqi's eyesight suddenly changed when he was talking to her. Finding that Meiqi was staring at the exit of the airport, Song Yunxian immediately turned her sight to follow him. As expected, a lady appeared over there. It was a well-shaped lady with a hat on her head and a white dress. She wore a windbreaker because of the cold weather at night. The windbreaker was a little dark red, but it showed her plump figure incisively and vividly on her body. Beside the lady, another woman was dragging a suitcase. The woman dressed simply, but she looked neat and clean. It looked like she was in her late 40s. Seeing the lady wearing a light gray hat, Song Yunxian recognized her as Yi Meiqi immediately. She walked over. Before Yi Meiqi noticed her, she opened her mouth and said sweetly, "Mom." This salutation was abrupt, showing no many senses of closing. Hearing the clear voice of Song Yunxian, the lady turned her head to look for who was speaking. Seeing Song Yunchuan's face, The lady closed her mouth slightly. Then she raised her hand and took off the sunglasses on her face. The woman beside her immediately stretched out her hand and took Yumechi's sunglasses. Yumechi stopped and looked closely at Song Yunxian in front of her. Who are you? Yumechi was very beautiful. Even though she was now in her 50s, she looked only about 40 years old because she was well maintained and had good state skin. She looked at Song Yunxian with strange eyesight. It made Song Yunxian felt very distant. However, it didn't matter. Song Yunxian would not stop approaching Yumechi because of this sense of distance that Yumechi had shown her. Yumechi was hurt by Song Yan when she was young. In her years of living abroad alone, she became cold and aloof. She was not a woman who was easy to get close to. She wouldn't have met with her daughter Song Yunjia only once every few years if she had been easy to get close to. Moreover, if Song Yunjia hadn't taken the initiative to see her in the WK, Yumechi wouldn't have returned to Yuncheng to visit her daughter. Yumechi looked at Song Yunxian carefully. She had her judgment about this girl in her heart. She hadn't contacted Yunjia for a long time. The last time was when Song Yin died. She heard her daughter's angry complaint that her father gave all the inheritance to a bastard who was found back later. She just heard that this bastard was called Song Yunxian. Mom, I am Yunxian. Hearing Song Yunxian call her mom, Yumechi straightened her lips. She just went ahead. I'm not your mother. Where is Yunjia? Why didn't Yunjia come to pick me up? Song Yunxian called Yumechi mom actively, but Yumechi turned her down in such a cold attitude. In the next several minutes, Song Yunxian didn't actively call her mom. Yumechi asked Song Yunxian about Song Yunjia's whereabouts but did not get Song Yunxuan's reply. She felt strange and turned around to look at Song Yunxian. Don't you know why Yunjia didn't come to pick me up? I don't know. Yumechi frowned. Yunjia is your elder sister. Don't you know why your elder sister didn't come to pick me up? Maybe my eldest sister does not recognize me as her younger sister, so she doesn't want to tell me anything. Just like the mother does not recognize her daughter. This sentence was full of connotations, and Yumechi also heard the hidden meaning. Yumechi was not arrogant, but she had been young and vigorous when she finished with Song Yan. After so many years, she was unexpected to see Song Yan's eloquent daughter when she came back to the homeland. She was angry but couldn't hold back her laughter. Seeing Yumechi's smile on the corner of her lips, Song Yunxian knew that Yumechi had changed the view about her. As expected, in the next second Yumechi said, Your name is Yunxian, isn't it? Song Yunxian nodded. Yes, Mom. This time Song Yunxian called Yumechi mother actively. Yumechi didn't grumble anymore and nodded, walking out with Song Yunxian. Okay, let's go back. I haven't seen your eldest sister for a long time, and I miss her. After finishing this, Yumechi felt it was not appropriate and added, I also haven't seen Yuning for a long time. Call her too. Let's have dinner together tonight. Hearing Yumechi's words, Song Yunxian frowned slightly and said, Mom, it's a little late now. It seems that we can't have dinner together. Just call your eldest sister. Song Yunxian froze a little. It seemed that there was something in her mind that she found it hard to disclose. Yumechi wanted to invite Song Yuning due to social etiquette. It didn't matter whether she couldn't see her. After all, Song Yuning was not her biological daughter. Moreover, Song Yuning's mother took her husband, so she would have felt uncomfortable if she had met Song Yuning. The only one she wanted to meet as soon as possible was her daughter, Song Yunjia. She was stunned by Song Yunxuan's expression when she asked her to call Song Yunjia. She felt a little displeased in her heart but didn't show it on her face. She just looked at Song Yunxuan's face and asked in a puzzled tone, What's the problem? Don't you know your eldest sister's phone number? Song Yunxian shook her head and wore an embarrassed expression. Mom, I know her contact information but... The embarrassed expression on her face never meant to disappear. Yumechi saw her expression and realized that something might have happened to Song Yunjia. She also felt nervous. What's wrong? Since Yumechi was worried, she failed to control her facial expression when she asked the question. Song Yunxian was relieved when she saw the worry on Yumechi's face. Although Yumechi seemed indifferent to the eldest daughter on the surface, They were blood-related after all. Hence, as a mother, Yumeichi must take care of her daughter when something happened to her. "Mon, nothing happened to my eldest sister." She seemed to think about how to explain to Yumeichi. After pondering, she said to Yumeichi, "Well, it's too late now. Even if I invite her, she won't come and maybe scold me for the wrong time." Yumeichi's eyebrows frowned. "What do you mean?" "Mom," Song Yuncheng seemed to have made up her mind before said to Yumeichi, "She doesn't live in her apartment now." Yumeichi had known that Song Yunjia didn't live in the mansion of the Song family. Song Yunjia was so embarrassed that she didn't Yumeichi that she was kicked out of due to Song Yunchuan's evil plan. She told Yumeichi that the mansion was so far from her office that she moved from the mansion to her apartment. Yumeichi didn't ask more, thinking that Song Yunjia lived in her apartment safely. She was puzzled that Song Yunxian told her that Song Yunjia did not live in her apartment now. Yunjia isn't living in her apartment. Is she living in the hospital dormitory? Yumeichi believed that it was natural that Song Yunjia wasn't living her apartment, but the dormitory as a doctor who had a separate dorm room. However, when Song Yunxian heard Yumeichi's speculation, she frowned and looked at Yumeichi in surprise. "Can my eldest sister live in the hospital dormitory after resigning?" It was a sudden question. Yumeichi was stunned and subconsciously repeated, "Resign." Her head was in a mess, and she asked Song Yunxian, "You mean Yunjia has resigned?" "Mom, don't you know that?" Hearing this news, Yumeichi felt she couldn't stand stably. She bit her lips. However, she didn't want to lose control in front of the daughter born by another woman, so she tried her best to keep calm. "She has never mentioned it to me." Song Yunxian frowned and then said, "She didn't mention that, maybe because she was afraid that you would be worried." Song Yunjia's medical skills were excellent and performed countless operations in the operating rooms. Moreover, she had been an outstanding doctor favored by the dean. Therefore, Yumeichi couldn't believe that her daughter resigned because of mistakes during an operation. She frowned. Why did she resign? Song Yunxian pursed her lips and felt embarrassed. "You should listen to my eldest sister's explanation in person after you meet her." Yumeichi walked out. "Call her now. No matter what she is doing, call her immediately." Yumeichi was already annoyed. She had thought she didn't need to worry her daughter because she could live in the Song family well and successfully by herself. Why had she quit her job in the hospital only a few days after Song Yan's death? What happened to make her make such a stupid decision? Yumeichi's heart turned over. Watching Yumeichi walking forward, Song Yunxian hooked the corner of her lips before she followed. She believed Song Yunjia might be caught unprepared. She could know that Yumeichi was very angry about Song Yunjia's resignation from her expression. "Mom, Yunjia probably has fallen asleep at this time. If she refuses to come, I'll go to meet her." "Where is she?" Song Yunxian was waiting for Yumeichi's sentence. Finally, hearing Yumeichi's question, she said, "In the Champs-Élysées." Yumeichi was unfamiliar with the name, the Champs-Élysées. However, Song Yunjia had mentioned this place countless times in front of her when Gu Changge had been alive. Her expression showed her envy and jealousy every time she mentioned it. She had said that Gu Changge bought this Champs-Élysées as her daughter's future dowry. At that time, she even had laughed at Gu Changge, saying that Gu Changge had already started preparing a dowry for her daughter, even she didn't know whether she could live until her daughter grew up. Now she recalled what Song Yunjia had said then. Yumeichi felt a little chill in her heart for no reason. What is she doing there?
Yemeği purset her lips.
She knew that her daughter had not enough money to buy the Champs-Élysées. Because Song Yan had given most of his inheritance to Song Yunxian, the youngest daughter of the Song family, standing in front of her now. Since she couldn't buy the Champs-Élysées, why was she there? Song Yunxian frowned and asked Yumeichi, "Mom, don't you know that the Champs-Élysées is Xiao Tianzi's real estate?" "My eldest sister lives there, of course, with the approval of Xiao Tianzi." Yumeichi gnawed her back teeth. She had been knowing that her daughter had an unspoken and strange feeling for Xiao Tianzi. However, she hadn't expected that she was unwilling to give up and hook up with Xiao Tianzi after so many years later. Moreover, she had always wished that her daughter could marry a gentleman. She didn't want her to be an unknown and shameful woman behind a successful man. Gu Changge had dead, and her daughter was now with Xiao Tianze. No one would have ensured that people wouldn't gossip about her, saying that she had an underground relationship with Xiao Tianze when Xiao Tianze's ex-wife was not dead if they had married in the future. Yimeichi felt that her temples were beginning to jump suddenly. She reached out and pressed her temples. A maid next to her immediately took out a small medicine box and took out a capsule from inside. "Madam." The maid handed over the capsule. Yimeichi waved her hand slightly, indicating that she would not take it. A worried expression appeared on the maid's face. Yimeichi insisted on not taking medicine. Song Yunxian supported her. "Mom, you just got off the plane. You need to rest. I'll call my eldest sister. If she knows that you come back, she will be thrilled. She will come to see you tomorrow."
Yimeichi nodded.
Seeing her nod, Song Yunxian then helped her to go outside. After leaving the airport, Song Yunxian helped Yimeichi into the Song family's private car, and then took her back. And she was not very sure whether Yimeichi could rest well this night. Yimeichi rubbed her temples gently along the way. It seemed that her headache was severe. Seeing that she had been rubbing her temples, Song Yunxian said softly, "Mom, would you want me to call a doctor for you?"
I'm okay.
"I'm just a little tired after the flight. I'll be fine after I get home and get some rest." Although she had said that, Yimeichi knew in her heart that the rest couldn't heal her headache. She just didn't know how far Song Yunjia and Xiao Tianze had got. If Xiao Tianze had really liked her, loved her, and been willing to cherish her, she would have accepted their relationship as her mother. After all, Xiao Tianze's wife was dead. If Song Yunjia had married Xiao Tianze, she would have been Xiao Tianze's legal wife and the mistress of the Xiao family. However, something was wrong. Song Yunjia didn't let her know that she and Xiao Tianze had cohabited. Her daughter had been fond of Xiao Tianze for so many years. If Xiao Tianze had once promised to marry her and give her the Xiao family's right and title, Song Yunjia would have told the news to her mother when she lived with Xiao Tianze. However, the reality was that she hadn't said a word. It meant that Xiao Tianze hadn't given her any promise even they lived together. And Xiao Tianze didn't want her to be his legal wife. Yimeichi was a member of the upper class in Harbor City and married Song Yan by right and title. Although Song Yan had many romantic affairs after their marriage, Yimeichi's daughter was the legitimate lady of the Song family. However, the current situation was that a legitimate lady of the Song family degraded herself, cohabiting with a man who lost his wife without dignity. Shame on her. Not only the Song family would have been shamed, but also she would have lost face if Song Yunjia's gossip had been spread. She understood everything in her mind. However, in front of Song Yunxian, she couldn't lose her temper or immediately call her daughter to scold her. She could only be patient, waiting to see the situation after getting to the Song family. Any action should be taken later. After going home, Song Yunxian asked the maids in the house to prepare a simple dinner and eat with Yimeichi because she knew that Yimeichi was in a bad mood and very tired. Yimeichi was a very wary woman. She knew that Song Yunxian wasn't a simple woman since she could become the master of the Song family. So she didn't talk too much while having dinner. Song Yunxian knew that Yimeichi was guarding against her, but didn't show any angry expression. She also didn't actively estrange herself from Yimeichi. She just called the Gu family after Yimeichi went to her room to rest. At that time, Gu Changge was sulking at home. She had believed that Xiao Tianze would go home shortly after Shuang called him. The result was completely different from their expectation. Shuang later found out the news that Song Yunjia was locked in the underground cellar of the Champ Celestia. Moreover, the extremely low temperature in the underground cellar almost killed Song Yunjia. Hearing the news from Shuang, Gu Changge laughed satirically. "Such a bitch should die inside and never come out." Shuang immediately said. "They found and rescued her quickly. Mr. Xiao took her to the hospital by himself." When Shuang said this, she saw Gu Changge's face twisted. Fire almost came out of her eyes. Shuang did not dare to continue to say. Gu Changge clenched her fingers tightly and calmed herself down for a long time before saying, "She was so lucky. She played a good ruse of self-injury. Even if Tianzi didn't believe her, he couldn't help but pity her. Miss Gu, Shuang deliberately said. At last, Lu Yu took the blame for assaulting Miss Song. Gu Changge frowned. She was familiar with the name Lu Yu, but she had never noticed such a person. Since Shuang said the name, she asked, "Who is Lu Yu?" Looking at Gu Changge, Shuang was a little embarrassed. She was a maid in the mansion of the Shao family, and she had tried to please you, Miss Gu. Gu Changge heard Shuang said that. She immediately understood and said with her eyes frowning, "Song Yunjia, the bitch, planned well. After playing the ruse of self-injury, she made me the scapegoat." Shuang was shocked that Gu Changge was so angry. Then Shuang immediately comforted Gu Changge. "Miss Gu, don't get angry." Gu Changge had been fine before Shuang comforted her. However, hearing Shuang's persuasion, she instantly fidgeted and angrily stood up from the sofa. "How could I not be angry? Now Song Yunjia treats me as a cream puff. She can do anything to me. She can frame me as much as she wants. I have looked down on her." She was furious. In addition to Song Yunjia's face that she wanted to tear, there was Song Yunchuan's face in her mind. Her face became sullen. She spoke to Shuang. "How about Song Yunxian?" When she just finished the sentence, there was an unexpected call from the Song family as if they had telepathy. Shuang went to answer the phone. Gu Changge frowned at her. Shuang covered the microphone and whispered to Gu Changge, "Miss Gu, it's from Miss Song." Gu Changge confused and asked her impatiently, "Which Miss Song?" Shuang said, "The youngest lady of the Song family." Everyone knew that the youngest lady of the Song family was Song Yunxian, and the call that Gu Changge had been waiting for was Song Yunchuan's. Hearing that the servant said it was a call from Song Yunxian, Gu Changge stretched out her hand lazily and motioned to Shuang to hand it over. Shuang handed the phone to her, and she immediately heard the voice of Song Yunxian. "Miss Gu." "Miss Song." This time Gu Changge knew that she shouldn't call Song Yunchuan's name directly. It made their relationship loosen. However, it was still a bit a cold sense of alienation this time. Even Gu Changge changed the form of address. Song Yunxian didn't care how Gu Changge addressed her and said straightly, "Madam Song has returned." Gu Changge was stunned for a while and couldn't help but ask in surprise, "So quickly?" Song Yunxian said calmly, "After all, every mother who cares about her child will come back as soon as possible when the child needs her. Do you think so?" Gu Changge suppressed the surprise in her heart and vaguely responded. Hearing Song Yunchuan's explanation, she still felt unpleasant in her heart. She even was slightly jealous of Song Yunjia. Song Yunjia had a mother. Although her mother was not always by her side, she was a child having a mother's care and love. However, Gu Changge grew up in an orphanage when she was a child. Although Gu Changge took her to the Gu family, Gu Changge only cherished Gu Changge as a princess. He saw Gu Changge as an accessory of Gu Changge. Gu Changge got so much more than her. She hated Gu Changge for so many years in her heart. She felt relieved and happy in her heart at last when she saw Gu Changge's death. And Song Yunjia, who obviously got more than her, still was greedy and competed with her for Shao Tianzi. Shao Tianzi was the only person who gave her warmth and care, and whom she liked very much in her heart since she was young. When she just grabbed Shao Tianzi from Gu Changge's hand, Song Yunjia could not wait but declare war with her, wanting to steal the only man she liked. How could Gu Changge just await her doom under this situation? After Gu Changge responded, Song Yunxian said, "Miss Gu, come and meet my mother when you have time. After all, I don't know too much about the matter between you and my sister." It was reasonable that a witness with sufficient evidence came and complained to let Song Yunjia's mother know that her daughter was involved in someone else's marriage. This witness shouldn't be Song Yunxian. Gu Changge was the most convincing one. Gu Changge was a clever woman. Her cleverness was shown everywhere, including confusing black and white to gain sympathy. Song Yunjia and Gu Changge had been fighting for so long. They gained the upper hand in turn. However, Song Yunxian was the one who would dominate the result at last. Gu Changge understood Song Yunchuan's words and nodded. "Let's make an appointment. Tomorrow afternoon, I will invite Song Yunjia and Yi Meiqi out for afternoon tea. I'll let you know when and where. I hope you can get Yimeichi's attention smoothly then. Okay. I'm waiting for your notice. She naturally wanted to seize this opportunity tightly now that Song Yunxian was willing to help her. If she hadn't grasped this opportunity, Gu Changge wouldn't have known whether she could get help from others next time when she fought with Song Yunjia. Song Yunjia knew nothing about her mother's return. It would have got a lot of attention that Yimeichi, Madame Song, who had already emigrated abroad, returned homeland. However, half of the media in Yuncheng belonged to Song Yunchuan's business. With such great control, concealing the news of Yimeichi's return to her homeland was easy. Song Yunxian asked her magazines not to disclose the news of Yimeichi's return. She temporarily concealed the whole Yuncheng people. However, she must tell Song Yuning. Song Yuning received a personal notice from Song Yunxian. It had been a long time since Song Yunxian saw her last time, and her expected date of confinement was in these 2 months. Xuetao learned a lot after the last time Song Yunxian scolded him. While they were on the phone, Song Yunxian asked Song Yuning out of courtesy to show her care. "How is my brother-in-law? I'm nourishing the fetus. He'd better not cause troubles to let me worry." Song Yuning also knew that the turmoil of the Song family had gradually calmed down. Song Yunxian was the only master of the Song family. Song Yunjia, as a legal lady of the Song family, had been able to express a different opinion and question Song Yunxian in the past. After her medical accident was exposed, Song Yunjia ruined all her reputation. She had no status in the Song family at all. Song Yuning was glad that she had stopped her fight with Song Yunxian early. Although she had suffered losses under Song Yunchuan's hands, her current situation wasn't so bad as Song Yunxiang's. Song Yuning had given Song Yunxian a clear position in her heart. Now she was isolated and helpless in the Xue family. The eldest brother and sister were already unreliable. All she could rely on was Song Yunxian, let alone she was going to give birth very soon. After birth, if the baby would be able to inherit the legacy of the Xue family would depend on how long Song Yunxian had been supporting her. "Yunxian, what's wrong?" Song Yunxian smiled. "Sis, you haven't been informed. Our mother is back." Song Yuning's mother had long been away from the Song family. Since Song Yuning got married, her mother had settled down abroad. She showed no interest in almost all the Song family's business. Song Yuncheng and Song Yunchuan's mother had passed away. When her daughter got married, Song Yuning's mother found her daughter might enter into a bad marriage. Moreover, when Song Yin died, she was angry that her daughter had not been assigned enough inheritance, so she rarely had intercourse with the Song family. Song Yunxian had already dominated the Song family. Supported by Song Yunxian, Song Yuning had barely got on her feet in the Xue family. Previously, Song Yuning's mother had a lot of opinions on Song Yunxian, but later it dawned on her and she acquiesced in her daughter's behavior. Even if someone bowed his head to his former enemies, as long as his future benefits could be guaranteed, there would be no humiliation. Song Yuning was a little surprised. "Which mother you're talking about?" She certainly couldn't figure out who it was. She was in close contact with her own mother, knowing that her mother had not been back all the while, so she knew that it was definitely not her own mother. The mothers of Song Yuncheng and Song Yunxian were dead, so it was not one of them. The only person was likely to be Song Yunjia's mother, Yimeichi. Yimeichi, who had no sense of presence in the Song family, had always been an aloof madam. All people in the Song family knew her personality more or less. Song Yuning turned the question back to Song Yunxian. Song Yunxian also knew that Song Yuning must be surprised right now. She didn't mean to hide it. She replied directly, "It is our mom." Song Yuning was even more surprised when she heard this answer. She didn't even know what to reply for a moment. After a while she asked Song Yunxian, "Yunxian, how did you bring her back?" "She probably missed us, so she came back by herself." Song Yunxian wouldn't like to fill her in with details. Song Yuning also stopped asking. Song Yuning smiled awkwardly. "So would you like us to meet each other?" Since Song Yunjia's mother came back, she must be calling to arrange a meeting. Song Yuning hadn't met Yimeichi a few times before. She used to live with her mother in the house that Song Yin bought outside. They moved into the Song family until she grew up. However, Yi Meiqi refused to let them in. However, Song Yin insisted. Yi Meiqi was so mad about it that she went abroad and settled down there ever since. Because of this, Song Yunjia had hated Song Yuning for years. Even if they seemed to get along with each other later in public, they were actually not in private. Yi Meiqi was a proud woman. The Song family wasn't how it used to be. Yi Meiqi still stood on her dignity as the madam of the house. Song Yunxian was willing to play the supporting role. She did almost everything that Yi Meiqi said. Now she asked Song Yuning to meet Yi Meiqi, which should also be Yi Meiqi's idea. Otherwise, Song Yunxian would not invite her over. They made an appointment on the phone. Song Yuning knew that she was just doing a walkthrough, and there was no need for her to worry about it. When it was almost the appointed time, she went to the tea room waiting for them. Song Yunxian went there with Yi Meiqi. On the way, Yi Meiqi adjusted her hair while asking Song Yunxian, which seemed unintentionally, "Have your elder sister called over?" Song Yunxian was a little sorry. "Mom, I called her last night but no one answered. Maybe it was too late at that time, she was asleep." She did call the Champs-Élysées, but it did get through. One told her everything happened in the Champs-Élysées. Now that Song Yunjia was in the hospital, she couldn't come back to the Champs-Élysées in a few days. Xiao Tianzi's attitude was still ambiguous. He let the matter of Gu Changge's induction of labor go, but he also did not pay much attention to Song Yunjia. Gu Changge and Song Yunjia maintained a delicate balance, and no one got more attention from Xiao Tianzi first. Yi Meiqi heard Song Yunxian said that she didn't get through. She asked Song Yunxian, "Give me Yunjia's phone number. I will do the call." Song Yunxian gave Yi Meiqi the phone number of the Champs-Élysées. Yi Meiqi dialed the phone and listened to the busy tone ringing over there, wrinkling her eyebrows. Song Yunxian observed Yi Meiqi's look and knew that she must fail to get through too. Expectedly, it didn't take long for Yi Meiqi before she took the phone off her ears. The displeasure in her eyes became more obvious. No one answering the phone was also what Song Yunxian expected. Now Song Yunjia was lying in the hospital. Xiao Tianzi withdrew the Champs-Élysées bodyguards. Lu Yu had been arrested by the police. The only person who could make decisions in the Champs-Élysées was Wenwen. As long as Wenwen didn't answer the phone, Yi Meiqi certainly couldn't get it through. Song Yunxian knew all these things clearly but pretended that she didn't. She asked Yi Meiqi worriedly, "Mom, no one answered?" Yi Meiqi nodded. "I will go over to check her out at night." She was also worried that she lost contact with Song Yunjia. Song Yunxian found Yi Meiqi was worried. She suggested, "Mom, why don't we go over and check Yunjia out now? She has quit her job in the hospital. She must be at home right now. If we come, we can certainly find her." Yi Meiqi certainly knew that, but if she had gone to Song Yunjia, Song Yunxian would have definitely followed. Song Yunjia had already hated Song Yunxian when their inheritance was given. She definitely wouldn't want to see Song Yunxian now. If Song Yunxian had followed, she might have been directly blasted away by Song Yunjia. If this had been spread, it would have been said that the relationship between them was not good and even that their mother treated her illegitimate daughter badly. Yi Meiqi valued her reputation, so she would not let people have this opportunity to criticize her. She shook her head. "No, we've made an appointment with your second sister in the tea room, haven't we? We'll meet her first." Yi Meiqi's current performance seemed to treat them as same as her own children. Song Yunxian saw that Yi Meiqi chose not to go to Song Yunjia, so she stopped encouraging her. After all, no matter what Yi Meiqi would do and how she would do, Song Yunjia had everything in control. When they arrived at the tea room, they saw Song Yuning had arrived from far away. Song Yuning saw Yi Meiqi coming and got up from the seat hurriedly, greeting at Yi Meiqi, "Hi, Mom." Greeted by Song Yuning, Yi Meiqi measured Song Yuning up and nodded. And then she asked, "Yuning, you're pregnant now?" Song Yuning pursed her lips and nodded, a slight smile emerging on her face. Yi Meiqi took a seat and sighed gently. Children are really grown up. The only person she wanted to see here today was Song Yunjia. But fortunately, She was unable to contact Song Yunjia. She felt annoyed because Song Yunjia and Xiao Tianzi were messing up, yet she couldn't really show it, so she did not say anything else when drinking tea. On the contrary, Song Yunxian talked a lot with Song Yuning. Their topics changed from what interesting reaction Song Yuning had after she became pregnant to what name she wanted to give her child. Yimeichi just looked at them and had a feeling that the relationship between these two was really good. She was secretly surprised that Song Yunxian was never a simple character. Song Yunxian came into the Song family after everyone else, but in the end, she knew how to take everything of the Song family better than all her sisters and brothers. She hated that Song Yunjia did not live up to her expectations. At the same time, she was also on the alert as her little daughter seemed too clever. They were not her own blood. No matter how close she got to them, she still felt sick of it. Her facial expression was controlled very well. She listened to the conversation between Song Yuning and Song Yunxian, while thinking about what time she could finally leave. Song Yuning had a pretty good life now. Yimeichi heard that Song Yuning's life was unenviable after getting married. Now it didn't look as bad as the rumor said. At the very least, she didn't seem to suffer in the Xue family on the surface. Song Yunxian inevitably mentioned Xue Tao when talking with Song Yuning. She intimated that she would like to know how Xue Tao was going these days. Song Yuning showed a complicated look, lowering her eyes and touching her belly. As long as the baby is born, he will settle down eventually. What she said sounded as if a virtuous wife was waiting for a cheating husband to change to outsiders. In fact, Song Yunxian knew exactly what she meant. As long as the baby in Song Yuning's belly was born safely, she would have 1,000 ways to take the fertility of all Xue Tao's mistresses away. In her heart, Xue Tao was not important at all. What was important was only the inheritance right of the Xue family. She had already done a sex test on this baby and had confirmed it was a boy. Therefore, she felt assured during pregnancy. As long as this child was born, she would be able to have everything in the Xue family. Song Yunxian did not comment on Song Yuning's approach. Anyway, Song Yuning was already on her side, and even if Song Yuning had been in charge of the Xue family, which would have caused no harm to her, Song Yuning had already been scared by Song Yunxian. Song Yunxian had something that could destroy Song Yuning. So even if the Xue family had been in Song Yuning's control, Song Yuning would not have been her enemy to ask for trouble. Instead, it was Song Yunjia who was in danger without knowing it. Song Yunxian and Song Yuning had a great time in the tea room. Suddenly, a woman's voice interrupted and came to Yimeichi's ears. "Excuse me, is this Mrs. Song?" Yimeichi was slightly stunned by this sound. Then she turned her head to follow the sound. Yimeichi soon found a thin and pale woman. This woman had a beautiful face. She must be a bright and enchanting beauty once she put on makeup. However, now this woman appeared here without any makeup. Her eyes were red and somewhat swollen. She seemed to have been crying for a long time. Yimeichi frowned when she saw this woman. She could not figure out this woman's background. Yimeichi could not figure her out, while Song Yuning and Song Yunxian looked at each other and said with curiosity, "Isn't this Miss Gu?" In Yimeichi's impression, no one else could be called Miss Gu, except Gu Changge of the Gu family. There was no second Miss Gu, but Yimeichi had seen Gu Changge before. Besides, Yimeichi knew that Gu Changge had passed away. Yimeichi pursed her lips and said, "Who is this Miss Gu?" Song Yuning responded quickly, "Mom, hasn't the eldest sister told you? This is Gu Changge, Gu Changge's younger sister." Gu Changge. Yimeichi had heard of this name from her daughter. However, when Song Yunjia mentioned the name, she would look upset and change the subject quickly. Yimeichi had not been in Yuncheng for so many years. Therefore, she had no intention of asking Gu Changge's identity or the conflicts between her daughter and Gu Changge. Now, this woman who had just been mentioned by her daughter for several times actually came for her in person. Yimeichi did not know what was going on. Yimeichi saw Gu Changge walking towards herself but biting the lip with hesitation. She smiled slightly. "Miss Gu, are you here for me?" "Yes, Mrs. Song." Gu Changge answered affirmatively. "What's the matter?" Yimeichi directly asked her what was going on. She did not mean to have a long talk with Gu Changge. Gu Changge got Yimeichi's meaning. She went straight to the front of Yimeichi. Then she solemnly knelt. Song Yuning and Song Yunxian were shocked by Gu Changge's movement. They were stunned there and did nothing. Even Yimeichi was surprised.
Yemeiki fronet.
She asked Gu Changge. Miss Gu, what do you mean? Yimeichi asked Gu Changge. Gu Changge took Yimeichi's hand. She knelt beside Yimeichi, looking up at her. She said loudly and firmly, Mrs. Song, my elder sister has just died for less than a year. Anyway, I hope that you can stop Yunjia. Being grasped the hands and begged. Yimeichi felt confused. She frowned more tightly. What happened to Yunjia?
Yemeiki spoksomberli.
Gu Changge seemed not diffident at all. She looked at Yimeichi with distressed and disappointed eyes. I have known Yunjia for so long. I've always regarded her as my best friend. I never expected that it's so crucial. Anyway, please. Mrs. Song, please do not let Yunjia be with my brother-in-law anymore. Yimeichi understood exactly what Gu Changge said. After all, this woman was here to stop Song Yunjia to be with Xiao Tianzi. Yimeichi withdrew her hands from Gu Changge. She had no changes in her face. She just said to Gu Changge, Miss Gu, please stand up first. Let's be seated and talk about it in detail if you have anything. Hearing Yimeichi's words, Gu Changge knew that her words interested Yimeichi. Song Yunxian sat by the side. Seeing Gu Changge's face bathed in tears, Song Yunxian couldn't help admiring Gu Changge's superb acting in her heart. Let alone whether Gu Changge had said something wrong. Gu Changge came here without any makeup but with the swollen eyes and a tear-stained face. It exactly made people think things seriously. Yimeichi saw Gu Changge acting like that. Subconsciously she became curious. Then she would further ask what was going on, and why Gu Changge cried so sadly. Song Yunxian praised Gu Changge in her heart. Gu Changge had superb acting skills without any flaws. Song Yuning was glad to see this live show. Seeing Yimeichi talking with Gu Changge in detail, Song Yuning gave Gu Changge a seat. After Gu Changge sat down, Song Yuning handed Gu Changge a tissue and comforted her. Miss Gu, if there is any misunderstanding, wipe your tears. Let's talk slowly. Song Yuning's words were very tricky. Although she was comforting Gu Changge on the surface, she was obviously partial to Song Yunjia. These words made Yimeichi feel more comfortable. Yimeichi was the madam of the Song family, while Song Yuning was the second daughter of the Song family. Though Yimeichi was no longer in charge of the Song family, she, as the madam, still had some deterrence. Moreover, Song Yuning needed support from the Song family now. She was not stupid to cater to the outside in front of Yimeichi. If Song Yuning had done so, the relationship between her and Yimeichi would have worsened, which had been bad for Song Yuning. After Gu Changge sat down, Song Yuning looked after her by her side. However, Song Yunxian expressed no interest in Gu Changge. In fact, Yimeichi was very unhappy in her heart. She had followed Song Yunxian and Song Yuning carelessly. She did not expect that this thing happened to her. It was so awful. Yimeichi was upset in her mind, but she could not say it out. Song Yunxian took the tea in front of her. Then she sipped it. At the same time, her eyes squinted Gu Changge's performance. Gu Changge was good at seizing the opportunity. Now, she knew it was a great opportunity that Yimeichi appeared in front of her. As long as Gu Changge took it, she could let Song Yunjia come to grief. However, once Gu Changge failed, she would be driven away in public by Yimeichi. After all, Yimei did not expect her daughter to be framed up. Gu Changge took the tissue to wipe her tears. Then she raised her head to look at Yimeichi with poor expression. I've always known that Yunjia likes my brother-in-law. After Gu Changge said this, Yimeichi frowned. She asked in reply, well, is that real? Song Yunxian saw Yimeichi pretend to know nothing. She said nothing but to watch Gu Changge's response. Gu Changge frowned at Yimeichi. I thought you had known it. But now you seem to know nothing about it. Gu Changge sighed. Her following words made Yimeichi frown more tightly. I thought Yunjia must have told you about this since it has been for a long time. I didn't expect that she said nothing to you. Gu Changge had been polite, but she was blunt when she talked about things between Song Yunjia and Xiao Tianzi. Auntie, since you don't know those things, can you listen to me? I can tell you. Yi Meiqi had said that she knew nothing about her daughter and Xiao Tianzi. Then she naturally heard Gu Changge. Gu Changge also knew it was meaningless for her to ask this question. Yi Meiqi was not wise enough to make an excuse for knowing nothing. Now, Gu Changge was saying the affairs about Song Yunjia and Xiao Tianzi. She could dramatize it as she liked, while Yi Meiqi did not know it clearly. Song Yunxian was a little worried that Gu Changge might embroider the truth too much. Yi Meiqi nodded at Gu Changge's question. Since it's about Yunjia, I, as her mother, should know it clearly. You can tell me about it. Yi Meiqi was willing to listen to Gu Changge. Gu Changge had prepared the story for many times in her mind. Under watchful eyes of Yi Meiqi, Gu Changge said carefully, Auntie Yi, my words might surprise you, but you must believe me. What I'm going to say is true. Yi Meiqi nodded. You can start now. Getting Yi Meiqi's permission, Gu Changge started. Auntie, in fact, Yunjia is in a relationship with my brother-in-law. However, you know, it hasn't been for a long time after my sister's death. It's too early for my brother-in-law to be with a new woman. Therefore, he has been hiding Yunjia in the Champs-Élysées. Yi Meiqi was familiar with the Champs-Élysées. Gu Changge glanced at Yi Meiqi's expression. Then she continued, my brother-in-law has been very kind to my sister. After my sister passed away, I don't expect my brother-in-law to be alone all the time either. Instead, I wish him to find a woman he loves as soon as possible so that he can recover from my sister's death. After hearing Gu Changge's words, Song Yunxian raised her lips with irony. But she blocked this expression with a teacup. Thus, no one noticed her small movement. At the same time, Gu Changge was sparing no effort to convince Yi Meiqi. Yi Meiqi was listening to Gu Changge without any expression. Song Yunying by their side seemed to be listening carefully. But she had been boiling in her mind. Before Song Yunxian came to the Song family, Song Yunjia had been so spoiled by Song Yan that she almost could get everything she wanted. Song Yunying did not expect that her eldest sister, Song Yunjia, would be in such a difficult position after Song Yan passed away. Song Yunjia could not be like this without Song Yunchuan's scheme and Gu Changge's tricks. Song Yunying had heard the things between Song Yunjia and Xiao Tianzi. Besides, Song Yunying had been surprised at the beginning when Xiao Tianzi was with his sister-in-law. Later, the rumors had been increasingly spread. The news between the rich families had also been diffused quietly. Gu Changge's affair with Xiao Tianzi had spread like wildfire among the ladies from rich families in Yuncheng, who knew lots of gossips and dirties. Now Gu Changge knew Yi Meiqi had come back. She came for Yi Meiqi on purpose, wanting to trip Song Yunjia up. Gu Changge was nourishing her baby, while she still kept those funny tricks. Song Yunying watched them with interest, but she looked serious on the surface. After hearing Gu Changge's introduction, Yi Meiqi almost understood what Gu Changge wanted to express. Yi Meiqi was about to say something. Gu Changge interrupted Yi Meiqi before she could start. Auntie, I will give them my best wishes if Yunjia was with my brother-in-law after my sister's death. But Yunjia had been bothering my brother-in-law before my sister passed away. I feel sad for that.
Yi Meiqi frowned.
She was very displeased to interrupt Gu Changge. What do you mean? Bothering? Gu Changge did not know why her words would provoke Yi Meiqi. Yet Song Yunxian knew what it was about clearly. Yi Meiqi was Song Yan's legal wife. After she got married, Song Yan had Song Yuncheng's mother, Song Yunying's mother, and Song Yunchuan's mother in a row when there were no relationship problems in their marriage. Song Yan had so many women in their marriage that Yi Meiqi was furious about it at that time. She hated every homewrecker who sneaked into other people's marriages. Now Gu Changge claimed that when Gu Changge was still alive, Song Yunjia had already been with Xiao Tianzi. Moreover, it was Song Yunjia who went after him. That was obvious. Song Yunjia was accused of stealing Gu Changge's husband. As a woman from such a rich and noble family, a woman sharing the same experience, it was natural for Yi Meiqi to show anger when someone accused her daughter of wrecking others' marriage. Seeing Yi Meiqi going mad, Gu Changge seemed scared and dared not to continue talking. Song Yuning noticed this. She put on an unpleasant bossy face to Gu Changge. Miss Gu, watch your mouth. This is not the kind of thing you can bandy about. My elder sister is a noble lady. Are you accusing her of breaking up someone's marriage? Gu Changge pursed her lips with a pale face. She had indeed been with my brother-in-law when my sister was alive. Her voice had been lowered as if she had been bullied. Yimeichi stopped Gu Changge. She felt her blood pulsated in her temples. The only time Yimeichi had been humiliated so long as she lived was when Song Yan had other women. However, she felt insulted again by what she heard today. She held her head and gently rubbed her temples. Both Song Yunxian and Song Yuning knew that Yimeichi was having a headache about this matter. Yimeichi did not utter a word for a while. Song Yuning questioned Gu Changge for her. Do you think my elder sister is such a shameless woman? Miss Gu, I hope you come to my mother when you find out the truth, not just sit here and tell a lie. Song Yuning was being reasonable. Gu Changge was unwilling to show weakness as well. She couldn't help bursting into tears. None of my words is fabricated out of thin air. You are Yunjia's mother and sister. You must have heard something. Gu Changge showed a kind of grievance and helplessness as they were not being reasonable. Yimeichi's had been overflowing with anger. She already knew what Gu Changge said was right. Her daughter was indeed a mistress when Gu Changge was not dead. Nevertheless, under such circumstances she would never admit it. If she had admitted her daughter's involvement in someone else's marriage, how embarrassing would she have been? Yimeichi kept silent. Song Yuning tended to scare Gu Changge off in an aggressive manner. Unexpectedly, Gu Changge was pretty firm about it. It seemed like she would have waited here forever if Yimeichi hadn't been convinced today. Yimeichi rubbed her temple without any words for a while. When she opened her eyes, she saw Gu Changge sitting right opposite to her, staring at her. Gu Changge was obsessed with getting an answer. Yimeichi had felt the pressure. Song Yunjia's behavior had provoked thick dissatisfaction. Since Gu Changge refused to leave, Yimeichi spoke before a long time silence. Miss Gu, what you said might merely be a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Gu Changge interrupted her. I hope it was. But if it was not, I am afraid I have to doubt if my sister was murdered by her because she wanted my brother-in-law. She said this with some indignation. On hearing of that, Yimeichi's heart missed a beat. She was somehow frightened. She advised her wearily, Miss Gu, I will talk to Yunjia. Aunt, I have not begged anyone in my life. But I beg you to ask Yunjia to leave my brother-in-law. I'll talk to her, Miss Gu, and I'd appreciate it if you give me some time to look into all this. The answer could be seen as a compromise. Gu Changge knew that Yimeichi was most likely to go to Song Yunjia after this. And then Yimeichi would stop Song Yunjia. Song Yunxian did not speak much throughout the conversation. She knew that Song Yunjia was about to suffer when Yimeichi gave such a reply. She pursed her lips slightly and talked to Gu Changge. Miss Gu, why won't you go back and wait for the outcome? She was asking Gu Changge to leave. Gu Changge usually wouldn't leave so easily. However, she knew it was a hint given by Song Yunxian that she could leave and went back to her place for now. Gu Changge could see that. After wiping her tears again, she said goodbye to Yimeichi. Aunt, I'm really sorry to bother you at this time, but I don't have other options. I beg you.
Yimeichi nodded gently.
She still held her head, gently rubbing the temple. Gu Changge said goodbye and left. Song Yunxian and Song Yuning were sitting firmly in their seats. No one showed any intention to see Gu Changge off. By all means, Gu Changge did not care. She left. After she left, Song Yunxian called Yimeichi. Mom. She has finally gone. What rubbish she was talking about. Yimeichi raised her head and nodded tiredly. Song Yuning frowned over there. Mom, she must make up the whole story. Elder sister and Xiao Tianza are just co-workers. How could they make such a shameful mistake as she said? Yimeichi nodded. I believe in your elder sister. Even if she said so, Yimeichi called Song Yunjia in person when she came back. She hoped it would be picked up quickly. However, it was still Wenwen, the maid of Champ Celicia, Who answered the phone? Yumeichi wanted to hang up as soon as she heard the maid said Song Yunjia was not there. Yet Song Yunxian whispered to Yumeichi, pointing at the time on her mobile phone, "If our elder sister has not been at home all the time, where is she?"
예메이키 프로넷.
She did ask the maid before, but the maid seemed pretty perfunctory and did not really tell her if Song Yunjia was at home, what time would she come back, and even Song Yunjia's other contact information. Yumeichi followed Song Yunchuan's advice and asked the maid, "Do you know where Yunjia is? How long has she gone? When will she come back?" Yumeichi asked the maid several questions in a row. The maid was stunned for a moment before she answered, "Miss Song is in the hospital." This news surprised Yumeichi. She asked nervously, "Why is she in the hospital?" One pursed her lips and said, "She got hurt." "Which hospital?" One reported the name of the hospital to Yumeichi. Yumeichi couldn't wait to call the housekeeper of the Song family, and drove to the hospital to check Song Yunjia out. She needed to know what got Song Yunjia hurt exactly. Yumeichi hurried down the stairs. Song Yunxian and Song Yuning froze for an instant. They did not hear the specific content on the phone. They could only follow Yumeichi downstairs. "Mom, what happened? Where are you going in such a hurry, Mom?" Yumeichi did not want to answer them. After all, these two daughters were not her own blood. They might even gloat if they knew Song Yunjia's situation. She didn't want them to visit Song Yunjia along with her. But any move of the housekeeper of the Song family was at Song Yunchuan's command. Yumeichi ordered her to prepare the car, but the housekeeper did not get down to it as she said. However, she turned to Song Yunxian as if she was asking for Song Yunchuan's permission. Yumeichi understood it the moment the housekeeper's sight turned to Song Yunxian. The Song family had been at Song Yunchuan's full command. Even it was just a car, the housekeeper could only arrange that under Song Yunchuan's permission. Yumeichi signed in her heart. Originally, she expected that the master of the Song family would be Song Yan's only son Song Yuncheng, or her daughter Song Yunjia. She had never thought that the Song family had fallen into Song Yunchuan's hands. It was dramatic any way she looked at it. It was Song Yan's choice. Yumeichi knew nothing about the changes that occurred before Song Yan's death, but she chose not to speak the dissatisfaction out. Also, she didn't show any disgust to Song Yunxian. Even Song Yunxian took her daughter's position as the successor of the Song family. Since now it was all said and done, there wouldn't have been any good in this if she had despised Song Yunxian in her face. The housekeeper prepared the car and got it ready soon. Yumeichi got on the car along with Song Yunxian and Song Yuning. When they were all on the car, Song Yunxian asked Yumeichi with concern, "Mom, where are we going?" "To the hospital." Song Yunxian asked her back worriedly at once. "Mom, you feel all right? If you got tired, we don't have to go to the hospital. I'll call the doctor over for you." When Yumeichi heard Song Yunxian, she felt an internal storm of contrasting emotions. She answered, "It's not about me. It's your elder sister who's in the hospital." Song Yuning got shocked. What happened to elder sister? The answer would not change no matter how Song Yunjing asked, because Yumeichi was not going to tell her what had happened to Song Yunjia. Anyway, after arriving at the hospital, Song Yuning would know what had happened to Song Yunjia. Song Yuning was full of doubts, and she asked Yumeichi worriedly, "Was my eldest sister hurt badly or not? I'm not very clear about it. Let's go and have a look." Yumeichi needed to see what had happened to Song Yunjia with her own eyes. Song Yuning appeared to be worrying about Song Yunjia all the way, while Song Yunxian said nothing but some comforting words even though she knew that Yumeichi would go to the hospital. Yumeichi felt a bit confused, and she worried about what she might see after arriving at the hospital. She could not understand why her daughter went to the hospital. Shouldn't she have stayed in the Champs-Élysées? She frowned slightly, and Song Yunxian saw it the moment she turned her head. Song Yunxian pressed her lips slightly and said softly to Yumeichi, "Mother, don't worry. My eldest sister has always been tactful in dealing with things. Even though she no longer lives in the Song family, yet she will surely not get hurt outside. Besides..." She paused and then continued, "Mr. Xiao will certainly protect my eldest sister." Yimeichi turned to look at Song Yunxian and felt upset in her heart. Yet she could not show it. If Gu Changge hadn't come today, she could have still allowed Song Yunjia to be together with Xiao Tianzi. But after Gu Changge had come, her disagreement with their relationship went to the extreme. Yimeichi even felt upset with her daughter in her heart. What Yimeichi hated most was women who stepped in others' marriages. And Song Yunjia did something that was the most unacceptable to her. They didn't talk too much on the way. Seeing that Yimeichi kept a poker face all the way, Song Yuning stopped talking tactfully after having said something in the beginning. When they got to the hospital, Yimeichi got off first. Song Yunxian and Song Yuning were both following behind Yimeichi. After having entered the hall, the driver and the bodyguard who came along went to the nurse station in the front to ask for some information. The nurse found out that there was indeed a patient named Song Yunjia, and she told them that she was now in the VIP ward on the 7th floor. The group of people took the lift to go upstairs. Song Yunxian turned to look at Yimeichi and found that Yimeichi had already grasped the bag in her hands. Song Yunxian kept a poker face while her heart was filled with pleasure. Yimeichi should be worried at this time. Song Yunjia should have been with Xiao Tianzi. Why was she suddenly sent to the hospital? Why was she sent to the hospital? Yimeichi was full of doubts, and so was Song Yuning. But Song Yuning had already learned to read faces after having been in the Shui family for such a long time. She had been secretly watching the expressions on Song Yunxuan's face, because she felt that Song Yunxian was probably the person behind all these. The expression Song Yunxian showed was just right, with 30% anxiety and 70% worry. However, she was being quite subtle, not hurrying to show the anxiety and worry in her heart. Yimeichi watched the lift rise. After a while she heard a tinkle. Then she frowned and walked out after the door of the lift had opened. As soon as she walked into the corridor, a nurse walked towards them. Song Yunxian worried that Yimeichi couldn't find the ward, so she called out to the nurse, "Hi nurse. Could you please give me a hand?" Song Yunxian said it sincerely. The nurse was holding a record book in her arms, and she turned to look at Yimeichi and Song Yuning when being called by Song Yunxian, asking, "What can I do for you?" "I want to ask where Song Yunjia's ward is. We are her family." Song Yunxuan's name often appeared in all kinds of gossips in Yuncheng. After all, she had a close and intimate relationship with Chu Machen. Many young girls who considered Chu Machen as their Mr. Right knew there was a lady Song Yunxian. Hearing that Song Yunxian was asking where Song Yunjia's ward was, the nurse in front of them took a look at Song Yuning, who looked very similar to Song Yunjia, and then raised her hand to point to the end of the corridor. The patient surnamed Song stayed in the third-to-last ward. Having seen clearly where the ward pointed by the nurse was, Song Yunxian nodded. "Thank you very much." When the nurse finished her words, Yimeichi turned and walked towards it. Song Yunxian and Song Yuning were following behind Yimeichi. When they got to the door of the ward, Song Yuning would like to rush into the ward after Yimeichi. However, Song Yunxian reached out and pulled at her clothes to tell her to slow down and let Yimeichi enter first. After having understood what Song Yunxian meant, Song Yuning stopped and didn't catch up with Yimeichi for the moment. Yimeichi pushed the door of the ward sharply. A low cry of surprise suddenly came from inside the ward. Song Yunxian and Song Yuning both recognized that the person who cried out was Song Yunjia. Song Yunjia was in bed, wondering when Xiao Tianzi would come back to see her at the moment. When Song Yunjia heard that the door of the ward was pushed open, she turned her head towards the door. Just at that time she saw Yimeichi's eyes. Yimeichi's looked quite serious and became somewhat angry on seeing her daughter lying on the bed. "What made you go to the hospital? Where did you hurt?" Yimeichi didn't approve of her daughter's destruction to Xiao Tianzi's marriage. However, no matter what, Song Yunjia was her daughter. When Yimeichi saw that her daughter was lying on the hospital bed, she couldn't get angry with her anyway. She wanted to know the whole story first. However, after she had asked Song Yunjia was not going to answer her mother's question immediately. "I asked you what happened. Answer me." Seeing Yimeichi coming in from the door, Song Yunjia was still in a state of shock. "Mom, why are you here?" Yimeichi was about to speak, and Song Yunja saw that there were two women following behind Yimeichi. Then, she glared at Song Yunxian and Song Yuning who followed Yimeichi and asked her mother, "Mom, why do they follow you here?" Yimeichi did know that Song Yunja didn't like to see Song Yunxian and Song Yuning at the moment, so she said to Song Yunxian, "Yunxian, wait outside with your second elder sister. I need to have a talk with your eldest sister." Song Yuning turned to look at Song Yunxian and wanted to see how she would react. Hearing Yimeichi's words, Song Yunxian didn't show any extra expression. She nodded and said to Yimeichi, "Then I'll leave for now, Mom." The way Song Yunxian called Yimeichi made Song Yunja's eyelids twitch. After Song Yunxian and Song Yuning had left, Song Yunja asked Yimeichi, frowning, "Mom, when did Song Yunxian also become your daughter? I'm still the madam of the Song family." Yimeichi's words were quite clear. Although her relationship with Song Yan was not very good, and she had been separated from him for so many years, yet she was still the madam of the Song family. She was still Mrs. Song of the Song family and Song Yan's legal wife. As long as Yimeichi had admitted this identity, she must also admit that Song Yunxian and Song Yuning were also her daughters. Hearing Song Yunxian calling her mom mother, Song Yunja felt that Song Yunxian had robbed her of her mother. Song Yunja felt quite unhappy and a little annoyed. "Mom, it's okay that you come here. I can let it slide. But why did you bring those two bitches here?" Song Yunja grew up in the Song family and had always had a good upbringing. And Yimeichi had been trained her daughter to be dignified and elegant. But now her daughter had started to scold someone before long she met her. Yimeichi frowned. "Yunxian and Yuning are your sisters, so please watch your language when you talk about them." Song Yunja was a little angry and acted in pettish to Yimeichi. "Mom, are you actually going to speak for them right after you came back?" "I was not speaking for them. I just want you to mind your words and behaviors." Yimeichi's words had a double meaning, but Song Yunja pretended that she didn't understand. "Mom, why did you suddenly come back?" Although Song Yunja's countenance showed that she had regained her composure, yet she really felt that her heart missed a beat and was a little flustered while seeing Yimeichi appearing at the door of her ward. Song Yunja was quite aware of what her mother hated the most. Now she was with Xiao Tianzi. If Xiao Tianzi had been willing to announce that Song Yunja was his wife, then that would have been okay. But if Xiao Tianzi hadn't been willing to do this, then Yimeichi would surely have made her leave Xiao Tianzi immediately. Yimeichi knew that Song Yunja deliberately skirted the topic and would like to talk about something else. But the reason that Yimeichi came to the hospital today was that she wanted to find out what Song Yunja had done recently and what Song Yunja had concealed from her. "Forget about the reason why I suddenly came back. Now tell me why you quitted the job in the hospital." Song Yunja had worked as a doctor in the People's Hospital for more than 10 years, but now she suddenly quitted the job. It made Yimeichi feel that something was not right. Now if Song Yunja couldn't have given a good reason, then it would have probably made Yimeichi angry at once. Song Yunja frowned and pondered for a moment, yet she still told Yimeichi the truth. "Mom, the case that I made a patient die during an unsuccessful operation when I was practicing as a doctor in the People's Hospital was dug out." As soon as Song Yunja finished her words, Yimeichi didn't feel like speaking. Instead, she became silent. Yimeichi knew about the case that Song Yunja made a patient die during an unsuccessful operation when she was practicing as a doctor even though Yimeichi had been abroad then. But Song Yan couldn't resist calling Yimeichi on knowing that her daughter encountered such a tricky problem. Yimeichi still remembered what Song Yan said when he called her. At that time Song Yan told her, "Meichi Yunja may go to jail."
I'm sorry.
He apologized quite sadly. At that time when Yimeichi heard this, a resentment rose from her heart. Then Yimeichi recklessly pressed Song Yan to protect her only daughter. It was probably because of the pressure Yimeichi put on Song Yan that Song Yunja was acquitted. Then the matter was left unsettled. However, now it was dug out. And after it had been dug out, Yunja suffered so much. Yimeichi didn't know what to say. She didn't know whether to blame her daughter or comfort her. She just felt that if Song Yunja had still lived in Yuncheng, then there would probably have been more problems. After having pondered for a moment, Yimeichi said, "Yunja, go abroad with me." After having heard Yumechi's questions, Song Yunja frowned slightly as if she hadn't understood her mother's words. She asked again, "Mom, what did you say just now?" Yumechi wore a severe countenance. "Yunja, it's no longer meaningful for you to continue staying in Yuncheng. Now you've quitted your job, so follow me abroad." "But Mom, I want." "Leave everything behind." Yumechi interrupted her, looking at her with a serious face. "Yunja, don't make your mom disappointed in you, okay?" Song Yunja felt that her last sentence was a great burden, not letting her down. Song Yunja's eyes dulled and she felt perplexed. Yumechi had made a decision. When she saw that there was no wound on her body, she asked Song Yunja again, "What made you come to the hospital?" Since there was no wound all over her body, Yumechi thought of other reasons. Was it because of pregnancy? If her daughter had been pregnant, then it would have been worse once the word had got out. It would have made others think that Xiao Tianzi didn't announce that Song Yunja was his wife, and that Song Yunja got pregnant. If Xiao Tianzi didn't plan to marry her, then what was going to happen to the child? Song Yunja had no idea about what her mother was thinking about. However, she had remained silent for such a while after being asked by her mother. Song Yunja didn't want to go to the WK with Yumechi. Even though Song Yunja was now losing ground in the battle of wooing Xiao Tianzi against Gu Changge, she was still unwilling to give up like this. Song Yunja had always been feeling that she had a chance to be together with Xiao Tianzi. Seeing that Song Yunja didn't answer her, Yumechi furrowed her eyebrows. "Yunja, you still haven't told me where you were wounded or what was wrong with you." Hearing her mother calling her, Song Yunja pressed her lips and looked up at Yumechi, replying, "Mom, I don't want to go to the WK with you." Yumechi looked at her sternly. "Are you listening to yourself?" Song Yunja knew that Yumechi would not approve of her staying on in Yuncheng. However, things had now reached such a point. If Song Yunja hadn't given it a try, she would have regretted it for the rest of her life. She was sure of it. She wanted to stay here. Song Yunja wanted to stay on in Yuncheng to continue fighting against Gu Changge and stay with Xiao Tianzi. Song Yunja looked at her mother's eyes seriously and said, "Mom, I'm serious. You really want to stay here?" "Mom, you know what feelings I have for Tianzi all these years. When I'm with him, I'm happier than any other time. I want to spend the rest of my life with Tianzi." Hearing her daughter's words, Yumechi instantly felt disturbed. It even reminded Yumechi of Gu Changge's words while Gu Changge came to tell her on Song Yunja. Yumechi didn't know why, but she suddenly thought of the last thing Gu Changge mentioned about Gu Changge. She asked Song Yunja, "Do you have anything to do with Gu Changge's death?" Yumechi actually wanted to directly ask Song Yunja if Gu Changge was killed by her. But after all, Song Yunja was Yumechi's daughter. Thus Yumechi rejected the idea that her daughter was a murderer very much. So she asked Song Yunja in a different way. Yumechi thought that Song Yunja would immediately press her lips and deny it. However, when Yumechi was waiting for the answer, what she got was Song Yunja's expression indicating that she acquiesced in it. When Yumechi saw Song Yunja's acquiescence, she could not help but feel that great disappointment rose from her heart, making her retreat 2 steps. It seemed that Yumechi didn't believe that her daughter killed Gu Changge for fear that she misheard her daughter. So Yumechi asked Song Yunja again, "Was Gu Changge really killed by you?" Song Yunja looked up slightly and then looked at Yumechi, moving her lips to explain, "I didn't mean to kill her." That's enough. It seemed that Yumechi was afraid that someone might be hearing their conversation. Yumechi interrupted Song Yunja before Song Yunja finished her words. Song Yunja seemed to feel guilty and lowered her eyes again. Yumechi was in great confusion. After a while, Yumechi said to Song Yunja, "You have to leave. Get out of the hospital now. Follow me to the WK now." With this, Yumechi turned around and walked to the door. It seemed that she was going out to discharge her immediately. Seeing her mother's strong reaction, Song Yunja was really afraid that she would be forced by her mother, who was in a rage, to leave Yuncheng. So Song Yunja immediately called out to Yumechi, Mom, wait a minute." Yet Yumechi went straight out and turned a deaf ear to what she said. Song Yunja saw that her mother refused to stop. She was a little stupefied and immediately thought of an excuse to stop Yumechi. "Mom,
I'm pregnant."
When she said this, Yumechi just opened the door of the ward. Song Yunja said it quite urgently and loudly. And just at the time Yumechi opened the door, naturally Song Yunxian and Song Yuning, who were waiting for Yumechi at the door, also heard it. Song Yunxian and Song Yuning were both slightly shocked when they heard Song Yunja's words. Then they looked into the ward at the door with mixed expressions. And Yumechi, who was at the door of the ward, felt like she was being struck by thunder when hearing her daughter's words, making her remain speechless for such a while. When she came to herself, the expression on her face was becoming darker and darker. She was really speaking of the devil. Yumechi actually planned to separate her daughter from Xiaotianzi before she had a close and intimate relationship with him. But now her daughter was pregnant. As a mother, what should Yumechi do to her daughter? Yumechi was wondering if she should let her daughter have an abortion and go to the WK with her, or if she should let her daughter stay on in Yuncheng to continue being together with Xiaotianzi. Yumechi could not make a decision. Then she fixed her eyes on Song Yuning and Song Yunxian who were at the door. She was still rational enough to deal with the matter calmly. Yumechi said to Song Yunxian and Song Yuning lightly, "I have something to say to Yunjia in private. Please leave us alone for now." Song Yunxian and Song Yuning both nodded and left. Only when the two of them had left did Yumechi close the door of the ward and lock it to prevent others from hearing the conversation between her and her daughter. Seeing Yumechi close the door, Song Yunjia knew that she could discuss future plans with her mother. Yumechi walked over to her hospital bed, looked at her and said faintly, "Although I was not around when you were little, yet no mother in the world cares nothing about her own daughter. I want you to become a good woman, rather than a woman stepping into others' marriage." Song Yunjia felt sad when hearing her mother's censure. Song Yunija realized that the lie she told and the decision she made this time made her mother sad. However, she really couldn't and wouldn't let go of Xiaotianzi. Song Yunjia had been wooing Xiaotianzi for years. If there had been a little possibility and opportunity to be together with him, she would have been willing to give it a try. And she was willing to pay any price for it. "Mom, Xiaotianzi's wife is dead, so I'm not stepping into others' marriage. Now Xiaotianzi is single, so we can be together." Hearing her daughter's explanation, Yumechi was quite disappointed. "You have had feelings for Xiaotianzi right from the beginning. You were together when Gu Changge was still alive, weren't you?"
"No, Mom."
Song Yunjia did like Xiaotianzi before Gu Changge died.
"No."
Song Yunjia had liked Xiaotianzi since a long time ago. From the first day when Song Yunjia met Xiaotianzi, she had been into the man. At that time, she thought that it would have been so great if the man had been her boyfriend or husband. However, things turned out to be quite different from what she had imagined. Song Yunjia couldn't beat Gu Changge because she didn't have a distinguished family like Gu Changge. At the beginning, the gentleness Xiaotianzi showed to Gu Changge made people think that he fell in love with such a woman from the bottom of his heart. When Xiaotianzi married Gu Changge, Song Yunjia was still thinking that if Xiaotianzi had really loved Gu Changge, then she would have given them blessing and would have never stepped into their marriage. However, Song Yunjia gradually found that Xiaotianzi did not really love Gu Changge. Xiaotianzi and Gu Changge had already been husband and wife. But he still flirted with Gu Changge behind Gu Changge's back. Since Gu Changge was able to get Xiaotianzi, then why couldn't Song Yunjia do it? From the day Song Yunjia found that Gu Changge had an affair with Xiaotianzi, she had been feeling that she could be together with Xiaotianzi. Song Yunjia had been dreaming that she could be Xiaotianzi's wife since that day. Therefore, Song Yunjia had been a great help to Xiaotianzi since Xiaotianzi had a plan to murder Gu Changge. Because the person she really helped was not Xiaotianzi. The reason Song Yunjia wanted to murder Gu Changge was to help herself to get more chances to be together with Xiaotianzi. Song Yunjia firmly denied to Yumechi that she was involved in their marriage before Gu Changge died. Yet Yumechi's eyes were fixed on her. Such cold and serious eyes fixed on Song Yunjia made her feel that she could not fool Yumechi through the lie she carefully told. Yumechi looked at her and spat out a few words. "You are lying." Song Yunjia gnashed her teeth and explained firmly to her mother, "Mom, you have to trust me. I really began to be together with Tianzi after Gu Changge had died. But Gu Changge told me a different story. Song Yunjia frowned on hearing Yi Meiqi mention Gu Changge, and she hated Gu Changge even more. This little bitch was really something. When seeing that she could not beat Song Yunjia, Gu Changge actually thought of telling her mom on her. She didn't know if the thing that her mother hated women who stepped into others' marriages most was unintentional or coincidental. The reason that Song Yunjia's mother insisted on taking her abroad was that Gu Changge told Song Yunjia's mother on Song Yunjia. She felt anxious and heart heat, saying to Yi Meiqi, "Mom, don't listen to the bitch Gu Changge's nonsense. The reason why she spoke ill of me in front of you was that she also has a dirty mind." Yi Meiqi looked at her coldly. Gu Changge is Gu Changge's younger sister. Seeing that her mother didn't know that Gu Changge liked Xiao Tianzi, Song Yunjia told her mother the truth. Mom, Gu Changge also likes Xiao Tianzi. She had always been stressing that she is the daughter adopted by the Gu family, and thinking that she would be Xiao Tianzi's wife after Gu Changge had died. However, Tianzi took no notice of her at all. As a result, Gu Changge tried every possible way to speak ill of me in front of you. Mom, you can't be fooled by her. The words slightly stupefied Yi Meiqi. Gu Changge liked Xiao Tianzi? Gu Changge was Gu Changge's younger sister, and Xiao Tianzi's sister-in-law. Hearing Song Yunjia's words, Yi Meiqi was quite shocked. But Yi Meiqi also knew that her daughter was a smart child. Song Yunjia had always been very shrewd and sensible, except this time she was being silly in the fight for Xiao Tianzi. Looking at Song Yunjia, Yi Meiqi wasn't going to back down. No matter what trouble the Xiao family is having now, I only want you to go to the WK with me. Song Yunjia sensed that Yi Meiqi was immovable. She felt quite upset inside as well. If her mother had insisted on taking her abroad with her, then she could have only turned against her mother. But was it really worth turning against her mother for Xiao Tianzi? It was true that Xiao Tianzi was the man she liked, but Yi Meiqi was her mother. It was hard for Song Yunjia to make a choice. But considering Yi Meiqi's attitude today, it was obvious that she wanted her to make a choice immediately. "Yunjia, you must let me know whether you're staying or leaving today," Song Yunjia exclaimed with an inner struggle. "But Mom, now I'm pregnant with Tianzi's baby." Her pregnancy was complete nonsense. Although Xiao Tianzi did have sex with her without using condoms when he was drunk for several times, yet Song Yunjia was not at her fertile period at these times. It made Song Yunjia miss several great chances. When there was a chance to be pregnant, Xiao Tianzi was quite sober. When he was sober, he would rather not touch her than let her be pregnant. In the final analysis, Xiao Tianzi still hadn't really made a choice. He should have already understood that it was impossible for Gu Changge to have children for him. Yet up to now, he had still been refusing to make Song Yunjia pregnant. Why? Was it because he wanted to protect Gu Changge? Or was it because Xiao Tianzi was afraid that Gu Changge might get mad after knowing that Song Yunjia was pregnant? It was true that the one who became pregnant with Xiao Tianzi's child and brought him or her into the world first would enjoy a wealthy life because of the child. Anyway, Gu Changge's son and daughter were no longer threats at all. Song Yunjia wanted to use the child in her belly to let Yi Meiqi approve of her being together with Xiao Tianzi. However, after having heard her words, Yi Meiqi said coldly, "Abort it." Song Yunjia goggled at her mother inconceivably. She couldn't believe that the words were from her own mother. Not to mention that she was not pregnant. If she had been pregnant, then the baby in her belly would have been a trump card to win Xiao Tianzi's heart. Why did her mother want to abandon everything that she was about to get on knowing that she had a trump card? Song Yunjia couldn't figure it out, and she began to feel angry as she didn't understand her mother's intention. "Mom," she said with tears in her eyes, stroking her belly with one hand and grasping the sheet of the hospital bed with the other. "Do you know what it means for me to be pregnant with Xiao Tianzi's baby?" Yi Meiqi was quite clear about what was in her daughter's mind. "Yunjia, you really know nothing about men. You think Xiao Tianzi will value you because you are pregnant now? You are really too naive. Now Xiao Tianzi doesn't even consider you as his wife when you are pregnant. Thus if he doesn't consider the baby a child of the Xiao family, you will have no way to deal with him." Song Yunjia shook her head. No, Tianzi is not that kind of person. Song Yunjia believed Xiao Tianzi liked her from the bottom of her heart. And she believed even more strongly that Xiao Tianzi would have surely considered the baby in her belly his own child after she had really been pregnant. Seeing her determination, Yumeiqi's face clouded, saying, "Having heard all that I've said, you still don't want to go with your mom?" Song Yunjia pressed her lips and remained silent, indicating that she acquiesced in it. Looking at her, Yumeiqi was quite angry. "Yunjia, if you don't go with your mom today, I won't care about you anymore." The words were filled with anger. Song Yunjia knew what she meant. It was an ultimatum from her mother. She knew well about her mother's temper. If she had insisted on staying today, then her mother would have surely acted as she said. Yumeiqi said that she would never care about her, and she would definitely not care about her. Song Yunjia wore a pale face and remained silent. Seeing that her daughter remained silent, Yumeiqi reckoned that she acquiesced in it. She nodded and said to Song Yunjia, "Yunjia, you know that your mom never eats her words." Song Yunjia still remained silent. She wanted her mother to believe her and hoped that she would support her. However, her mother didn't believe her at all. Not only didn't her mother believe her, but she also didn't support her. She wanted to make her leave Xiao Tianzi. "Yunjia, I will give you one last chance." Hearing Yumeiqi's words, Song Yunjia didn't continue to be silent. Instead, she looked into Yumeiqi's eyes and said clearly, "Mom, stop it. I won't go to the WK with you." Yumeiqi remained where she was and suddenly felt that she was a real loser on hearing her daughter's words. Seeing that Yumeiqi remained where she was and did not leave immediately, Song Yunjia was on the verge of spitting out her dissatisfaction towards her mother. As if it had been the last time Song Yunjia met her mother, and it had seemed that she wanted to spit out all her mother's faults at this time. Song Yunjia curled up her lips and wore a wry smile looking at Yumeiqi. "Mom, ever since I was a child, you have been unwilling to stay in Yuncheng to watch me grow up. You only came to stop me indiscriminately every time there was an accident, and you never asked me how I really felt." Hearing her daughter's words, Yumeiqi frowned. "Are you blaming me for being irresponsible now?" Song Yunjia asked Yumeiqi in reply. "Have you been responsible for me, Mom?" Yumeiqi didn't know what to say. Just like her daughter said, she really cared little about Song Yunjia. Since Yumeiqi lived apart from Song Yan and went abroad, she had cared so little about her daughter. Unless something big had happened, Yumeiqi wouldn't have let her daughter go to the WK to see her. Over the years, she had never taken the initiative to meet Song Yunjia. Looking at Yumeiqi, Song Yunjia frowned and felt it was quite ironic when thinking of the relationship between her and Yumeiqi. "Mom, you've always been saying that you love me, but you have been unwilling to be around me. No matter what happens to the Song family, you always stay out of it." On the other side, Yunying's mother had been staying around Yunying since Dad had passed away. No matter what Yunying does, her mother always supports her. Hearing Song Yunjia mention Song Yunying's mother, Yumeiqi slightly narrowed her eyes. She was quite disgusted with Song Yunying's mother. Song Yuncheng's and Song Yunchuan's mothers both died early, leaving Yumeiqi little impression. However, Song Yunying's mother had been in the Song family for quite a long time. She almost entered the Song family and became the real madam of the Song family. If it hadn't been that Song Yan had never had the idea of changing the legal wife after they have been separated for these many years, the Song family would have already been under the control of Song Yunying and her mother. And it was possible that Song Yunxian, who was quite good at calculating, could not make waves in the Song family. "Yunjia, do you mean that your mother does worse than Yunying's mother?" Song Yunxian looked at Yumeiqi and pressed her lips to a line. Seeing Song Yunjia's reaction, Yumeiqi knew that Song Yunjia acquiesced in it from the bottom of her heart. She looked at Song Yunijia feeling quite angry inside. But besides anger, there was also a kind of disappointment rising from the bottom of her heart. Yumeiqi didn't know when her daughter began to have such a problem with her. Did Song Yunjia think that she had never been a good mother? Should she really support her to be together with Xiao Tianzi? She couldn't think it through, and she didn't know what to do to make her daughter feel that she was a good mother. Yumeiqi and Song Yunjia looked at each other in the ward without saying anything. Then Yimeichi waited for Song Yunjia to say something. However, Song Yunjia said something that even made her heart feel hurt. Mom, please go back to the WK. I can't lose Tianzi. Yimeichi was speechless. Yimeichi had been proud for so many years, and she even did not step back or shed a tear when splitting with Song Yan. But this time her daughter's words let her feel a stab in her heart. Yimeichi fixed her eyes on Song Yunjia and looked deeply at Song Yunjia for the last time. Then she immediately turned around, straightened her back and opened the door of the ward. Yimeichi walked out. When Song Yunjia heard the sound of her mother's leaving the ward, she suddenly felt a little bad. She raised her hand and stroked her chest. She felt as if she had been slashed. Song Yunjia chose to abandon her mother between Xiao Tianzi and her mother. Yet she had to abandon her mother because she could not live without Xiao Tianzi. For all these years, Song Yunjia had survived during her mother's absence. However, if Xiao Tianzi hadn't been around her, she felt that she couldn't have lived for even one day. Song Yunjia closed her eyes and took a deep breath to cheer her up. She wanted to greet Xiao Tianzi with her best form. She said that she chose Xiao Tianzi, so she was determined to become Xiao Tianzi's favorite woman. She wanted to let her mother know that she made the right choice. After Yimeichi had left the ward, Song Yuning and Song Yunxian walked towards her. Song Yuning asked Yimeichi worriedly, "Mom, how is the eldest sister? She just has a cold and needs to be in hospital for a few days. Nothing serious." Yimeichi gathered her strength to respond to Song Yuning. Song Yuning still wanted to go into the ward to see Song Yunjia. Seeing that Song Yuning wanted to go into the ward, Yimeichi stopped her. "Your eldest sister is asleep. Come to see her some other day." When being stopped, Song Yuning subconsciously felt that there was a dispute between the two in the ward. She wanted to enter the ward and found out what happened. But Yimeichi had said that she didn't want to let her in. Moreover, when Song Yuning turned to look at Song Yunxian, she found that Song Yunxian also showed disagreement. So she had to give up entering the ward. Song Yunxian followed Yimeichi and asked her, "Mom, do you want to go home now? Book me a plane ticket." Yimeichi's voice came to her. Song Yunxian was slightly shocked. She knew that Yimeichi wanted her to book a plane ticket, yet she still asked her subconsciously, "Mom, what ticket do you want to book?" "A ticket back to the WK." With this, Yimeichi went straight out. Song Yunxian and Song Yuning looked at each other, not knowing why there was a sudden change. However, Yimeichi's eyes turned red while turning her back to them. For all these years, Yimeichi didn't allow herself to cry no matter what happened. Yimeichi pretended to live a comfortable life and still be Mrs. Song after having split up with her beloved man. However, she could not forget her life with her husband no matter what time it is. The reason that she left determinately was that she wanted her husband to know that he should be ashamed of himself. Yimeichi wanted him to treat her eldest daughter well became of the shame. But what about the result? Her daughter now actually abandoned her because of a man. No matter how Yimeichi thought, Song Yunjia's choice made her sad. Because her most beloved daughter unexpectedly gave her up in this way. She kept her head propped up on her way back to the Song family. Seeing this, Song Yunxian, who was beside, knew Yimeichi was in a bad mood. Anyone who experienced this would be in a bad mood. The daughter, who was born by her laboriously, should break away from her own mother just for a man. It not only hurt the feelings between mother and daughter, but also burned her own bridges. Song Yunxian was in a good mood. In her opinion, such burning action of Song Yunjia was simply helping her. After returning to the Xiao family, Gu Changge had been paying close attention to Song Yunchuan's situation. Song Yunxian didn't have time to call Gu Changge. Gu Changge was so impatient that she had made 4 or 5 phone calls before Song Yunxian got home. Fortunately, it was her butler who had answered the phone calls at home. Otherwise, if Yimeichi's nurse had received them, her plan probably would have been ruined. Song Yunxian followed Yimeichi home. As soon as Yimeichi got home, she called her nurse and told her, "Bring the luggage and we'll go back to the WK." The nurse looked puzzled and reminded her, "Madam, we have only been here for less than 2 days." Yimeichi smiled coldly. "What does it matter? She doesn't need us at all." Are we in the way here? Yimeichi's emotions were usually not so intense. However, this time it was Song Yunjia who really pissed her off. Song Yunxian came to Yimeichi and comforted her. Mom, what are you talking about? We are all very happy after you come back, and want you to stay at home for more time. Why are you in a hurry to leave? Yimeichi turned to look at Song Yunxian with a pair of complicated eyes. If only Song Yunjia had had Song Yunxuan's calculation. If she had had her calculation, she wouldn't have spent so many years with Xiao Tianzi but still got nothing. She closed her lips slightly, and the loss in her eyes was hard to hide. After calming down, she said, I must get back immediately for there are important matters for me to do in the WK. Song Yuning nearby also looked like an unknown person. But Mom, we haven't had a meal together yet. Speaking of which, I haven't seen my elder sister for a long time. It was Song Yuning who touched the tender spot. The last thing Yimeichi wanted to hear now was the name Song Yunjia. Yimeichi had raised Song Yunjia for so many years, but Song Yunjia had no gratitude to her mother. Song Yunjia's mind was full of Xiao Tianzi. What's the point of Yimeichi staying here? Anyway, there was no way to prevent Song Yunjia from being silly. It was better to go back to the WK first. She closed her lips slightly and said, I will not be back for a long time after I return to the WK this time. I also hope you can take good care of your elder sister. This sentence was very good and appropriate. Before Song Yuning had time to respond, Song Yunxian had already nodded. Mom, don't worry. After all, Song Yunjia is my elder sister, and nothing will change it. Hearing the promise from Song Yunxian, Yimeichi was relieved greatly. However, after saying this sentence, Song Yunxian was deeply resentful in mind, compared with the softness on her face. Yes, Song Yunjia was Song Yunxuan's elder sister. However, Song Yunjia was also the killer of Gu Changge. As Song Yunxian, she could leave Song Yunjia a better end. However, as Gu Changge, she would not show any mercy. Yimeichi ordered Song Yunxian to book the air ticket back to the WK when she came out of the hospital. Although Song Yuning and Song Yunxian looked confused, Song Yunxian had already booked the air ticket according to Yimeichi's request. Now Yimeichi was going to the airport while Meichi had arrived there, and had already taken the air ticket waiting for Yimeichi to come. Yimeichi arrived at the airport, took the air ticket in Meichi's hand, and hesitated slightly. She was unwilling to leave and looked behind until the last second before entering the boarding gate. With the last hope, she wanted to see if Song Yunjia was coming to ask her to stay. If Song Yunjia had come to persuade her to stay in Yuncheng, she would have given up going back to the WK. However, when turning back, Yimeichi did not see her daughter Song Yunjia. Except for Song Yuning and Song Yunxian. She sighed with disappointment. Then she boarded the plane. Song Yunxian turned her gaze after seeing Yimeichi board the plane and disappear in front of her for a long time. Being pregnant, Song Yuning was already exhausted after accompanying Yimeichi to the hospital. Then Song Yuning followed Yimeichi to the airport to see her off for Yimeichi wanted to return to the WK suddenly. She took a deep breath, and then sat down on the chair of the airport, rubbing her aching feet after Yimeichi boarded the plane. Seeing Song Yunxian still looking at the direction of Yimeichi's leaving, she casually said, It seems that our elder sister has fallen out with Yimeichi. When Yimeichi was here, she didn't mind calling the Song family's Madam Mother. But as soon as Yimeichi left, Song Yuning immediately called her name directly. From the change of the appellation, it could be seen that Song Yuning had little respect for Yimeichi. Song Yunxian turned around and glanced at Song Yuning. Yuning, you must be tired today. I'll have you sent back to rest. Song Yuning nodded. Song Yunxian and Song Yuning left at the airport and went separate ways to home. After going back home, the butler said to Song Yunxian, The lady from the Gu family has already made 7 or 8 phone calls. What did you say? I said I knew nothing and let her wait until you come back. The butler just finished talking when the phone in the living room rang again. She knew it was called by Gu Changge again even without answering it. The call was confirmed to be Gu Changge after the butler answered it. Then she covered the receiver of the phone and turned to Song Yunxian. Miss Song, it's from the Gu family. Song Yunxian reached out her hand. The butler immediately placed the phone in Song Yunxuan's hand. Song Yunxian had just put the receiver near her ear when she heard Gu Changge's anxious voice. How things are going on your side? Yi Meiqi has returned to the WK. Hearing Song Yunxuan's words, Gu Changge could not help but sneer. Song Yunjia, this fool, has really fallen out with Yi Meiqi. Song Yunxian reminded her. Although that's true, Yi Meiqi is still Song Yunjia's biological mother. If anything happened to Song Yunjia, she would come in the first place. Although the power of the Yi family is not in Yuncheng, it should not be underestimated. I heard that you had a friendship with the 4 families of Harbor City. Are you still afraid of the Yi family, which is not on the list? A simple provocation. Gu Changge wanted to arouse her and let her put her hand to Song Yunjia. However, Song Yunxian smiled and began to persuade Gu Changge. It is better for Miss Gu to make a good plan for the next thing. Gu Changge frowned. So you are not willing to help me from now on? It's not that I don't want to help Miss Gu, but I can't reveal my identity. Therefore, I can't step in to help you obviously. That is to say, you are willing to step in and help me secretly? There is no point interfering with your business privately as well. Besides, if the fact that I help you was exposed, I would have no place to put my face. Gu Changge should be able to understand what she meant. She and Song Yunjia were sworn enemies. The direct and indirect fight between them could be accepted by the public without being criticized. However, it would not have been appropriate if Song Yunxian had involved. After all, Song Yunxian had a kinship with Song Yunjia. If she had been found that she was targeting Song Yunjia, the whole Song family would have been pushed to the forefront. After all, it was not recognized that siblings hurt each other. Gu Changge also seemed to understand and nodded. Well, I'll do the next thing myself. Song Yunxian twitched her corner of the mouth. Then I hope Miss Gu to be a success in pulling out this thorn in your eyes. Hearing the congratulation from Song Yunxian, Gu Changge was in a good mood and said the same blessing. Song Yunxian didn't slightly narrow the smile on her face until this call with Gu Changge ended. Song Yunjia couldn't hold out for a few days. After a complete break with her mother, she had even blocked her last retreat. The only thing that she could do was to take advantage of the time when Gu Changge was recuperating and rumors were rife, and get rid of Gu Changge as soon as possible. On the other hand, Gu Changge was planning to eliminate Song Yunjia completely. Song Yunxian was happy to be at leisure. Looking at the two fought, she finally gained. After Yi Meiqi left, Song Yunjia threw the things on the bedside table onto the ground and smashed them. After seeing her in such a bad mood, the nurse, who was in charge of looking after her, called Xiao Tianzi and said all this. As soon as Xiao Tianzi found a nurse for Song Yunjia, he had already said that whenever there was anything wrong with Song Yunjia, she must tell him. The nurse was an honest woman. She called Xiao Tianzi in time. Xiao Tianzi indeed came shortly after receiving the call. Song Yunjia had not adjusted from her bad mood when he arrived. Song Yunjia was throwing the pillow from her hospital bed in anger the moment he opened the door. Xiao Tianzi opened the door by coincidence. He was hit by the pillow right in the face. Seeing Xiao Tianzi appear at the door of the ward, Song Yunjia was stunned in an instant. She wiped the tears from her face and asked him, "Why are you here?" Song Yunjia cried a lot these days. Even though she cried many times, a good-looking woman was still delicate and charming when crying. Seeing the tears on her face, Xiao Tianzi had known that she must come across miserable things. After closing the door, picking up the dropped pillows and back cushion on the floor, he walked to the bedside and asked her, "What happened?" He felt a little guilty for he had not come to see her after she was hospitalized. Hearing him ask her what had happened, Song Yunjia remembered the process that she had fallen out with her mother. Closing her lips slightly, Song Yunjia looked up and asked him, "Will you still care about me? What's the matter?" Song Yunjia closed her lips slightly and refused to speak. Seeing that she was unwilling to speak, Xiao Tianzi came over and raised his hand to wipe the tears from her eyes. "Is there anything you can't tell me? Will you listen to me?" Song Yunjia asked him in return. After she asked that question, Xiao Tianzi frowned slightly. "I will hear whatever you say." "Really?" Song Yunjia looked at him. Xiao Tianzi straightened his lips. What's wrong with you, Yunjia? Hearing his question, Song Yunjia withdrew her eyes and sniffed her nose. No, nothing. She refused to say, but Xiao Tianzi persisted in asking. Is there anything you can't tell me? I don't want to tell you. We can solve the problem together if you say that. Isn't that good? Xiao Tianzi's words were pleasant. That was precisely what Song Yunjia wanted to hear. Since a long time ago, she had wanted herself and Xiao Tianzi to live together as husband and wife, treating each other well and solving every difficulty together. However, Xiao Tianzi married Gu Changge. She couldn't bear that fact and had been holding back her love. She finally got that sentence from Xiao Tianzi now. However, she didn't know how to reply was the best. She bit her lips and looked up at him. Could you help me solve it if I tell you? I could find a solution as long as you tell me, Yunjia. Xiao Tianzi's voice was sweet. It was the kind of sound she had always liked. She looked at Xiao Tianzi as sadness appeared in her eyes. After being silent for a moment, she seemed to have finally made up her mind and said, My mother returned home today. Xiao Tianzi had heard Song Yunjia mention her mother before. Do you mean Madame Song? He knew that Song Yunjia's mother was Yi Meiqi. Yi Meiqi and Song Yan had been separated for many years, but she was still the madam of the Song family. Song Yuning's mother had worked hard for so many years but failed to become the madam of the Song family as she wished. Judging by that fact, Yi Meiqi wasn't a stupid woman. Otherwise, she couldn't hold the position of Madam Song until Song Yan's death. Did your mother say anything? As Song Yunjia slowly raised her eyes, the tears in her eyes were going to flow out again. I quarreled with my mother. Quarreled? Xiao Tianzi was puzzled. Why? Song Yunjia looked at him. Because. She showed a hesitant expression. Judging from her expression alone, Xiao Tianzi knew that their argument must be related to him. He knew Song Yunjia's love for him all the time for so many years. However, he didn't know the attitude of Song Yunjia's family completely. When Song Yan was still alive, Xiao Tianzi knew that Song Yan acquiesced that his daughter liked him. However, Song Yunjia never said her mother's opinion. He didn't know what kind of attitude Yi Meiqi held on their relationship. Just go on, Yunjia. Xiao Tianzi wanted to know what Yi Meiqi had said to Song Yunjia. Seeing Xiao Tianzi's persistence in asking, Song Yunjia said anxiously after struggling a little, My mother asked me to go to the WK with her. Hearing that sentence, Xiao Tianzi fully understood Yi Meiqi's attitude. Fundamentally, Yi Meiqi opposed the love affair between her daughter and Xiao Tianzi. However, did that matter? He occupied a significant part of Song Yunjia's heart the whole time. That won't change even Yi Meiqi opposed as a mother. He had guessed the result of the quarrel between the mother and daughter. His eyes became tender. Did you agree? Song Yunjia looked at the tenderness in Xiao Tianzi's eyes and shook her head. No, I didn't. Xiao Tianzi asked her. Why? You could restart if you go to the WK. Restart? Song Yunjia asked Xiao Tianzi and looked at him. Do you think I can restart if I leave you? Auntie is for your own good. But I just want to stay with you. Do you want to drive me away? Song Yunjia was so obsessed with him that Xiao Tianzi couldn't help but waver even he was not moved immediately. He thought that there was no need for Song Yunjia to stay in Yuncheng. After all, Song Yunjia made Gu Changge anxious and upset. However, there was a little dark thought in Xiao Tianzi's heart. Gu Changge and Song Yunjia were hostile to each other. However, their relationship was a kind of balance. Once women started fighting out of jealousy, they spent all their energy on the competition for their love. And the only way for him to prevent these two women from making trouble was to keep the two of them in a delicate balance. That was why he didn't decide how to handle the thing that Gu Changge's miscarriage was caused by Song Yunjia's scheme. Song Yunjia stared at him desperately. Seeing that he didn't want to answer, Song Yunjia couldn't bear it and asked in a subtle tone. If you're going to drive me away, just tell me directly. You need not say that my mother took me abroad for my good. Women didn't like ungrateful men. Women all like men to persuade them to stay affectionately. Song Yunjia had already quarreled with her mother, and insisted on staying here. If Xiao Tianze had nodded and said that he agreed that Song Yunjia went abroad at this time, Song Yunjia would have been disappointed and sad. Anyway, he had planned to keep her by his side, so he didn't mind being affectionate towards her. Stay. His thin lips uttered the word. Song Yunjia was slightly stunned when hearing him say he wanted her to stay. As if she thought she had heard it wrong, she asked Xiao Tianze, "What did you say?" Xiao Tianze gently pulled her into his arms, pressed his fingers on the back of her head, and gently said, "Yunjia, stay with me." Song Yunjia was held by Xiao Tianze in such a posture, and soothed by him with such gentle words. She instantly felt blissful, even incredible. This sentence was as meaningful as "I love you." Song Yunjia raised her fingers and gently embraced Xiao Tianze's waist. Someone at the door quietly pointed the camera lens at them. Then the one took a picture quickly. Song Yunjia and Xiao Tianze weren't aware at all, and that picture was transmitted to Gu Changge's mobile phone soon. It was already the time before dinner when Gu Changge got that photo. She pushed the dish the maid had just brought off the table. As a cracking sound, the beautiful porcelain plate shattered on the ground. The housemaid cleaned quickly. Shuang dared to ask Gu Changge, "Miss Gu, don't you eat?" Gu Changge looked up at her. "Of course I will eat. Do you think I grow up eating nothing?" She said it to vent her anger. Gu Changge reprimanded Shuang. Shuang immediately turned to the kitchen and urged the cook to make all the dishes that Gu Changge wanted to eat. Sitting at the dining table, Gu Changge took a closer look at the photo as she swiped her phone. She was so angry that the veins stood out on her forehead. She threw the phone angrily on the table and scolded, "Song Yunjia, have you no shame?" Shuang hung her head down beside, not daring breathe. Gu Changge gnashed her teeth with hatred. Song Yunjia hurt her and caused her miscarriage. However, now Xiao Tianze seemed to have easily forgotten this matter like it never happened. Also, he embraced Song Yunjia. She was furious. She didn't even eat her food, getting up from the dining table and going to the second floor. It was when Xiao Shui got home after the work that she saw how angry Gu Changge was, and knew it was because Gu Changge was jealous of Song Yunjia. After Xiao Shui went upstairs and returned to her room, she called Song Yunxian and told her about Gu Changge. After hearing Gu Changge's reaction, Song Yunxian thought for a while and said, "Song Yunjia and Gu Changge are now maintaining balance, so Xiao Tianze comforts both of them at the same time. He will not show that he likes one of them particularly, nor will he ignore the other for too long. Well, what's his purpose?" Xiao Shui wondered why Xiao Tianze did this. He would have been too greedy if he had wanted to have two wives. Song Yunxian also didn't understand Xiao Tianze's thoughts. Anyway, she thought Xiao Tianze was not faithful in love after he slept with Song Yunjia, and she guessed that Xiao Tianze maybe wanted Song Yunjia to bear a baby for him, when he knew Gu Changge couldn't do that. She asked, "Have Xiao Tianze mentioned Gu Yi and Miao Miao recently?" Xiao Shui shook her head. "No." Song Yunxian smiled. "Since he hasn't mentioned Gu Yi and Miao Miao, I believe he wants Song Yunjia to have a baby for him." But Xiao Tianze seemed to treat Gu Changge's two kids well. He hasn't revealed the whereabouts of the two children now, probably because he has been afraid that Gu Changge would harm them. Song Yunxian had also considered that possibility. However, she still understood that Xiao Tianze's purpose was not to protect Gu Yi and Miao Miao, even if he hid the two kids from Gu Changge. Maybe he just didn't want the two children to make Gu Changge angry. After all, Gu Changge couldn't tolerate their existence. Xiao Tianze will never let Gu Yi or Miao Miao inherit the Xiao family. However, his favorite Gu Changge couldn't give him a child, so he has to choose the second best choice, considering Song Yunjia. He wants Song Yunjia to bear an inheritor of the Xiao family? Xiao Shui asked Song Yunxian in shock. However, Song Yunxian thought it was easy to understand. There is a possibility. However, if Gu Changge were not completely evicted from the Xiao family, Gu Changge would never allow Song Yunjia's children to inherit the Xiao family. Song Yunxian laughed. There are many ways to let Gu Changge accept the fact. Since Xiao Tianze has made the plan, he must be able to find a way for Gu Changge to accept it. Xiao Shui wasn't stupid, and a bold guess occurred to her. However, when that thought appeared in her mind, She felt it was ridiculous and unbelievable. Will they kill Song Yunjia after she bears the child? Xiao Shui couldn't help but say her speculation. And Song Yunxian, on the other end of the phone, didn't say anything, as if she had tacitly agreed with Xiao Shui. Song Yunxuan's silence made Xiao Shui's heart in her mouth. No way, Xiao Shui murmured. No matter how unscrupulous and frenzied Xiao Tianze is, he couldn't do such things, could he? Hearing what Xiao Shui had said, Song Yunxian couldn't help but laugh. He has done more unscrupulous and frenzied things before, hasn't he? That sentence reminded Xiao Shui of what she was most unwilling to remember. She bit her lips and didn't say anything, but her eyes were full of terror. Song Yunxian was right. Was there anyone Xiao Tianze wouldn't dare kill? Xiao Tianze had murdered his adoptive parents in a small surgery to cover his lousy family background in Yuncheng before. Later, his wife died suddenly because of Gu Changge. His 2 children were the next victims. Although he treated Gu Yi and Miao Miao well on the surface, no one knew his intention. Thinking of those, Xiao Shui found that Xiao Tianze was a horrible person. However, hearing nothing from Xiao Shui, Song Yunxian comforted her. You may feel scary before this vicious person, but he only harms specific people on specific occasions. That was right. Xiao Tianze had never been a person who would go to harm people casually. He only hurt those who he had wanted to get rid of for a long time. For example, he killed his adoptive parents and got rid of Gu Changge. All those had been premeditated. Xiao Tianze had always secretly arranged his killing plan. He was not only resourceful but also patient enough. He pursued hitting every shot. Xiao Shui's lips trembled slightly and she asked Song Yunxian, "What should I do next?" That question reached the bottom of Song Yunxuan's heart. As her lips raised and her eyes glistened, Song Yunxian said, "You don't have to do anything, but..." She paused. Xiao Shui asked her nervously, "But what?" "But Song Yunjia will have her last try." Xiao Shui couldn't understand. Song Yunxian explained to her. When Yi Meiqi is going to leave, she must still object Song Yunjia and Xiao Tianze's relationship. And Song Yunjia is pretentious. Although her relationship with her mother looks good on the surface, Song Yunjia also wants to prove that her choice is right after Yi Meiqi opposes her relationship with Xiao Tianze this time. What will she do? Xiao Shui asked Song Yunxian. Song Yunxian said carelessly, "It's simple. She will kill Gu Changge." Xiao Shui bit her lips and said, "But murder is illegal. She is not stupid. She will use others to kill Gu Changge." Xiao Shui frowned. "Use who?" Song Yunxian smiled. "Yours." Xiao Shui became stunned immediately. However, Song Yunxian didn't say anything more but warned her. "You should handle carefully if Song Yunjia calls you." A myriad of thoughts crowded into Xiao Shui's mind. Hearing Song Yunxuan's warning, she thought more. However, she couldn't figure out why Song Yunjia wanted her to be the scapegoat. Song Yunxian didn't point out anything worth pondering over. Xiao Shui felt agitated. Maybe it was just like what Song Yunxian had said, that Song Yunjia wanted to prove herself. She wanted to prove that she was the only one in Xiao Tianze's heart. Even if not the present only one, she would be his only lover in the future. She would kill those who tried to hinder her by fair means or foul. Song Yunjia was in the hospital and could not go out, but she had bought over the care worker employed by Xiao Tianze. The care worker said something beneficial to Song Yunjia when she reported Song Yunjia's condition to Xiao Tianze. Every time Song Yunjia felt not well, the care worker showed her worry and fear, calling Xiao Tianze as soon as possible. After several times, it was natural that Xiao Tianze visited the hospital more and more. Song Yunjia counted her property and found that her money was not a large amount but was enough for her to buy a house and to live a worry-free life with hard work. However, her money had to be used to buy over people at present. She always believed that money could be earned again, but opportunities would not come back if one lost them. She kept her priceless jewelry for her future life and used her mid-range jewelry to buy off people. The patient care looked after Song Yunjia well because she got payoffs from Song Yunjia. Song Yunjia planned to use all her property for the final blow. Xiao Shui received Song Yunjia's call 3 days after Xiao Shui had a phone call with Song Yunxian. When she just saw the caller ID, she was stunned and felt puzzled. Xiao Hong saw Xiao Shui not answer the phone for a while and reminded her, "Hey, what are you thinking? You have a phone call." After being reminded, Xiao Shui still froze before she answered the phone. Song Yunjia spoke firstly. "It that Miss Xiao Shui?" "Yes. This is Fanqing magazine. What can I do for you?" Xiao Shui quickly adjusted her state of mind before she talked with Song Yunjia. Song Yunjia fell into silence before she said again, "You're Tianzi's younger sister." Xiao Shui asked in surprise, "Is there anything I can help you with? I want to tell you a secret. Are you willing to meet me?" Xiao Shui felt Song Yunjia was mysterious and didn't want to meet her. "Sorry. I'm..." Before Xiao Shui could say she was busy, the other end of the phone enticed her. "Your parents did not die because of an accident." Xiao Shui stopped abruptly. Her eyes also changed. "Where are we meeting?" It was within the expectation that Xiao Shui couldn't help but want to meet the one who mentioned the secret about her parents' cause of death. The female voice said, "This is Song Yunjia. I will meet you at Colored Clouds." Song Yunjia said her identity and the meeting point. After Xiao Shui hung up the phone, her face became pale. Xiao Hong looked at her carefully. Seeing Xiao Shui's expression wasn't right, Xiao Hong asked worriedly, "What was the phone just now? What's wrong with you? You look pale." Xiao Shui shook her hand. "I'm fine." She said she was fine, but her heart jumped rapidly. Her parents died because of a medical accident. She saw that in Yuncheng personally, and she believed Xiao Tianzi, the demon, caused the misfortune. She had had ample evidence. However, now Song Yunjia told her that she knew the cause of the death of her parents? That was ridiculous. What would Song Yunjia tell her? Did she want to perish together with Xiao Tianzi in advance because she knew that she couldn't win against Gu Changge? Therefore, Song Yunjia wanted to tell her that Xiao Tianzi caused her parents' death. Or would she just make up a story from nothing? Xiao Shui was curious. After calming down in her seat for a few minutes, Xiao Shui stood up and went to Xiao Hong to ask for leave. "Editor Xiao, I want to leave and go home to rest." Xiao Hong also saw that Xiao Shui was not well and nodded. "Go ahead. Be careful on the way. Do you need me to give you a ride?"
No.
Xiao Shui waved her hand and refused. Xiao Hong said with concern, "Your face is so pale. I can take you to the hospital first if you are not well." As she said that, Xiao Hong took out her car key. Seeing that Xiao Hong took out her car key, Xiao Shui became flustered and refused. "Miss Xiao, I just feel a little sick. I can go home by myself." She had an appointment with Song Yunjia for half an hour later. It seemed that Song Yunjia knew she would be impatient for that secret, so she deliberately set the time after half an hour. Song Yunjia believed that Xiao Shui would successfully take a leave from the company within half an hour, as long as she wanted to know the secret. To allow Xiao Shui to come over in the fastest time, Song Yunjia deliberately set the meeting place at the coffee shop not far from Fanqing magazine. Xiao Shui was determined to reject Xiao Hong. Seeing her firm attitude, Xiao Hong didn't force her but nodded. "Okay, go back home yourself. Please call me if you are not well." Xiao Shui nodded her head. Then she grabbed her things and left the office. Xiao Hong watched Xiao Shui pack things, leave the office and enter the elevator. After Xiao Shui disappeared in her sight, Xiao Hong called Song Yunjia while absorbed in thought. She told Song Yunjia about Xiao Shui. She had expected that Song Yunxian would pay special attention to Xiao Shui. However, after listening to what Xiao Hong said, Song Yunxian replied indifferently, "It's okay. Let her go." While Song Yunxian said calmly, Xiao Hong pursed her lips. "But Miss Song, I saw Xiao Shui." Song Yunxian cut Xiao Hong off and smiled. "That's okay, Editor Xiao. Xiao Shui is an adult. Nothing will happen. Don't worry."
Xiao Hong nodded. Okay.
Xiao Hong's call was beyond Song Yunxuan's expectation. Hearing Xiao Hong's description of Xiao Shui's reaction over the phone, Song Yunxian knew that things were going on as expected. Xiao Shui didn't tell Xiao Hong who called her. However, Song Yunxian could guess it must be Song Yunjia. Just as she had expected, her elder sister was planning a different way. A way led to either success or failure. If Song Yunjia had failed this time, she would have ruined herself. However, Xiao Shui didn't tell Song Yunxian that she had received Song Yunjia's call. Xiao Shui went alone. Maybe she had her thoughts. Song Yunxian lowered her eyes and couldn't help but guess what Song Yunjia would say to Xiao Shui this time. When Xiao Shui arrived in the colored clouds, Song Yunjia had already taken a booth there waiting for her. It was a very quiet booth by the window. Song Yunjia could see outside clearly. It was their first official meet. Xiao Shui came into the booth. Giving her a searching look, Song Yunjia bent her lips and said, "You really do not look like Tianzi." Xiao Shui nodded. "My brother was adopted. I heard about that." Song Yunjia invited Xiao Shui to have a seat politely. Xiao Shui felt a little strange. "Miss Song, shouldn't you be in the hospital at this very moment?" Song Yunjia smiled. "Can't I get discharged?" Xiao Shui stunned briefly and then nodded. "Sure, you can do that." Since they had settled down, Song Yunjia hadn't cut to the chase. Xiao Shui kept silent for a while. She didn't know how to get it straight and let Song Yunjia say it. She had confirmed that it was Xiao Tianzi who killed her parents. She stayed in the Xiao family and waited for Xiao Tianzi to be brought to justice. Now Song Yunjia knew who killed her parents and wanted to meet her. If she had not come, it would have surely caused Song Yunjia suspicion. She made this appointment, but Song Yunjia refused to come straight to the point. Xiao Shui could not bring it up rashly when she did not know what game Song Yunjia was playing. Otherwise, she would fall into this trap. Song Yunjia noticed Xiao Shui's hesitation. "The reason I have to see you today because I have just learned a truth." Xiao Shui stared at her eyes. "The truth of my parents' death?" Song Yunjia nodded. "Yes. You asked me to come. I'm here now. Could you tell me?" Xiao Shui looked at Song Yunjia, hoping her say it out quickly. Song Yunjia made up her mind to keep Xiao Shui guessing. She pursed her lips slightly as if it had been very difficult for her. "You'll have to calm down if I say it." Xiao Shui nodded. "Miss Song, rest assured that I can be calm. If I tell you the truth, it may cause your suspicion. After all, you may not be willing to accept her as a bad person." Song Yunjia built the suspension up. Xiao Shui raised her eyes and looked at Song Yunjia firmly, seeming to have had careful consideration. "Just tell me everything you know. I can guarantee that I will treat this matter calmly." On hearing of this, Song Yunjia looked relieved a little. "Since you said so, I will let you know. In fact, I have kept it to myself for a long time." She showed some guiltiness. Xiao Shui fixed her gaze on Song Yunjia without a blink. Indeed, everything, as long as it was about her parents, she was willing to listen to them without blinking. However, she might hear a lie this time. In front of Xiao Shui, Song Yunjia sighed softly and got ready for the emotion. "Actually, no one should know you and Tianzi came from Yuncheng town, except for me and Changge. We kept it a secret from her." Xiao Shui asked her alertly. "Miss Song, her? Who is she?" Song Yunjia knew that Xiao Shui would definitely ask this question. She pursed her lips slightly and answered, "Gu Changge." Xiao Shui was silent for a moment before asking, "My brother did not tell her about that?" She was his wife after all. Although she was his wife, Gu Changge was a person who valued social rank quite much. Song Yunjia felt sorry and showed extreme disagreement with Gu Changge. She found Xiao Shui showed interest in this matter, so she continued, "Your brother probably did not tell you that Gu Changge was the daughter of the Gu's chairman, Gu Changge. She was his only child. Gu Changge cherished her so much, and he was extremely strict with the choice of her future life partner. Was that the reason my brother lied to Gu Changge?" She knew it clearly that there was no limit to what Xiao Tianzi had done in order to be able to marry Gu Changge. He feared Gu Changge would be aware that his true identity was just an orphan adopted from an orphanage, so he cut off the clues of the tracing. Therefore, even if Gu Changge and Gu Changge checked his identity, they would only get a fake identity that was carefully decorated. However, Song Yunjia was very sympathetic to Xiao Tianzi. She sighed. "You know your brother well. He is a very committed person. He fell in love with Gu Changge at first sight. Even if she loved him the same as he did, he couldn't confess his past with her because of his low birth. After all, if Gu Changge had known that the man she fell in love with was just an orphan, Gu Changge would never have permitted their marriage. What happened next? Next, Xiao Tianze killed Xiao Shue's parents. Then he successfully deceived Gu Changge, entered Gu family, and became what he was now step by step. Of course she knew Xiao Tianze was a committed person. He was not only committed to a person but also more committed to a fancy target or prey. Did he really love Gu Changge? Xiao Shui asked herself a question. According to her own understanding of Xiao Tianze, she could not say that Xiao Tianze really loved Gu Changge. If Xiao Tianze had loved Gu Changge, how could he have hooked up with Gu Changge after her death? Moreover, bossy as Gu Changge was, she almost erased all the traces of Gu Changge in the Gu family. If Xiao Tianze had really loved Gu Changge would have never be allowed to do so. Even children would not believe that Xiao Tianze loved Gu Changge wholeheartedly. She chuckled softly in her heart. Song Yunjia was still talking. Your brother was very sad. I was his classmate at that time. I could see how distressed and worried he was all day long. Xiao Shui realized Song Yunjia started to talk about what Xiao Tianze did in school. She couldn't help but interrupt. But my brother married Gu Changge at last. How did he manage to do that? This question was the key. It was also a question that Song Yunjia had been waiting for Xiao Shui to ask. Song Yunjia lowered her eyes as if she was torn. She pursed her lips. Don't tell anyone what I am going to say next. I won't. Miss Song, please be assured. I have always been sad and doubtful about how my parents died inexplicably during the operation, and there was no clue at all. I am very grateful that you are willing to tell me the truth. While talking, Xiao Shui was about to leave her seat and kneel before Song Yunjia. Seeing Xiao Shui's movement, Song Yunjia was startled and reached out her hands to stop her quickly, frowning. Miss Xiao, what are you doing? It is a rule in our hometown. We have to be on our knees before our benefactors to thank them. Song Yunjia showed a complicated expression. Xiao Shui looked at her with eager eyes from which tears emerged. I have never believed that my parents died in an accident, but I was so weak that I couldn't investigate on my own. I planned to ask my brother to help and investigate this with me after I was with him, but his wife died, and there's work in the company, and then Gu Yi and Miao Miao. Speaking of Gu Yi and Miao Miao, she choked up. Song Yunjia felt sorry for seeing this. She pulled a tissue from her bag and handed it over. Xiao Shui took the tissue and wiped the tears on her cheeks. She looked at Song Yunjia and said, Too many things happened. Although my brother doesn't tell me, I know he must be really busy recently, so I put the investigation of my parents' death off. Song Yunjia sighed with a bit of luck. Fortunately, you didn't rush to ask Tianze to investigate this matter. Otherwise, your brother would be sadder when you find out the truth. Xiao Shui opened her eyes wide and looked at Song Yunjia. Why would my brother be sad? Was he in this? Realizing that Xiao Shui started to suspect Xiao Tianze, Song Yunjia pursed her lips gently and denied. It has nothing to do with your brother. Who was in this then? It was a woman who's with your brother. A woman with my brother? Xiao Shui thought about it carefully for a while. Then she asked, frowning. So it was either Gu Changge or Gu Changge. Xiao Shui seemed to recall something suddenly. She frowned. I heard that Gu Changge was very cruel when she was in Gu family. Was it she? She was being reasonable in front of Song Yunjia. She knew that Gu Changge would not have done it. She pretended to doubt Gu Changge on purpose. It seemed that Song Yunjia was guiding her to suspect Gu Changge. In this way, if Xiao Shui had started to suspect Gu Changge, Song Yunjia could have led her to arouse disgust and avenge against Gu Changge. Therefore, Song Yunjia would expect Xiao Shui stood on the same side with her to deal with Gu Changge. If that had been Song Yunjia's plan, apparently she would have thought about it very carefully. However, Song Yunjia would have never thought about it. As the daughter of Xiao family, Xiao Shui had long known who killed her parents. From the beginning, they were deceiving each other. Song Yunjia was trying to guide Xiao Shui's hatred towards Gu Changge. Yet Xiao Shui, who knew that Song Yunjia was calculating her, voluntarily jumped into the trap set by Song Yunjia. Originally, she didn't want to see Song Yunjia playing this game. It was just she suddenly thought of Song Yunxian in her mind when Song Yunjia asked her out. Song Yunxian once told her that when someone set her up, she could choose to avoid it so that she might be able to dodge a bullet. However, it was not the way to get rid of the enemy. If she had been sure enough and willing to gamble, she could have walked right into the trap on her own. That happened to be a good way to get rid of the enemy. Now Song Yunjia dug this pit for her. She was willing to jump into it and roll those dices. Hearing that Xiao Shui had guessed Gu Changge's name, Song Yunjia frowned slightly, seeming that she disagreed. Xiao Shui stared at her asking, "Was Gu Changge the murderer?" Song Yunjia shook her head replying, "No, Gu Changge would never do this. Wasn't Gu Changge ruthless? If Gu Changge hadn't done it, then how could my parents have died during the operation? Gu Changge did it." Song Yunjia spoke in time to interrupt Xiao Shui. Hearing Song Yunjia say the name Gu Changge, Xiao Shui stopped talking at once. Sure enough, Song Yunjia wanted Xiao Shui to deal with Gu Changge. Seeing that she suddenly stopped talking, Song Yunjia thought Xiao Shui was frightened by her words. Song Yunjia sighed softly and consoled her. "As you have been living with Gu Changge for so long, you wouldn't believe me easily when I say that Gu Changge murdered your parents. But I have already expected that you would suspect me if I tell you this. So I've brought the materials relating to that accident." With this, Song Yunjia drew a craft paper bag from her handbag. It went without saying that the things inside were definitely the materials Song Yunjia had carefully prepared. Since the materials had been carefully prepared, so there must be no obvious flaws. Xiao Shui reached out to take the craft paper bag and drew out the materials inside. Looking at that thick pile of materials and a videotape, Xiao Shui turned to look at Song Yunjia thoughtfully. Song Yunjia looked down at her tea saying, "I know that you may suspect me, but you will not doubt after you see this. Everything is based on evidence, right?" Xiao Shui was not opposed to Song Yunjia's words. Xiao Shui nodded slightly and looked down at the materials in her hands. Song Yunjia took a look at how Xiao Shui reacted while having tea. Though Xiao Shui tried to keep calm on the surface, yet astonishment still appeared at the bottom of her eyes. Xiao Shui didn't really believe Song Yunjia's words, but she began to show great distrust of Gu Changge. Song Yunjia was waiting for Xiao Shui's reply when she finished reading the materials. Yet out of her expectation, the nurse of the hospital called Song Yunjia after Xiao Shui had read only 2 pages of the materials. The nurse was a bit anxious. "Miss Song, Mr. Xiao called just now and said he would come to see you." Since Xiao Tianzi would come to see her, Song Yunjia surely had to get back to the hospital now. Song Yunjia looked away from Xiao Shui and made a decision at once without much thinking. She stood up saying, "Miss Xiao." Xiao Shui looked away from that thick pile of materials, and then her gaze fell upon Song Yunjia. Song Yunjia looked at her and said while feeling sorry, "Sorry, I have something important to do and have to leave now. I can't wait for you to finish reading all these materials." Xiao Shui nodded. "It doesn't matter. It will take a long time for me to finish reading all these." Song Yunjia nodded, saying to her, "Though I can't wait for Miss Xiao to finish reading all these, but you can call me at any time if you have any questions when you finish reading these." With this, Song Yunjia took out a name card from her handbag and pushed to Xiao Shui, who was at the other end of the desk. Xiao Shui reached out to take the name card Song Yunjia pushed to her and nodded to Song Yunjia. "Anyway, I really appreciate that Miss Song told me all these. Now my mind is in great confusion, so..." Xiao Shui's fingers were trembling slightly. Seeing Xiao Shui's reaction, Song Yunjia smiled gently and consoled her. "It's okay. Calm down. I'm leaving now. Call me at this number if you have any problems." Xiao Shui nodded with mixed feelings, and it seemed that she was speechless at the moment. Seeing Xiao Shui's reaction, Song Yunjia felt relieved. What she wanted to see was exactly Xiao Shui's present reaction. As long as Xiao Shui had begun to hold a grudge against Gu Changge, then Song Yunjia would have had numerous ways to let Xiao Shui take her side. Song Yunjia needed a helper, and Xiao Shui was the best one. Xiao Shui was Xiao Tianzi's younger sister. Xiao Tianzi cared much about his younger sister. If Song Yunjia had had her help, then it would have been worthy for her to risk carrying out many of her plans. Song Yunjia turned many things over in her mind, But Xiao Shui flung the pile of documents on the desk after Song Yunjia had left, and the countenance on her face became quite indifferent. What a calculating bitch. Xiao Shui was in the booth, and no one could hear what she said. Xiao Shui raised her hand to rub her temples, feeling that the things she talked about with Song Yunjia just now was just like a farce. Just as Song Yunxian said, Song Yunjia was on her last legs. And Song Yunjia would sink or swim as she was on her last legs. If Song Yunjia had made it this time, then Gu Changge would have had no chance to fight with Song Yunjia anymore. However, this was a very risky plan. Even if Song Yunjia had made it, she would have had to pay a big price. The best way was to get a third party to do it, and the third party she looked for was Xiao Shui. She sneered. Song Yunjia is really overreaching herself. Song Yunxian explained. Even if the person who had investigated it hadn't been Song Yunxian but me or someone else, the results would have been the same. The fact that your parents didn't die of stomach cancers but die from unsuccessful operations had been completely blotted out. No one knows it except you. Xiao Shui furrowed her brow bit by bit. You are saying. Song Yunxian looked at Xiao Shui and didn't reply to her. Yet Xiao Shui seemed to come to light immediately and said the following words one by one. Xiao Tianzi. He has been concerning about the matter all the time. Or what? Why did no media pay attention to the thing that you sued the hospital for the unsuccessful operations? Why were there no reports about it? Think about it. Xiao Shui's lips were trembling slightly. She didn't know whether it was because she hated Xiao Tianzi's guts, or she came to realize how formidable Xiao Tianzi was. He had become this powerful at that time? When Song Yunxian heard Xiao Shui's words, a trace of a sneer appeared in Song Yunchuan's eyes. Then she said, Xiao Tianzi was not able to cover things up only by himself. However, the Gu family was able to pull this off. It was true that Yuncheng was not a big place, but it was not a small place where news couldn't leak out either. At that time, Xiao Tianzi had just attached himself to the Gu family. Therefore, Xiao Tianzi couldn't make the political and commercial forces do him a favor to hush up the medical disputes only by himself. However, if Xiao Tianzi had had the powerful Gu family to back him up, things would have been so different. In this case, Yuncheng would do anything as he told. After having married Gu Changge, several sums of money had been appropriated to some small places. Gu Changge didn't pay much attention to it. But if she had been alive and thought of it now, then she would have realized that those sums of money must have been used to keep someone's mouth shut in Yuncheng. Xiao Shui raised her hands slightly and covered her mouth with them. The expression in her eyes was churning. He is really something. On the surface, Xiao Shui was praising him. However, the tone Xiao Shui used showed that she hated Xiao Tianzi's guts. After Xiao Shui had removed her fingers from her mouth, she clenched them into a fist, and the hatred flashed in her eyes could not be ignored. Why did Gu Changge like such a man? Xiao Shui couldn't understand. When Song Yunxian heard Xiao Shui's question, a bit of confusion appeared in her eyes. Just like Xiao Shui said, why did Gu Changge like a man who was so cruel, merciless, and sophisticated? After pondering for a moment, Song Yunxian looked up at Xiao Shui, explaining, perhaps, Gu Changge was deceived by the friendliness Xiao Tianzi showed. It might be true because Gu Changge was also a victim after all. Gu Changge had been smart throughout her life. Yet she was murdered and even her ashes were not preserved. Song Yunjia actually thought of Xiao Shui, who barely had a relationship with Song Yunjia without much thought. Besides, not only did Song Yunjia think of her, but she also fabricated the evidence that could make everyone hate Gu Changge, and she had already begun to carry out her plan. Xiao Shui tapped on the desk with her fingers several times. After having turned over the matter in her mind, Xiao Shui felt that she should talk to Song Yunxian about it. Xiao Shui didn't feel like calling Song Yunxian because she thought that it was better for her to talk to Song Yunxian in person. Therefore, after having packed all the materials, Xiao Shui went out of the booth with the materials. Then she hailed a taxi and went straight to Song Yunchuan's home. However, Song Yunxian was now in the Song Enterprise. The housekeeper suddenly called her and said that there was a visitor, making her feel that it was Chu Machin. But Song Yunxian found that the visitor was Xiao Shui when she returned. It made her slightly disappointed. Song Yuncheng quickly adjusted her mood and walked to Xiao Shui. She knew that Xiao Shui's coming showed that her guess about those things was all right. Xiao Shui handed over the craft paper bag to Song Yuncheng, saying, "As you guessed, Song Yunjia paid me a visit and brought me these." Song Yunjia let the housekeeper serve tea, and she sat down to open the craft paper bag. Then she took out the pile of materials and read them one after another carefully. After Song Yunjia had finished reading them, she felt amused and looked up at Xiao Shui. "What do you think of these?" Xiao Shui pressed her lips. "I know best about the reason why my parents died. Perhaps Song Yunjia didn't inquire thoroughly into me, so there is such an obvious flaw." The materials Song Yunjia gave Xiao Shui showed that Xiao Shui's parents both died during operations because doctors suspected that they had stomach cancers. And they were sure that they had stomach cancers. But the truth was quite the opposite. Xiao Shui secretly asked someone to perform an autopsy on her parents' bodies. The results gave by the doctor who performed the autopsy showed that neither of them had stomach cancer. So she realized that someone murdered her parents after having misdiagnosed them. When she was in her hometown Yuncheng, she hired someone to sue the hospital. At first, the hospital didn't admit the misdiagnosis. However, the hospital compromised and secretly offered her a large sum of compensation for the sake of its reputation. And the matter was hushed up. It didn't cause any public wrath, even if in Yuncheng there were not many people knowing it. Therefore, it was normal that Song Yunjia didn't find out this, as she didn't dispatch someone to look into it carefully. Song Yunxian said, "The materials my eldest sister gave you showed that your parents both died during unsuccessful operations because they were suspected of stomach cancers. Her materials must have been fiddled by someone." Xiao Shui made a judgment. But Song Yunxian just pressed her lips and smiled. "No, you are wrong. It's not that her materials have been fiddled, but that the truth has been hidden by lies since the day you got the compensation from the hospital." Xiao Shui looked at Song Yunxian, feeling quite confused.